somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Can you hear the voices calling, longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling? Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better? But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. got me caged like an animal, sinking like a cannonball, living in hell on this earth every day, feeling the test of the tide I repay. Oh, look what they done to me. I'm half the man I used to be. Lined up in silence and lonely walls, stretching the bleachers and knocks down the hole. And oh, I wish I had never been born. I'm sick of all these shackles and chains. You got me sleeping on a stone cold floor. There's bars and knocks on every thought. And I think that I got what it takes. 4 hours in and I'm ready to break. Mama couldn't bear to see, couldn't even look at me. Stuck in the middle of killers and blame. But how can I judge if I'm clearly the same? Oh, I wish I had never been cold. I'm sick of all these shackles and chains.
I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one life. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live don't you live a little? Why 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 don't you live a little?
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and we follow our hearts. We see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. It's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through some clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wondering, landscapes with us covering, all the world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. When I sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light and shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh. travel, not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars.
make you stay, if I can make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I the city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from.
can take these bones and break them into pieces now, to make my soul and cast me out in the sea. Gotta fix this head I'm in before it spins so far out of control, before I lose it all. Could you better than the devil you know?
也叠了150，这边直接抓
几何到玩几何的，但是有一个小兵在塔里先顶了一下塔，但是后面的话看下一个 E 什么时候刷好，有闪要开始博弈了，但是这边一闪跟上 W 先 Q 滚上。
这是黄帽开团，旁边有个绕后，有一个369，凯南这波绕后非常有机会，先去找安卓的麻烦，安卓第一时间就被电麻了。如果女强大招吼的位置还不错，但是赵信德横扫前军，直接挡住了女强大。
直接到过了小明。
小明这波上来要开这个闪现已经击到了后方，方这里被秒了，龙潭多少引发大招直接来了，急跑，这波看到了，左边 B5开始
一个野2个 DP，
阿斌要走，但是要守3个人，前接整就开通，打一下，这边感觉有了，
应该是偷掉了。
哇 ，B5。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. The playoffs is finally back. It's round 4, and it's myself and Dagda on the cast. It has been 222 days since we cast in person.
And it's a Tuesday!
And there's 2 of us, and there's 2 teams. All of the twos today. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Apologies for the big delay in the middle of our playoffs, but we are back on track, and we're going into round 4. So let's just start off looking at the bracket. Let's look at where we are in playoffs, Dagda, because it's already heating up. It's already getting spicy. We're into our double elim, and today we've got a banger on the cards.
Yeah.
Today it's V5 versus Top Esports.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this series. I mean, look, LEC Finals is one thing, but when you've got V5 and Top Esports going in, this is the real banger series. If this does not go to 5 games, I'm going to feel cheated. Like, this has to be the series to do it.
LEC Finals is just your warm-up for this series.
Exactly.
That's what that
exactly.
was. Yeah, you can see we are there. Game number 7 in playoffs. Top Esports already having a bit of a journey through the bracket to get to this point. 3-1 against BLG, 3-0 against LNG, absolutely smashing that series. And now up against V5, who for them, this is the first series of playoffs.
Yeah, and it's feeling like things are really heating up. Like, you look back, we've got our 2020 finalists and JDG and Top Esports managing to move their way through the playoffs. You got V5 and RNG as well. Like, RNG trying to get back to MSI, winning that last year. And you got V5. I mean, you got it. Look, this team has been so excited to watch, whether they're bad, whether they're good, and now that they're on their highest of highs, we have to see if V5 can retain their first place spot from the regular split.
Yeah, that'll be the big question, whether or not they can maintain that performance, right? Because we've seen quite a few teams already somewhat change form coming into playoffs. I mean, LNG, I think, is the best example, right, of the disparity between playoffs and regular season. It has been a while since we saw V5 play, but in fact, that's a perfect opportunity for us to do a bit of a recap on what V5 have been as a team across the course of this split, because they finished the split in first place, and that makes them our top of the table Titans. These guys are indomitable, and so much of it, Dagda, comes in that mid-jungle. Rookie and Karsa working together.
Yeah, these guys have been absolute monsters, and so much of the draft even revolves around them, right? Like, you look at them picking things like the Hecarim, the Orianna, the Ahri and the Lee Sin, these things that can pair super well together and find pressure in that mid lane. And oftentimes what they'll do is, like, the first, 3-4 minutes of the game won't be too hectic, but what they really want to do is use that pressure to establish vision control, and once Karsa starts to spot out where the enemy jungle is, that's when this team erupts onto the map, and they will just look for kill after kill.
I mean, you can see it in the stats, right?
Yeah.
Kills at 15, champion kills per minute out of the playoffs teams, goal difference at 15, all first in class in the LPL. It's kind of insane to watch, and like we say, once they get that lead, they do not stop. But Dagda, even when they're behind, even when they don't get that lead, they feel like they're unstoppable.
It's impossible to shut down V5. And like you can see it there, 57% of their games where they're behind at 15, they still come out and win. And it's because they're so good at using the tempo advantage that they have. Whether that's like, hey, you know, we're setting up for Dragon, we've got like 30 seconds. Well, we can nick a mid lane tower, we can maybe get an inhibitor tower in the time and still be back to try and find that fight at Dragon. Or we've seen them even just make these super creative plays, whether they get picks or they get your Nexus all together. It feels like you can never know what V5 are going to be bringing out in a game and how they've caught so many of their opponents unaware.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we've got some clips of V5 as well because, I mean, there have been so many clips of V5 across the course of this split. There's so many creative plays. But this one, perfect example, right? BLG overextending in the bottom side, so Rookie using those Hex Gates to find a flank.
And this is the thing, right? This was a 2k gold lead for BLG in this series, but Rookie finds that creative play where he comes in behind them, finds that outnumber play as well, because he got so many members of V5 trying to like catch up. But this is why V5 have been so good, because a lot of their plays do rely on like Rookie and Karsa working together in synergy, but oftentimes it's trying to come in and make these fights super spread out, find these picks, find these skirmishes, so they can rely on the individual performers that they have. Rich stepped up massively for this team. One of his biggest detriments was his laning phase. He is now popping off in the laning phase, popping off in fights, and everything starts to come together for V5, as you can see, as we talk about the creativity with this backdoor against RNG for Karsa. This was just beautiful.
I mean, this was hilarious. And, you know, just for context on this clip, Karsa waited in that brush for a solid 90 seconds before making this play, dropping the ward for the TPs to come through, ended the game. And that was a long old game as well. You can see 46 minutes on the clock when they finished that one off. That was one of my favorite plays of the entire split, honestly. But it just shows that creativity that I don't know. There's not many teams that bring this kind of playmaking to the table that are willing to play a different style of League of Legends when the time calls.
But that's the thing. That's why we like when you look at V5, they've got these like incredibly long game times. Their average game time is like the third highest in the league because, well, whenever they do fall behind, they're so hard to just finish off. Yeah. They always seem to have like, oh, well, we got caught out because we thought they'd reset, but they hadn't, or they'd left this person in a funky angle and then they picked us off. You never know what V5 are going to bring. Even when you come into draft, they're all over the place as well. Yeah. So, yeah, it's super exciting to watch V5.
It's mental. I do want to jump onto that point of veterancy, though. We just saw that clip of Karsa on the screen, but he's up against TN today. Now, both of these junglers, I want to do a bit of a head-to-head, but not on statistics. We usually show you some in-game stats. I want to show you some accolades today, because Karsa and TN, both players of, you know, international caliber, but Karsa especially, his trophy cabinet is one of the greatest in the entire world, like rivaling Faker aside from all the worlds, you know. Yeah. Karsa not doing so hot at worlds, but domestically Karsa is an absolute monster. When you look at him versus TN, when you compare those trophy cabinets, I mean, TN won worlds, he's got worlds MVP, but comparatively to Karsa, it just looks like a very small cabinet.
Yeah. You're kind of looking at Karsa, who's got this like domestic accolades, whereas you're looking at TN, who's got these big international success. And I think that's why it's been so difficult to kind of like compare these two, because TN doesn't always have the best of times when you look at his regular split, but you've also got to look at like how he's been able to perform international at playoffs, because you can see there, like, he's got like that LPL final, but he's got that world championship, he's got that world finals MVP for TN as well. When you look at Carson, that domestic dominance, 3 LPL championships, 2 LPL splits that he's finished in that first place, but then even looking at like LMS, IEM, and that 2018 MSI championship with RNG, it just feels like you've got two junglers that are really looking to outperform each other. And I think this matchup in particular is going to spell a lot of our story of today's series.
Yeah, I feel like we had to slip in those IEMs. Not right at official tournaments, but when you're talking about Karsa, like, I feel like the fact that he won 3 IEMs, like, that shows the longevity of this player, right? Because it's been so, it's what, the last one was 2017 or something? That's 5 years ago. Yeah. He won 3 of them. So it gives you an idea of how long this guy has been dominating. He was part of the RNG almost Golden Road run in 2018 as well. I did skip a segment there, so I apologize to our production crew. We're going to jump back one, do a bit of a recap on what happened with Top Esports up against LNG. They were killing the chillin', if you will. Chillin' being the mythical beast in LNG's logo, in case you're not in the know. But Top Esports coming into that series, I don't think anyone was expecting them to dominate quite in the way that they did, because they trounced LNG.
And they did it in a very different style from what we've seen from Top Esports, even in the regular split and even from their playoff series so far, right? Like, what we've seen from Top Esports is, hey, we're going to enable Knight, we're going to push him off into a side lane, and what we're going to do from that point is have Knight, like, push side, group either with us mid, or, like, even group with Wayward in the side lane, look for quick picks and try and snowball the game that way. But Top Esports did their homework against LNG. They knew LNG were a team that loved to play side lanes. They want to play with Allah on a split pusher. So every opportunity they get, as you can see on your screen, they tried to group as this 5-man death ball, and it made it impossible for LNG to try and play their style, especially, you know, as we were talking about the junglers, TN linking up with Knight in the early stages to get control mid and then move off into those side lanes. And as well, Wayward bringing out something we didn't expect, seeing a ton of these tanks. The Malphite, his Gragas was insane. It was such a cool adaptation to see from Top Esports.
Yeah, it's honestly, Wayward is quickly becoming one of my favorite players in the league. You know, MVP of, or rookie of the split, and just consistently showing up. And the fact that he's showing up consistently in playoffs as well. But one thing I want to mention is, you know, Top Esports, they've got a Spartan helmet as their logo. You're saying the way that they won, grouping up as one single unit, reminds me of the 300 Spartans against the Persians. So maybe that could work for them today against V5. But the problem is there, V5 are more than willing to change the way they play as well. I feel like in this series specifically, both teams are so flexible in the way that they're willing to play the game that, you know, the normal rules of who wins draft and how you should play League of Legends, I feel like they don't even apply to these two teams.
Well, that's the thing. When you look at, like, V5's draft specifically, you've got, like, the junglers play the most unique champions. You've got the mid laners play the most unique champions. You've got the AD carry who's played the most unique champions. Like, you never know what to expect them. Karst has brought out things like the Vi. We've seen Rookie with a huge amount of them. And I think as well, like, especially for Rookie going up against Knight here today, the fact that you've got that unique champion pool, the ability to bring out a whole ton of these picks, is going to make it really difficult to try and make sure Knight has that good matchup.
That's going to be the big question, because I think we might have some very big mid matchups today. Let's look at Rookie versus now. You all know we're going to talk about this matchup. It's the most hype mid laner matchup in the whole LPL. But statistically speaking, it has to be said, Rookie kind of has a nice number.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Rookie stats here, like kills and assists of 15, first in the league, nearly 3 kills or at least assists in that regard. You look at the damage percent, is a little bit in favor of Knight though, and that's because a lot of what Top Esports wants to do is enable Knight to make sure he can be that big team fight carry for them. But looking at those champion pools on the side of your screen, you can see there's a lot of crossover there, right? The Ahri on both sides, super important for both these guys. Getting that priority mid, moving it to try and look for picks in the jungle with their respective junglers. You're looking at things like the Victor as well, trying to provide that big team fight damage. It feels like a lot of what Rookie and Knight like to do for their team is incredibly similar in these early stages of the game. So I think when you look at, like, again, this mid jungle for both teams, a lot of that focus is going to be on these two players right now to try and take over in that regard.
Yeah, it feels like so much is going to be how these two can play creatively in the game as well, right? How much they can be the playmakers for their teams, because it's not just going to be standard front-to-back fighting. I can promise you that. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be messy. And these two guys have the mechanical ability to make that happen. That's one of the most exciting things about this whole series to me, is when you look at all three lanes, like the AD carries both insane, the mid lane is both insane, the top lane is both insane. Like, we are going to see some insane mechanical plays across the course of today. But before we jump into talking about the actual games themselves, we are on that cusp. We need to talk about our predictions. And Dagda, I feel I may be slightly outnumbered on the predictions today.
Just a little bit, yeah. As you can see, Munchels is the only one that's gone the opposite direction. And look, I gotta say, look, I'll explain my side and then you can have your wrong opinion. But for V5, I think these guys have been absolutely insane. Like, you look at their consistency over the course of the split, there has been a few hiccups where they will, like, overextend in the mid game. But as we said, like, having that creativity to bring it back, it's so hard to just kill these guys, to, like, take a game off them. It really does feel like V5 kind of do what Top Esports want to do in the early stages, but at a better rate.
Yeah. I'm going to be totally honest with you. My head says V5, but my heart says Mojo. Top Esports are coming in. They're on a roll. They've got the momentum in the bracket. They've already taken down 2 teams. And I would argue that they were the underdog against LNG if you were just looking at regular split performances. And yet, here they are in the double elim. They're going to take on Rookie and the gang. I just feel it. I just feel that the mojo is going to make it. And also, they've had a bit of extra time to prep for this as well.
True.
So plenty of time to get used to the meta.
And also, just as you say, like the fact you've got like a little bit of an extra leeway into this game means you've got to practice a bit more in the patch. Like a lot of times, what you'll see is like teams come in and have like an idea of what they think is strong or an idea of what they want to run, but because you don't actually have competitive time on the patch, you don't see, oh, well, maybe there's an answer to this. Maybe it doesn't quite work in competitive, or maybe like scrims are a little bit more chaotic, so they work there, but they don't work on the main stage. So I think there is a lot to be said about having that extra bit of time to actually play series in a playoff patch to get situated.
It's been said time and time again by pro players that like the scrims versus on-stage experience are totally different games. Like the more games you get on stage, the better your team is going to end up, in theory at very least. So definitely something to be said for top esports there. The one downside to that argument is the majority of V5's roster are veterans.
Yeah.
So I feel like Rookie and Casa, they've got a reasonable amount of stage experience behind their belts. I'm not sure they're going to be too worried about stepping onto
the problem
stage.
is as well, like the two guys that are like, you know, Photic and PP God, they're, well, relatively newer guys or the relative rookies in comparison. It's basically the same meta down there. So it's like the other lanes that are at least anyway different.
And also, I don't think they're even going to be stepping onto stage today because Shanghai's locked down.
True.
So
Yeah.
maybe the stage factor doesn't even come into the conversation. I do actually want to talk about the supports, though. You mentioned them quickly there. Like, the support matchup is actually a really interesting one. This is the crazy thing about this. I feel like you could pick any of the matchups, and it's an exciting one. But Mark versus PP God, for me, is a really curious matchup because I feel like these are two players that are desperate to prove themselves. I mean, Mark's career, he's bounced around the LPL like a ping-pong ball. I mean, the guy made it to Worlds on LGD. I feel like everyone forgets that guy went to Worlds on that LGD squad. 3-3 in the round robin in the end. But I feel like he's consistently been, like, not able to prove himself. He's been very, very aggressive, but quite often criticized for that. But then on top esports, I feel like that's exactly what Jackie Love needed. But he also has that experience and that shot calling to bring to the table, those intangibles that make him work on top esports. And on the other side, PP God, sort of a similar story in terms of playstyle where often very aggressive, often criticized for that over-aggression, but it feels like he's come into his own on V5 as well.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It feels like it's kind of like trying to find a home for Mark, whereas PP God has found his home on V5, right? Because when you look at Mark, as you say, being bounced around, but also like not exactly finding his stride, right? We looked at him on that LGD roster, and oftentimes we're like, look, he's playing things like the Leona, he's trying to be this big engage tool for the team, but the engages are inconsistent. They're not really there. Abilities are being missed at crucial moments, but now that we've kind of seen him take a step back, kind of have a bit of time to practice, he's come on to top esports, and he's been far more consistent, and also like a little bit different as well, because when we looked at him on his time in LGD, like we'd see him kind of having to stick down, or sorry, kind of roam away from the bot lane because Kramer was going to be on Ezreal. Like, let's be realistic, Kramer was only going to play Ezreal at every point in time. Yeah, true, yeah. But realistically, it was about trying to move around the map and make sure that you were going to be, having impact elsewhere. But now, what we're actually getting to see is that Mark can be dominant in that 2v2 alongside Jackie Love, set Jackie Love up and kind of play with that very different AD carry and having that much more aggressive style. Whereas when you look across at like PP God and you're looking across at Photic, these guys had to kind of do the opposite, where instead of getting more aggressive in lane, they kind of had to tune it back a little bit, because in the early stages you kind of see them just coin flip lane. Like, it was like, hey, look, we're going to go for these hyper aggressive plays. If we win because we can play off strong mechanics, phenomenal, we're going to be great. If not, well, then the entire lane phase is done and it's over. So I'm glad that we're kind of getting both kind of the more consistent but still aggressive bot lane, because it does feel like you're going to have just fireworks down there.
It does. And honestly, even like, because people talk about the bot lane and often go to Jinx versus Felios every game with a little bit of Zeri in there, never going to see anything, blah, blah, blah. It's not quite true in the LPL, because first off, you already mentioned Photic, widest AD carry champion pool of anyone in the whole split. But second off, even with Jinx and Aphelios, we still get fights every single level 2. We still get skill checks all the time at the bottom side. We still get 2v2 kills pretty much every single game. So it feels like those 2v2s are going to be tested.
And it's Photic and Jackie Love. Like, Jackie Love replaced Photic on top esports. Then Photic had to go back to the LPL, reprove that he was a top caliber AD carry, then got introduced to the LPL this split, has been popping the hell off. His mechanics are on point. His team fighting has been great. And now he gets to go up against his old like the guy who replaced him. That rivalry is there. So you know both these guys are going to want to make sure that they're popping off at every point they can.
I love how many of those kinds of stories exist in this matchup specifically, because it's the same with Carcer, right? He's up against not only his old teammates, but also against Tien, who replaced Carcer on this roster. But then you got Rookie versus Jackie Love, both IG World Champions in 2018, now up against each other. It feels like the amount of intrinsic stories, because we have so many veterans on this squad, like they've all played together, they've all played on different teams or against each other so many times that it almost feels like a family reunion on the Rift.
And that's the thing is, like, you've now got to look at, well, they're going to know tendencies. They're going to know play styles. Like, and as we said, like, I feel like a lot of this, because you just mentioned the junglers there, a lot of this is going to be a case of, like, who can kind of establish control in that jungle. Because what we'll see a lot of the times from Karsa specifically is, like, 4 minutes into the game, we're going to start, like, pushing with Rookie and look to establish vision. And they'll often trade that for, like, dragon control. Like, their first dragon rate kind of sucks because they're just like, hey, we don't care about the first one. We'll get every other one after that. But what we need to do is establish ourselves in the enemy jungle first, so we can spot out where the opponent is, what map movements they're trying to do, like, keep our lane safe so we can play through our 3 strong lanes, but know when we can play aggressive. But when you look across the top esports, oftentimes that's what they want to do as well, right? They want to have Knight push in. Tien will look for these invades, especially if there's, like, he's on Lee Sin versus a Viego. He wants to try and find that duel. So it feels like so much of it is going to come down to how this jungle matchup works.
Well, we'll find out, Dagda, because we're in to pick some bans. It's game number 1 of V5 versus Top Esports, and we'll have a little drinking game as well for everyone at home. For every time that me or Dagda says IG during this series, take a shot, because there's a very real chance that we make that mistake. Zaya, Renata, Tryndamere being the bans from V5. Not the bans you would have expected, but that's a Hecarim for Karsa. 100% win rate over 7 games on that Hecarim.
And it's just the strongest pick on the patch at the moment. Like, Hecarim does struggle a little bit in the early stages, but as long as you can get him past, like, level 1 to level 3, he's going to be able to just clear fine. He'll be able to come in at level 6, and he's so good at ganking this mid lane as well, especially if you're playing these kind of more control mages or immobile mages in the mid lane. You have to be so careful. Aphelios, though, probably going to be taken for Jackie Love here. Since the nerfs to Jinx on this patch, Aphelios actually manages to kind of win out in the level 1 to 3 an awful lot of the time, because he's got that caliber and can use that range. So you're setting up for a strong bot lane, and Tien used to be synonymous with Viego. I wouldn't be surprised to see that, but I would actually prefer if you went for something like the Trundle. Trundle does very well in these early skirmishes against the Hecarim. You can go for a lot of these early ganks, and as well, when you get to that later portion of the game, if you're just going to launch yourself in as the Hecarim, you have to be so careful, because you're going to get all those stats stolen away, but he's going to go for Viego.
He certainly is. Now, I want to mention a pick that is open. Obviously, the Jinx gets picked up. The Orianna is what I was going to bring up, because this is another 100% win rate pick. Orianna, 9 games for Rookie, 9 wins on the board. And this combo of the Orianna Hecarim is so powerful as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Like, the ability when you hit that level 6 to, 1, speed up the Hecarim, which is phenomenal for his damage, but the ability to shield him, set up with the Orianna ult, it's going to be so strong. So I want to see what Knight's going to go for here. Looks like he's going to go back towards the Syndra, and if we're looking at picks that are synonymous with them, Knight Syndra has been so incredibly strong. And I know Lyric is probably sitting at home watching this, because he has been shouting for Syndra so often in these playoffs, but one of the few players that is willing to bring it out is Knight.
And, I mean, Knight is synonymous with Syndra, as you said. Rookie Orianna, Karsa's on the... I mean, it's literally just signature picks of the split. Aside from Knight, who really hasn't played Syndra as much this split, but historically he has. So, very exciting so far. Aurelia banned off the board.
Yeah, it feels like to me here that V5 are trying to either opt in for some sort of Jace pick, or maybe look for the Gnar as well, because you definitely are setting up for a big team fight wombo here, right? So a Gnar, I think, would fit really well for V5. Aurelia taken off the board. Maybe we'll see a Jace ban here as well, and they'll see if they can take that away, but Wayward always the option to just go for that. But it does feel to me like Top Esports, you're going to take your support next, rather than looking at some sort of like support counter pick on your 5th pick.
Yeah, I am really curious what V5 are going to go for up in that top side. Obviously, banning that Tryndamere, you have to remember that Graves has been Rich's most picked champion across the course of the split. 90% win rate over 10 games as well for Rich there. So possibly could be the blind pick for him. And I'm curious then where Wayward goes with that, because again, as you say, another top lane ban.
Yeah, it really does feel like you're kind of looking at the NAR, like everything kind of is syncing up to be like, hey, we really want to try and get this pick. And that is kind of the most blind pickable, but again, I feel like for top esports, you take something like the Nautilus here, kind of set yourself up nicely in that bottom lane, and then you can always go for that counter pick, because I think Wayward has been a player that has done incredibly well when he gets that counter pick. We've seen him like solo kill the Shy, solo kill some of the best top laners that we have when he's able to have comfort and have that counter pick for the top side.
Looks like the Graves will be locked in. We talked about it for Rich already, so that's going to be comfort there. We just need the support, and it will just be, by the looks of things, the Nautilus-Leona handshake. It's been standard for 3 years at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a strong pick, and also it just gives a little bit more control for PP God in that bottom side of the map, because you're actually the winning side of that matchup, right? In that bot lane, you add more engage to your already strong front line for V5, and you've got a ton of burst that can come out incredibly quickly, but also when you look at it, like, you're trying to see if you can get some sort of priority in that bot lane. Leona going to help out, and kind of help Carson a little bit, and being able to sneak in, get that early vision control that V5 like to play around.
Alright, well, the final lock-in is a Kennen for Wayward, which is interesting because we have yet to see Wayward play Kennen in the LPL. This will be a test for him, bringing it out in playoffs round 4. This is going to be hype.
And this is something that Wayward's been so good at, right? Like we saw the Gragas for the first time in their last series against LNG. Now we're seeing the Kennen for the first time as well from him in this series now. So I've got to give a shout out to Wayward. He's been so good at like finding multiple different styles and champions that he can try and play through. And when you're looking at V5, who very much are kind of like the short range with the Graves, the Hecarim, Kennen just fits perfectly in there because you get to buy space for Jackie Love when that big engage comes through and make sure he's going to be safe, and trying to essentially have this like ability to bounce back or re-engage off of the setup that V5 are going to be going for.
Yeah, it feels like we have two teams here that are going to be willing to go head-to-head.
Who would have thought?
That is exactly what I wanted out of this series. So looking holistically at these teams then, Dagda, how are we anticipating this early game to go? Because I feel like there's a lot of different directions that things can go when you've got things like Viego and Hecarim in the mix.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? Like, what we've actually seen a lot from teams globally is when you get a Hecarim in the game, try and go for some level 1 shenanigans, right? The best time to shut down Hecarim is in these early stages. And when you've got a Syndra, when you've got a Nautilus, when you've got, like, a lot of these champions that can do relatively well in the level 1, we could potentially see top esports go for some sort of early shenanigans at level 1 and see if they can make it happen. Otherwise, I think you've got a strong mid-jungle here for top esports they can try and play through with the Viego and the Syndra and see if they can try and get their own game plan rolling and shut down Carson in these early stages.
Okay, looking to shut down Carson for top esports in the early game. We'll see if there are going to be any level 1 shenanigans, but Dagda, we're jumping into game number 1. It's round 4 of our playoffs. After a big delay, we're finally on to the Rift. This has been weeks in the making, but V5 and top esports will be taking each other on in a full best of 5. I know a lot of people have been waiting a long time to see this series, and it's actually the Hecarim making the level 1 place as Karsa goes for a solo invade, gets a ward down. Him and Tien trading heavily. He was trying to look juicy. He's trying to pull them in. It's not going to work.
Now, you can see people from top esports have started to roam up. They're thinking maybe, just maybe, but at least you get that early vision control. And again, this is what we're talking about with Karsa, like something he really likes to establish in those early stages, because it kind of dictates a lot of what V5 want to do. Be able to go, right, you know, Tien going to start on top side, right, maybe he's going to go down to the bot side. So maybe Photic and PP God in this instance will actually just go, right, we're going to just let Jackie Love and Mark push in. Then we can actually have Karsa try and play up towards Rich on the top side. Maybe look for some sort of early play mid, because one of the things that we often see is with a Hecarim, like trying to use the Ghost to get into mid lane to make those plays, but look at Karsa's summoner spells. He's gone for the Ignite. He's not actually going for the Ghost that we traditionally see. He's kind of a bit worried about top esports looking for these engages, looking for these early skirmishes in his jungle. So he's taking the Ignite to go, right, I need a little bit of extra help if Tien is going to be in my face.
But it also means he's going to be a bit aggressive himself as well, right? When I see that Ignite, I think this guy's going to get into the lane. This guy's going to try and influence these matchups. And already, matchup getting a little bit spicy in this bottom side. Heavy trade from Mark and Jackie Love, and it means PP God might have to be a little bit cautious. But this is standard fare. It will be the Jinx winning priority, and actually an all-in the bottom side. Ignite onto PP God. Jackie Love low, using the cleanse already. Heavy trades. This is what we promised you. Action in the bottom lane, despite the meta.
We thought it'd be level 2 at least, right? We're just getting a level 1. They're like, hey, we can make this happen. And especially when you've got the Glacial Augment on both sides. If PP God can land the Zenith Blade, it just sets up so well for Photic to be able to follow up. And now Tien already, as you can see, like trying to get that vision control in, make sure that he can see where Karsa is starting. But because Karsa started by himself on the top side, he's going to be much slower when it comes to the ability to have a strong clear, right? You can already look at his mana, look at his health, because you try to like duo clear both the blue and the Gromp at the same time, but it makes it incredibly slow because your Q is for those AoE camps, not for these like single target camps.
And luckily for Karsa, he did start on those chickens, right? So Tien went for that vision, but he also, I think, was trying to get those chickens, so only gets a ward basically, and you can see the CS disparity between the two junglers off the back of that. Now Karsa can go over to his red buff. Heavy trading in the mid lane, but both playing it safe. The Syndra-Orianna matchup, not going to be the most aggressive during the laning phase.
Well, I mean, if you're the Syndra, you're trying to get as much damage down as possible. You probably see the early Merc threads come through from Rookie, which is where it kind of stabilizes this matchup a little bit. But certainly just because of the CC that Knight provides, and also how good, I suppose, the Syndra is at both pushing the wave with the Dark Spheres and trying to get that like extra damage off onto the champion as well. You need to index into this early magic resist and just make sure that Knight isn't setting up for Tien to try and make some plays in the mid lane. But Rookie has been exceptional pretty much all split long of like absorbing the pressure that teams put towards that mid lane, because they know Rookie's been a monster all split long and people want to try and shut this guy down early.
I feel like when we talk about these junglers, we always talk about Karsa as this player that tries to influence the lanes, right? Tries to deny the enemy jungles attempts on the lanes. Well, Tien, all he's done this game is try and influence the lanes. He's been hovering around mid for most of the game. He's going into mid again as Rookie has to back away here. You saw him hovering around bot as well just a moment ago. It feels like Tien is desperate to influence these laning phases.
I will say, though, it's actually a really nice just transitional gank here for Tien, right? Like, gets that bottom scuttle. By showing himself in mid, he's actually given Knight the opportunity to freeze this wave a little bit. And look at Rookie's mana. He's not actually able to do too much, but Rich might be caught out.
He does have his flash available. There's going to be a little zap coming out from Wayward, but again, Tien now, he's doing the whole around the world in 80 days. He's visited every single lane at least once already.
Yeah, he was hoping that he could help get that freeze for Wayward in the top side as well, but that wave did crash in, so Rich actually going to get that cheetah recall. Well, never mind, he's going to TP up. I was going to say, could get the cheetah recall and just walk back to lane, but you can see already, like, a lot of what Tien is trying to do, even if he can't get in to actually get a kill in the lane, is try and set up like things like the freeze that we're seeing in this mid lane for Knight, trying to see if he can just buy a little bit of space for his lanes, because as we get to the kind of the midpoint of the game where you're looking at these first, second, third dragons, it feels like top esports with their composition should be really set up to try and find these quick fights and skirmishes that can carry them into a later portion of the game.
So is that who we're looking at for this first dragon that has just spawned onto the map there? Top esports going to be the ones with the priority?
It definitely feels like it, as...
Oh my days, Knight is trying to find a solo kill, but Karsa's here. Gets a knockback onto Knight, who is forced to flash under his tower. Summoner burnt there. Now the bottom lane as well, as Gravitum is there. Mark going for it. Ignite popped onto PP God. Again, aggressive 2v2 here, but good attempt in the mid lane from Knight, but it ends up only costing him a summoner.
Yeah, didn't realize that Karsa was going to be in the bush, so really nice job there, and was forced to flash, knowing Karsa had that ignite. If he took more damage, he would have been out of the equation, but as you can see here, top esports going right. We've got push in bot side, we have that kind of kerfuffle in mid, but Knight's TPing back in. He'll have priority there, and we'll be all fine and dandy. But this is what we're talking about for top esports, right? Like, Jackie Love, because of the changes to Jinx, will actually have pressure in this bot side, and as well, Knight, you can see forcing those early Merc threads out of Rookie. This is where you're going to be able to play through that strong mid and bot side to try and find these early skirmishes. But my biggest question is, in 2 minutes time, like, do we just get a full rotation from top esports towards this Rift Herald? Because it's not what they traditionally do, but I think finding any sort of fight right now is great for them.
With the strength they have as well, because look at the CS deficit in that bottom side. Yeah. 51 CS to 27. And obviously Photic is about to sweep up a huge wave here, so it will be mitigated somewhat. But that's still going to be at least a 10 CS lead, right? That's a big advantage this early on in the laning phase. And we'll see if that will lead to anything. Jackie Love now with a Noon Quiver and boots off of that recall. Looks like, at least for now, he's going to return to the bottom lane, but Herald up in 1 minute and 15.
Yeah, but I think this says a lot about, like, the evolution that we've seen from Jackie Love and Mark, right? We talked about Mark needing to be a bit more aggressive in lane. Well, it's popping off now, and now that you have that control on bot side, Mark can start to link up with Tien and see if they can put that pressure onto Karsa and Rookie.
Rookie trying to get a Q onto the crab there, but won't be able to find it. As Tien gets that vision off the dragon area, he just has to back away on this one. So, we kind of reset for a second, and it has been... it's been a weird early game, right, Doctor? Because I want to say it's been quiet. It hasn't really been quiet necessarily.
It's been a lot
just
of
no
nerlies.
actual kills.
Yeah, a lot of nerlies, a lot of almost happenings, but maybe we get it with Knight with no flash.
Oh, Shockwave comes in. Karsa on the players on. Knocks Knight away. But remember, as you said, no flash available. First blood for Karsa.
That was so well done by Rookie. The fade away Shockwave just about managing to clip Knight, which meant the Karsa could get in. But again, this is what we said. This mid lane matchup is going to be so crucial, and now you're getting these advantages for Karsa and Rookie. They're going to start looking to see if they can push in, get that vision in the enemy jungle, and try to shut down TN, who, as we already said, has been trying to make these plays happen so consistently, but just hasn't quite been able to find that impact in the lane.
You know, we were talking about the fact that Knight had no flash in context of Karsa, but actually against an Orianna, it's huge. If you don't have a mobility spell and you don't have flash, that Shockwave is going to hit you every single time, especially if it's Rookie doing the Shockwave.
And it's level 6, right? Like, Orianna becomes so good at level 6. Like, that's kind of the ticking time bomb for her in this mid-jungle duo, especially with Hecarim as well, that level 6 hit. And we were already asking about the Herald. Well, it's going the way of V5.
Our question has been answered, right? No opportunity to do the big roams. Although we say that, Mark is here. JackeyLove's still on the bottom side, but PP God is still in that bottom lane as well. So actually, Top Esports, man advantage on the top side of the map. You can see Wayward shoving a big wave in there as well. So this should actually be Top Esports on there.
Yeah, nicely done. And again, this is the advantage you can buy with the advantages that JackeyLove has, right? Because PP God has to stay in bot lane to help shove that wave, because if Mark is in a bush, Photic is so exposed to a play from JackeyLove and Mark. So PP God stays in bot, Top Esports get to move to Rift Herald, and at least now you can start to try and buy back a little bit of space here for Top Esports, because I'd love to actually try and see them use this bot side, but maybe V5 are going to try and shut that down as they try to cross map here.
They're going to try JackeyLove, both summoners, same for Mark here. Could this be a dive or just a blue buff steal? It might just be a steal though, because you can see Knight and TN both moving over. I'm not sure this would be a wise play from V5. And one thing we have to credit V5 for, like, they do have a fair bit of mojo on their team. They've got some strong players that, you know, are definitely willing to make aggressive plays, but V5 are not a team that are known for making these coin flip dives happen. They're a very intelligent team, and it feels like when V5 are making a play, they've figured out the correct play.
I will say that's in the early stages, because we get to mid-game and they're just like, well, we see a person, therefore we are running at them. So we'll have to see, but Rookie might get caught out here.
Yeah, will back away, has the dissonance to keep himself safe there. It looks like it's going to be resets in that bottom lane as well. I kind of want to retake stock of the situation, because that CS advantage in the bottom lane still maintaining in favor of JackeyLove. And I feel like we need to kind of talk a little bit about scaling and how these two teams are going to interact in the mid game, because, you know, we've got two scaling AD carries, we've got these top laners that both love a bit of a team fight for themselves. How are you anticipating this mid game to go?
So if we're able to kind of stick at the current pace, which I think is rightfully fair, a bit slow for this, but I think Top Esports should be relatively okay in the mid game, right? Like, you just get the affiliate spikes earlier. Syndra is just super good in the mid game, and you've even got the Kennen as well, who kind of spikes off those two items with the Shadow Flame coming through, or even the Void Staff second. So I feel like for Top Esports, like, finding fights at this dragon that's about to come up are going to be perfect. Whereas when you look at V5, you kind of want Photic to hit 3 items, you're looking at Rookie to hit 3 items. So as we teeter over into the later portion of the game, the fact you kind of have these like 2 big tanky members in Karsa and PP God would just make the team fight a little bit easier. So I really do think that Top Esports, while they haven't been able to find like kills or the impact that they really want, I think they're still doing the correct things, which is like setting themselves up with these dragons for these mid-game fights.
And crucially, Top Esports so far in the early game, as you said, first dragon, they got that Herald as well, which we'll see where TN ends up putting that. But they're looking for another Drake here. There's TN and Knight just back off of the reset. They'll be fresh with items here. PP God pulled in, but Mark will walk away, at least for now. Karsa's trying to make the play, but Mark flashes out. Looks like Top Esports managing to at least maintain presence in the river, but V5 really want this Drake.
They're just teasing us. I mean, they're so close to every spell hitting, but not quite now. JackeyLove.
Oh, flash out from JackeyLove. I thought PP God had found him then, but V5 with a flash out from the enemy AD carry. Maybe this is the opportunity, as Karsa should be able to burn this down, but TN maybe wants to try and smite fight this. They're toying with the idea, but they're not going to go for it, and now they're feared into the fight. Shockwave from Rookie is gorgeous. The Infernum does damage, but nowhere near enough. And V5 will fall on the ball.
Oh, Top Esports just needed to leave. they'd already gone for these super late resets, so when they try to come into River, V5 have already established themselves, and especially in that situation where Knight was still trying to push the mid lane, you can't leave yourselves as a sitting duck for Karsa. He just pounces, and V5, just like that, they pick up their 3 kills.
You know, we saw Mark have to use his flash, we saw Jaculov have to use his flash, and then they all funneled into a choke while Rookie just laughed maniacally, presses Shockwave and wins the fight. Absolutely beautiful.
And this is what we're talking about for the mid jungle, right? Like, this combo with Hecarim and Orianna is so damn strong when you're able to get it off, and they set themselves up beautifully, right? Trying to come through this choke point. Look at where Knight is. He's so far away, so Karsa's like, cool, brilliant. No flash Jaculov, no flash Mark, we just burnt them. Well, let's just go for it. Especially when you've got the Super Mega Death Rocket coming over the top of it. It's the 1-2-3 combo that just takes them down.
Now, the Herald was used in that mid lane by the looks of things. No idea if Knight was able to get any of the credit for that gold. Perhaps could get an auto in, but unfortunately couldn't see. So we'll have to find out later on how things are going in terms of the gold. But when you're looking at the scoreboard, we've been talking all game about how far ahead Jaculov has been in the CS department. Well, it doesn't matter. The CS is evened up. And Photic has 2 kills and an assist.
Kraken Slayer as well.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer already finished. Rookie 0-0-4 so far. 2-0-2 on Karsa as well. Like, V5, we keep on saying how they get their leads in the early game. Well, they've damn well secured it.
I mean, but this is like just been unfortunate for top. They just haven't been able to get in like they'd want to. And Rich now, maybe this victim.
Oh, locked up. Tien is here as well. Rich is surely going to go down. Nearly gets wayward. Fair play to him, but ultimately it's a 2v1. Tien finally gets a kill on the board for top esports. V5 want to answer.
Wait a sec.
Not especially sure. Wait, the reset, is he? No, too early, too early. That was a fair shot, though, from Photic, trying to hit him on the fountain.
Yeah, trying to see if he could get wayward, but wasn't quite able to. V5, though, still trying to see if they can look for the play on the opposite side of the map. And this is what we talk about with V5, being so good at, like, playing off of what's happening on the map, right? You instantly see, hey, Tien's top side, right, 4 members. Instantly on this bottom side to try and push top esports off the spot lane turret. And even though, as we said, like, Photic was shut down early, but he's got these early kills, he's now going to tire turret plates to himself as well. Photic's going to be massively accelerated in this game.
He's got the kills, he's got the turret plates, and remember that CS lead, it's literally flipped around. It's literally opposite to what it was off the back of this passage of play. So really smart play coming out from V5. And as you can see, almost 3,000 gold ahead in this game. That is absolutely mental. At 14 minutes in round 4 of playoffs, V5, they're just dismantling top esports on sheer macro alone.
They're just so good.
They are pretty good at League of Legends.
It's like, I watch this and just like, it's like this beautiful dance across the rift where you just like, they get these little instructions where like TN is, and they're like, all right, cool, now we all flow down to the bottom side of the map. Hey, look, we burnt Jaculov's flash, we burnt Mark's flash. Cool, now we can make a play. And if you can see here, Tien is trying to see if he can make this impact in the mid lane, but all this vision control that's kind of been pushed in on the bottom side, the fact that Karsa like stole away all these camps on the bottom half of the map, means that they already know Tien has to be on top lane, so as long as we lean to the bot side, we're going to be fine. Now, V5, with the advantages that they have, will pick up second Rift Herald. What can top do on the bottom?
Yeah, there's a bit of a scuffle around this red buff, but I don't think top esports have actually committed. I think Rich actually picked up that red buff in the end, if I'm not mistaken. I guess we're never going to look. We'll never find out. This will be a mystery for the ages. But I want to talk about that, what you just brought up there with V5 always having a correct answer. I was chatting to Lyric a couple of days ago about what he thought about this matchup. And one of the compliments he said for V5 is the way that they play is so often feels like they have a really wide playbook. It feels like they've drilled all of these situations. And when you see the jungler in the top side, it's like, okay, this is play C19.
Turn your book to page
exactly.
7. Yeah.
They've got a pre-orchestrated plan for this situation, and it feels like they pull it off so beautifully.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the results, right? Like we said, hey, top esports all along have been like, hey, you've got the stronger ability to play through mid jungle, at least levels 1 to 5. You've got a really strong AD carry here, at least in the matchup, to try and look for early dragons. But V5, because they're kind of like that one page or one step ahead of you, oftentimes are able to just go, right, like, we got to dragon first, we win these fights. We are now running down to your bot side because Tien got a kill top, which means you actually end up losing out on your bot side of the map. It's like these little trades that they're so effective of that make sure they're either going even with the aggressive play from their opposition or oftentimes just pulling out ahead.
It's absolutely insane when you look at it. When you look at just statistically this V5 squad, are an absolute monster. But Drake is up onto the map once again. PP God with a shockwave onto Knight, forced to flash. And again, before the dragon comes up, we see V5 force summoners out of top esports.
And they've already got the Rift Herald mid as well, so this gains the priority. You've already actually have Rich just soloing out the dragon himself. So V5, just as long as they keep this pressure here, should be totally fine to get dragon and then move on with their lives. Wayward has the TP in top side, but you can see for top esports, they're like, look, we ain't going to win this. We got to trade something here.
Yeah, and you can see Rich just goes to the Drake, so the top lane can grab the Drake while the rest of the team grabs the mid lane tower. And Wayward, as you say, he'll be up in the top side, but you know, he's an AP cannon anyway, so he doesn't exactly have significant side lane threat right now. It feels like V5, they're just getting absolutely everything they want.
And this was my biggest worry for top. I think TN has had a really coin flip kind of performance in the regular split, and not being able to find the impacts that he wanted to on Viego in the early stages means that you just don't really have the ability to like take over in the map, right? Like, at least when you're Karsa, you've got this big owl Hecarim. If you start to fall behind, you still have moments where you can use the Onslaught of Shadows in team fights. You can still have a use. Now, I will say TN has a Divine Sunder. He's not going to be completely out of it, but your ability to actually fight as TN when you're behind on Viego is really hard to do because people just don't go low enough for you to take advantage of your passive and find those resets in fights.
Yeah, it feels like this is, I mean, you're talking about the resets for Viego. The whole team from top esports, it feels like all or nothing in the fights, right? If you started off strong, if you get a big cannon ult, if the, you know, the Infernum can come on through out from Jackal, or Knight can get an ult on someone, it all starts to snowball. But if you don't have the damage, if you don't quite make it happen, it's doomed.
Well, it might still be doomed for top because V5 really starting to put pressure into this top side. And this is something you see a lot from V5 where they just go, right, like, we're stronger. Here is all of our vision situated in one quadrant, and they will just continuously look for picks, look to push you out. And even if they don't like get kills, they're still stealing away your top side camps every single time, so TN ends up falling further behind. Suddenly you don't have pressure to try and move from your mid to protect your top, as you can see here. Well, okay, cool, we're going to stick Rookie in a side lane, he's going to push in, and we can just rotate faster to this top side. And this is where top esports are really going to struggle, because as you say, they're very much kind of a, hey, we're going to blow people up very quickly with this combo. But I mean, you've got like Rookie with Merc Threads, you've got plenty of MR that's coming, and Karsa is chasing top esports down.
Yeah, he's trying to find that opportunity. He won't find it, at least for the time being. There's Baron up onto the cards in 45 seconds, and we know both of these teams, given a window, are more than willing to pull the trigger on an objective like that. But look at this PP God moving forwards very aggressively. Good stun out from Knight. He won't actually buy any space. He gets the stun, he's like, okay, that's all I've got.
I think that did 3 damage. I think that was the grand total.
Oh, Onslaught of Shadows with the shockwave. 2 of them found. Tian zips over the wall, but Knight won't be so lucky. V5, I mean, they're just unstoppable. They just find an opportunity and they die.
So how's that the mojo looking over there?
Look, I'm going to be totally honest with you, Daddy. The mojo's non-existent so far. I'm hoping that comes in game 3 or something, because I'm not even sure if they've had their morning coffee yet.
Yeah, I mean, but this is why I was kind of looking at this matchup going, it feels like V5 are just a better version of top esports, right? So, like, they play very similar. Like, Tien and Knight want to be the strong mid jungle. They want to use that to have Tien invade and look for skirmishes. But when you see how well orchestrated V5 are at, like, stopping top esports from getting the advantages that they need to make those plays happen, when they're consistently cross-mapping, when they're over-indexing into or overloading one side of the map, it becomes really difficult for you to not get separated so Karsa can make plays like this. And again, it's just about finding these picks with the mid jungle, with that Rookie and Karsa combo.
I feel like we need to nickname this combo, right? It's the Shockwave of Shadows is what it is. Because that's twice they've done that this game. The Onslaught of Shadows comes in, there's Shockwave over the top of it, and whoever doesn't have a flash is just wiped off of the Rift. I'm so excited to see more of that. I want to see a 5-man Shockwave of Shadows.
I will say, it doesn't really work if it's like the Onslaught of Waves. Like, it just, he kind of goes a bit flat on that one, but yeah, I like it. I like it because realistically, I feel like this is a combo we're going to see a lot, especially if V5 are going to progress into the rest of our playoffs, because it's something that they've run pretty consistently in the regular split as well. Even if you're not able to get the big advantage that you need pre-6, again, like V5 is a team that like first 3 to 4 minutes aren't exactly the most active, but you can see the second that they do get these advantages, they start to run amok all over the map, grouping up as this 4-man death ball, and just kind of letting Rich play with side lanes. Like, that's why he has such a low kill participation on this team, because he catches sides while the rest of V5 group up and look to make it happen.
Oh, hook from Mark. There's a stun to follow it up. It's all onto PP God. Now Mark's the target, flashes away, keeps himself safe. The rocket goes wide. Depth charge onto Karsa. A lot of cooldowns from both sides. Not much achieved.
20 seconds though until the Dragon. Like, the ultimate from Mark is kind of your big engage tool on top esports. As maybe it's actually going to be turned back around. Rookie trying to see if you can find folks there, but once they know that Mark's ultimate, the depth charge, is down, they can go aggressive, because Wayward is going to be more of like that, hey, I'm going to sit on top of Jackie Love and Knight and buy space them with that ult. But if you got to use that aggressive, well, Carson Rookie just go for the back line.
So, yeah, that's kind of my question, honestly, Dagda, because at this point we're going to see V5 pick themselves up the Dragon Soul, which Hextech Soul as well. This is a powerful soul to work with, but it does mean there are portals onto the map. We've got a Kennen in the game. Perhaps that's the mojo window that we've been looking for Top Esports to be able to find that big combo.
And I'd love to see it, right? It feels like we haven't got much out of Top Esports this game, but something that V5 have always excelled at is like finding those picks before the fight happens. And that's what we've kind of seen in this game as well, is like they're finding those picks in the jungle before you actually get to fight. I mean, look at that vision control on the bottom side. Like, how do you try and wiggle in that jungle without V5 spotting you?
It's all around Rich, right? And just look at his scoreboard. 0-1-0 with a bounty. And that says everything you need to know about the way V5 play around their top laner, right? He is not going to be involved in the fights a lot of the time, but he's doing so much on them.
And the thing is, it's like set up for Rich, right? But they're actually going to start to transition that fully onto the bottom side. Or sorry, onto this top side now. Because it's basically a case of like, they will just overload one point of the map with vision control and sacrifice everything else. The vision control for V5 in general is actually super low. They're like 14th in the league for how many wards they just put on the map, or like how much vision they actually remove from the map. But when you look at V5 in general, it's because they're so well at playing around these little pockets of vision that they set up that Top Esports are struggling.
Oh, Caster's found them, but it's going to be ult out from TN. There's the Onslaught Shadows coming on through. The ball is there, two-man Shockwave. Caster's already gone down, but he'll be answered for. Mark with the Zhonya's, but it's not enough. And now Jackie Love chased by PP God. Rookie trying to follow up. That's a huge stun out from Knight. Jackie Love flashes away, but he goes down anyway. And Photic once more. He wants a third, but it's Rich with a shotgun blast from the heavens. V5, 9-2 as they look towards Baron.
Top Esports trying to run out the back door to escape, but they just run into the barrel of a shotgun. V5 now, no jungler, but still feeling good to try and go for this Baron now. I'd be very surprised if Wayward can get in here to steal, but God, V5, they are just so good at finding these picks every single time in those jungle opportunities.
And I feel like this Hecarim is such a good pick for this team, right? Because it means Karsa, when he finds that moment, can just go for it. The rest of the team is totally on board. They're happy to follow up. And you can see Photic flashing aggressively in these fights. He fits in so well with this team.
It's really funny, though, because like when you look at Karsa, right, I 100% agree the Hecarim is phenomenal, but Karsa has like the third highest kill participation on this team. And it's because of moments like this. He's like, look, my life for ire. I'm going to give my life here so others may rise up to the occasion. And he'll only get the like kill participation the first two, but he sets up for the rest of those kills. And this is why V5 have just found such a good formula. And like why they are our best placed team at the moment in the LPL. And I mean, realistically, at least my favorite for trying to take the entire tournament.
Yeah, I honestly think that, you know, V5 are the favorite for winning the whole tournament. I think.
Yeah, you could have voted for them.
I could have voted for them, but I went with my heart. And you know, we saw a little glimmer of that mojo in that fight. Knight getting like a 3-man stun with a bit of follow-up from Jackie Love, but unfortunately, they just so happened to be 7,000 gold down. So it's not really going to be a winnable fight at this point unless they find some kind of insane play. It feels like V5 have already neatly packaged game number one with a bow, you know, cinnamon stick in the bag, a little bit of yogurt perhaps. They're going full of love actually on this one.
It's such a terrible gift bag. Yogurt and a cinnamon stick.
Have you seen Love Actually? It's Rowan Atkinson.
No.
He's trying to catch Snape out while he's cheating on his wife.
Oh,
there you go.
perfect, yeah.
He's Cupid, for anyone that doesn't know. Rich down in the bottom side, and I want to mention Rich because this guy has been phenomenal this year. And I think he's been a fairly underrated top laner across his career. He's had some great games in LCK as well, but struggled to find that consistency and struggled to make his mark on the LCK. Comes into the LPL as a fairly, you know, not a player that was super hyped up, and then he comes in and he's just been obliterating people. His lane control is just immaculate.
Yeah, I have a bit of a theory on this. Like, we've played on Chinese solo queue. Those guys are kind of insane at lane mechanics. I think Rich just got his ass handed to him for like 2 to 3 months since Chinese solo queue was like, oh, this is how I do lane.
The flank we've been looking for. Wayward is behind enemy lines. Karsa's here. Can Wayward find the ult? Flashes forward, uses his Zhonya's. There's a stun. But where's the rest of the team? Nobody follows up. It's going to be a Moonlight Vigil, but now the fear comes across the squad, and Photic's already finished them off. It's a double kill for him on the Jinx. And it's over before it ever began for Top Esports. 12-2 on the scoreline. And one last-ditch effort is just nowhere near enough.
It just felt like Top Esports were outclassed the entire way along. Weren't able to find the early moments that they wanted to with TN. And now V5 sitting in front of the Nexus turrets. There's only 2 members of Top Esports left.
Knight and Tian, but Knight misses his scat of the week, and that is going to be Curtains. But actually, Rookie wants a little bit more. Finishes off his mid lane counterpart just before the buzzer goes. It's a 12k gold lead, 13-2, and domination from V5. Absolutely insane game to watch. Like, that was brutal.
Well, I mean, if you're going to give, like, the 100% win rate Orianna, the 100% win rate Hecarim as well across, I don't know what you expect. Like, this is comfort through and through from V5, and you just saw what they're capable of. Like, being able to find those picks in the mid-game, making sure that they were able to snowball off the level 6 that was hit from the Orianna and the Hecarim, like, burning those quick flashes as well before that second dragon fight. Like, this was everything that V5 wanted to achieve.
And how good does it feel watching Karsa and Photic just comfortably outperform their counterparts that replaced them on Top Esports? Like, that's got to feel good for them in that game.
I will say, like, JackeyLove did pretty well in the laning phase. Like, Photic was definitely struggling with PP God against JackeyLove and Mark, but it doesn't matter. Like, when Knight has just not been able to get a handle on that mid lane matchup at all, and then you're getting 4 men consistently going down towards that bot side, V5 just had everything that they wanted this game.
That's a fair point. I take you back on JackeyLove, but yeah, definitely a bit of a map gap, honestly, across the board from V5. But that's what we consistently see from this team. That's what makes them such a strong team, is that it's never just down to lane matchups and, oh, we've got losing lanes, well, we'll just lose lane until we lose the game, basically, like a lot of teams seem to do. This is a team that gets creative and will find ways to play the map. And honestly, you know, when we go way back to the start of the conversation, we were saying they need to get in the jungle, they need to punish this Hecarim, we needed Top Esports to be proactive. We really didn't see much of that in the early game.
Yeah, and I thought that we were, right? Because you could see Knight did have control over the mid lane early, getting that solo kill onto Rookie. Just unfortunately, Karsa was in the bush to try and, like, burn that flash from Knight. But we never really got to see, like, Knight and Tien working together, right? Like, as soon as you hit level 3 from Syndra, you can actually start to play towards this mid lane matchup. You've got the stun from the Syndra, a stun set up from the Viego as well. Look to just pick off this Orianna in the early stages, but we never got that. And when we saw Tien kind of running from lane to lane, scratching his head, going, well, I don't really know how to get in here, lads. Like, it was just the whole game plan from Top Esports just never came to fruition.
Yeah, it felt like he was constantly trying to get into those lanes, but again, like you said, couldn't find his window to actually influence them. And this Viego, as you said as well, if it doesn't get the ball rolling, it really struggles to have any action in the game. But let's just take a second and appreciate Rookie and Karsa. We said coming in, that was going to be the mid-jungle to be watching. That's how V5 find advantages in a lot of their games. And man, this Orianna Hecarim combo, surely you can't allow this through in game number 2. This has to be banned, you have to believe.
Yeah, I think it's just the Hecarim. I think Hecarim is just so damn strong in this patch. I mean, we see it banned consistently, LCS, LEC, LCK. Like, he just is able to do so much. And the only real time you have to shut down the Hecarim is in those first few levels. And if you're not willing to make these level 1 plays, well, then what are you going to achieve? Hecarim just gets the scale, you hit that level 6, and the bomb goes off.
It certainly did. The bomb went off many times in this one in the favor of V5. It's 1-0 in the series, but hopefully Top Esports will come back and give us a good one. We'll find out right after the break.
Now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the back in now.
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening.
Kinda full of hoodies out, circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong, told us I'm a monster.
Going down here, Escape still has the flash, still has the ult. Target from the wild goes with himself. Jankos looking for it. Jankos gets it!
Jankos will always find a way, and he steals the Baron.
Here. They do not know that self-mate's their control ward now going down as the dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Jankos looking for the steal. Cap! No! Wait, does Cap steal that from over the wall? He gets the Hextech Soul for G2.
First it's Jankos, and then it's the mid lane man, Caps.
To the top of that mountain, I was everything that they wanted. Been loyal, a rider, Viking, a fighter, but I've been further with my own self.
These two birds, he's trying to get one scout, but no, not quite able to find right one from the flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land a charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other. And Scout will stay alive. Keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't. And that's another one. Scout is popping off and then fight and EDG won't go down.
Os Reinos chegando, não veio com ninguém, ficou pra trás agora o Jojo, a pela lateral, o Gui vai saindo também, o Barão foi abandonado por enquanto, Marcos gastou, que belo ultimate! No combo! Matilha foi a caça!
And Blabber just gets cold from the Freljord, and he's still frozen solid. We're going to find a bit more now as Fudge walks away, just barely staying alive and in the win some. It's going to be closer, diving in for more. Kill number 2, kill number 3. 100 Thieves is walking over Cloud9.
Jovi takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The snap gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, that they will clean up the fight just like that.
You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. We're heading towards game number 2 here in our first matchup of our round 4 of playoffs. It's Top Esports versus V5. But actually, so far it's just been V5 because Top Esports didn't seem to show up for game number 1.
Yeah, it didn't exactly look like Top Esports were ready for what V5 were bringing to the table, and I was kind of disappointed. Like, we highlighted at the start of the day, I thought Top Esports have done a really good job of, like, preparing for teams like LNG, like, coming out with new and kind of different ways to play the game, but it feels like for V5, they're playing very similar to what we expected from them, what we've seen in the regular split, but Top Esports just don't know how to combat it.
Yeah, doesn't feel like Top Esports had the tools for game number 1. The person that did have the tools, though, was Carter, with his 100% win rate Hecarim, and he's maintaining that stat. Rookie as well on the Orianna. Both of them maintain their 100% win rate on those champions as Carter grabs himself an MVP, and rightly so, because, I mean, it's like you said, see enemy, kill enemy from Carter.
Yeah, and it made it so much easier to chase them down, because that was one of the big things we said, right, is that, like, V5, when they see an opponent, will just, in the mid-game, go, you're dead. We're killing you no matter what. Like, if you have to dive, like, 2 towers, we are going to kill this person, but when you got the Hecarim, just catch up to them faster. Carson getting really good engages off, working so well with Rookie and that Shockwave. I mean, this is a combo that's been tried and tested by V5 before, has popped off again.
The Shockwave of Shadows, absolutely beautiful every single time. And the fact that they consistently pulled it off on multiple players, like what was it, 3 times across the course of the game?
Easily.
I feel like as Top Esports, you need to figure out that that's happening and not group up anymore, but it felt like they were forced to group up. They were forced to go through these jungle chokes time and time again.
Yeah, but that's the thing. This is why, like, V5 have been so good at, like, getting these quick resets off, making sure that they're establishing themselves on objectives first. Whereas when we look across at players like Jackie Love, I'm not gonna lie, Jackie Love doesn't really care how long you need until you're dragon. If he's got, like, a big F sword that he can pick up, or he can finish, like, a big item, he's going to stick around, clear out a jungle, and then show up late. But it meant that you can't really contest River a lot of the times against V5, and we saw it in this game, like, that second dragon, Top Esports had the tempo advantage. Top Esports were the one who had pushed in mid, pushed in bot, but were still showing up late for that fight. And I think this is one of the big things that we need to see Top Esports fix coming into game number 2. But I also want to see a more aggressive jungler in the early stages. Like, the big pick that I've seen TN kind of pop off on is the Lee Sin, is these things like the Hecarim, where you can actually have an impact in the lane early. Viego kinda can, but not to the same extent.
I have a question for you, Dagda, then. If we're going to talk draft, and we're going to talk junglers specifically, there's been a lot of conversations about first pick Lee Sin and how much a lot of analysts really don't like it. In the context that this is Carsa versus TN, is first pick Lee Sin a viable strategy here for Top Esports?
I would say it depends, because Hecarim is like top tier. Then you're kind of like teetering down.
Hecarim.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think there's more valuable picks on blue side, but if you're red side, pick Ari Lee Sin away. Like, Ari and Lee Sin is such a strong combo, and something that we've seen both, like, Carson and Rookie work on, but we've also seen Tien and Knight work really well with that pick as well. So I honestly think, like, having that first pick or first rotation on red side, going to be beautiful. I mean, oftentimes it's just the problem is you'll end up going, right, well, if we're going to take, like, Lee Sin and Ari on that first rotation red side, well, then the opposition kind of starts to go, oh, well, we got counter pick, maybe we end up taking a top laner, and suddenly you're like, oh, well, now our AD carry is going to be pinched. That pool is now going to be out of the equation. So we'll have to see is we already are into draft.
We're already going to test that theory out, right? Because now Top Esports going on to the blue side. How much do they value the Hecarim? How much do they value that Lee Sin that we didn't get to see in game number 1? But the bans so far, all targeting Rookie. There's the Lee Sin ban away from Carsa as well. With the Hecarim open, it feels like Top Esports is setting up to grab it for themselves.
No, there's the Hecarim gone. So chances are we'll see the Aphelios or something like the Jinx come through. I don't think there's too many other super high priorities as we come into this, but I just want to say on like a quick note, it is super interesting to see that, like, as we look at draft for LPL, the priority on red side. Like, when you look at LEC playoffs, I'm just going to talk about it because I'm only just from it. Everyone wanted blue side, but red side always won. LPL is like, no, we want red side, or we're going to go for the blue side as well here for Top Esports when they've lost. I just think that red side can give you so much flexibility as you get the Xayah picked up here, but for Top Esports, now you get to lock in, like, strong jungler for yourself. You get to go for the Aphelios anyway. The Volley Bear going to be picked up here for Karsa, and now you're like, well, we can probably get, like, maybe a mid laner here for ourselves on this next pickup for V5. We get to ban away counter picks. You've got the opportunity for counter pick top, maybe counter pick support. It just feels like red side has a ton of flexibility.
I will say, this Xayah Rakan, though, a lot of power in that bottom lane. Jackie Love and Mark doing really well in the 2v2 in game number 1. Mark also has a 100% win rate on Rakan this split over 4 games, so definitely could be a very powerful 2v2. The question is, what else do they lock in? Are they going to go for that jungle pick and find something to go up against Carson?
Yeah, this is where I'm kind of thinking like, hey, maybe you try and go back towards something like the Jarvan, but though we haven't seen a huge amount from TN. I think the Trundle could be a really good pickup here as well, just short range of Felios. Volibear really struggles against the Trundle as well because he can heal relatively well in the early stages. He gets to match your early aggressive in the aggression, one these like level 3, level 4 kind of ganks, and it looks like that's what we're going to get from TN here.
So Trundle locked in, and I think Trundle has been one of these picks that has rapidly come into the meta and now feels like somewhat of a mainstay, but again, does feel like a counter pick in a lot of situations. Renata gonna be locked in here for PP God, and I believe that's actually the first time PP God will play Renata for the split.
This is why, though, we see a lot of pros saying, hey, I don't really like the blind pick Rakan, because there are now new picks like this Renata that do really well, because when Rakan goes in, you throw out the ultimate, and you've got that hostile takeover that now causes issues for the Rakan because he can't dash away. Any sort of, like, people that are trying to follow up on the engage get caught, and you've got a super short range here on top esports as well, so Renata, just a phenomenal pick. Plus, for V5, let's ban away top laners. We can then pick something for Rich, like the Graves again, something like a Jace if we want to, and leave the counter pick then for Rookie on this R5.
Feels like a really good... And I want to quickly just mention on the Renata as well. Renata Aphelios is just disgusting. It's absolutely terrifying. Like, if you have not seen it already, the bailout on the Aphelios, when Aphelios has chakrams, you can literally 1v9, or I guess 2v8. It's just disgusting to see. It's going to be Trinidad and Silas banned away here. The Azir ban from Rookie as well. There's a lot of bans at Rookie.
Well, this is the thing, right? It feels like to me when I look at like the top esport Azir ban, maybe they're setting up for a Victor. So maybe we get like a quirky ban as well here, and they're just like, hey, look.
A lot of the time, the matchups don't necessarily play out how you would expect here in the LPL. I want to see Jagular Mark step up to the plate here as we go into game number 2 and see if top esports can climb back on top of the horse, because if they go 2-0 down here in round 4, it's going to be a dicey situation moving forwards in playoffs.
Yeah, both junglers just spotting each other out. So at the moment, we're not seeing any like crazy level 1 plays on either side. It looks like both teams kind of going, hey, look, we're just going to play this out as gentlemen. We're going to make sure that we're all set up and fine. We're going to go in, you know, proper rules of boxing, make sure that we're all set up and proper. Now, we didn't get a huge amount of pressure in the early stages of the game. Last game, I feel like a lot of that was because we had the Hecarim, because TN was really struggling to find windows of opportunity. But when you've got a Trundle, when you've got this Volibear, you know that there's going to be early plays happening.
I just want to quickly mention something. I'm just seeing Wayward flash all of his emotes before the game starts, and I just want to shout out to Orcs. He actually considered doing a whole tally of how many times Wayward has emoted across the course of this split, because Wayward has the best emote game of anyone in the LPL. This is completely shout out to Orcs. He's the one that's really pulled this apart, but like every single opportunity he has to get that mental advantage on his opponent, he's going to take it with both hands.
I think he got like 3 games deep though before someone turned around to him and said, you know, he could emote when he's not on the screen. That was the entire thing just got. He's like, well, this is over. Why did I even bother? You know. So, however, I think definitely Wayward has not only shown with his emote game, but kind of shown in general on top esports as well. Like, the guy's been an absolute beast. I'm super happy that we're getting to see this kind of rookie talent shine, even against some of the best in the LPL. Like, we saw him solo kill the Shy. We've seen him get, replace Zoom, one of our long-standing best top laners in the LPL, and he's been absolutely popping off.
And part of the reason that's so exciting that he replaced Zoom is that this is a guy that was on the top esports LDL roster since 2019. Like, he's been with the organization for a while, and it feels like they needed a top laner. He got his shot, and he grabbed that with both hands. Potential 2v2 in the bottom side. I'm going to hold my thought, but I think they're just going to back away. But yeah, Wayward finally gets rewarded for that loyalty to the organization and gets his spot on the LPL, and then finds a massive opportunity. TN moving into the mid lane here, but I think he's just going to be passing through.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I think was Dom actually talked about on
On the internet.
On the internet, no, it's with Thorn. It's the Best Damn League show. That one of the things that he was talking about is that LEC aren't used to kind of warding early for plays like Trundle. I think Humanoid actually got caught out by it on Fnatic, and it's something that LPL teams do really well. You can actually see that Rookie was ready for this early gank, and it's something that we talked about a lot with TN, is that when you're on this Trundle, you want to try and make sure that you're getting these early ganks off, but not really able to make it happen. Rookie playing far enough back, doesn't even have to blow a summoner spell, but it still gives Karsa presence in the mid lane. Rookie still has that push, and Karsa now can go for a double scuttle, or maybe even this invade onto the Raptors.
Yeah, and already some CS leads going in favor of V5 in the mid lane and in that bottom lane. TN get aggressed upon by Karsa a little bit. Only going to be a small chicken taken away, though. TN will just continue to clear through his jungle. That top crab is available, but I feel like that's just got Karsa's name written all over.
Right now, V5 just kind of have control of everything they want. The only side is mid top.
TN moves in. The paddle star was blocked, though, by the minions, so the Rookie might just walk away with this one. Doesn't even... Oh! How does that bubble hit? Knight is a monster! Knight, what was that?
The fact he managed to get that around the minions was so clutch as well. You see, Rookie had his flash, but thought there's no way this is going to hit. There's absolutely no way that this is going to be a kill, but Knight, the Zoe man himself, able to get that play.
The mojo, baby. He makes it happen. When you've lost faith in top esports, he comes on top once again. There's the feathers from Jackie Love as well. And the mojo's in the bottom lane too. PP got down, and it's a lane diff.
All right, someone get Austin Powers on the phone because top esports have woken up. The mojo is all over the place. And finally, we're getting top esports showing up. TN getting that play in the mid lane. Jackie Love and Mark getting this play in the bot side. And this was something I actually wanted to bring up a little bit. Is like, think about PP God's Shampoo. 13 games in the Nautilus, 3 games in the Tam Kench, 3 games on the Leona. Where's the Enchanters? He doesn't exactly shine on these range supports, and PP God getting caught out there in the bot side. We're going to get a replay here of this mid lane, but this is exactly what you want to do as TN. You're trying to burn the flash on Rookie, but because he's so disrespectful, you needed to flash here as Rookie, but he thinks, hey, the minions are going to be safe. Knight, though, flashes in underneath the tower to get the kill, and here, PP God, this is what we see so often when he's on these enchanters, just trying to play that little bit too far forward, breeds for the turret plate, and ends up dying in the moment.
And you know, the bailout keeps him alive for a second, but when you're having to use that on yourself as a support, you're almost never going to survive that situation. You're almost never going to find that kill as Rich being forced out of the lane and the top side as well. Wayward doing a really good job now that he's on the Graves this time around. And we need to... take a look at this mid lane CS for a second, because I feel like this is... We're seeing some lane gaps happen, but actually top esports, despite having these kills in the lanes, not so much winning on the CS. 1v1 in the top side as Rich went in, flashes out, Wayward dropped him a little thumbs up, and Rich not having a good time of it.
Yeah, I think Rich, I don't know if he meant to go that far or what the game plan here was, but I mean, it was... I think he just had got exhausted, but like that was a bit weird coming through, but... Yeah, unfortunately, not quite the play that Rich wanted to make happen. Top esports, though, have presence on the bottom side, so they're just going to use that for TN to start to get this first dragon. And at the moment, top esports still looking good.
And look at the gold lead, right? With 6 minutes in, they're already 1,000 gold up. They'll get themselves this first Drake of the game as well. Fantastic start. And, you know, we were talking about the CS leads. Well, that's evened up in that bottom side, so Jackie Love not too far behind there. There is still a significant gold lead in favor of Rookie in the mid lane, though, or at least CS lead, sorry, not gold lead, because Knight did get that first blood. But I'm curious to see how this continues to evolve over the course of the game, because if Rookie can find gold, Rookie can find wins.
And what they're trying to do is like use the fact that you got a bit of gold and a bit of presence in that mid lane to move up into this top side. This is how oftentimes V5 will get their vision, or at least get some pressure on the enemy jungle, is you do dragon, but we're just going to take your top side and get some vision down.
Keep your eyes out for the bubble. There's a stun coming out from Rookie, but he's slept. In goes Karsa. That's a lot of damage onto TN, and no follow-up from Knight on the bubble. Rich moves over, and that's enough to push V5, to push top esports away. They're on the wrong side compared to the nameplates on the side of the screen. It will be blue buff taken, though, here.
Yeah, V5, this is what they wanted, right? Like, just steal away some of the camps from TN, but also steal away that blue buff from Knight. And this is actually going to be pretty crucial. If Rookie's able to command a lead in this mid lane just because he's got more mana, but then they can look for plays in side lanes. But for TN, he wants to try and find his own moment to see if he can make things happen on this bot side. No level 6 for Mark, though, and that won't be here for a while, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get that charm.
TN warded out here, and it will mean V5 have the heads up. They know what's going on here, should be able to back away. But it will just be top esports answering with a blue buff on this bottom side as Karsa moves up to the top side, disables the turret, looks for a dive onto Wayward, flash available, but it's too late! And Karsa gets one on the board for V5.
It's just plays everywhere on the map. Top Esports try to turn around the fact Karsa's playing towards top side, but making a play bot. Now, they will zone. Photic and PP God off a huge wave, but you already have Wayward going down top side. Photic and PP God just going to back away entirely. It looks like they're actually going to try and catch this mid wave that Knight is shoving in instead, but Jackie Love going to get a ton of damage onto this turret in the bot side and extend that CS lead that he already has.
And I feel like we're literally flipping from game number 1, right? Where this time it was Photic with a bit of a CS lead, and then it turns around with a kill for Jackie Love, and then it turns around with a CS lead for Jackie Love because the teams come bot. It's literally the mirror of what happened for Photic in game number 1.
You can still see, though, that with all the plays that Top Esports are trying to make, that gold lead is pretty much the exact same, right? It's actually 200 gold less with about an 800 lead there at the moment for Top Esports. This is where V5, we talked about how good they are, trading consistently, keeping themselves in touching distance, and we're starting to see it here. So for Top Esports, they really need like one big fight to blow up in the game, one big moment to balloon that gold lead. And I think when you look at like how accelerated Jackie Love is, how much pressure you can have towards these dragons, it feels like trying to establish yourself first towards like second dragon, getting deep vision in on the bottom side of the map on V5 side of the equation, feels like how Top Esports can find these fights, but we'll have to see if they can do it because that was pretty lackluster in game 1.
Certainly was, but with Knight Zoe, that's one thing that Zoe does real well. And I'm excited to see Knight on this pick in a crucial game, right? It feels like they've gone through game number 1, they went, okay, let's play standard. Game number 2, okay, let's play some comfort, let's play some spicier picks. Knight bringing out this Zoe. And, you know, this is a player that has been historically incredibly hyped up and quite often hasn't quite been able to put it forwards. And now when it matters most, he's stepping up with a signature.
Yeah, and it feels like one of the things you always have to point out with Knight is like how well read he is. Because you can already see the Dark Seal man himself has picked up his Dark Seals. He loves his Magi Soul Stealer, and we're already probably going to see it this game, but it does, again, kind of echo your sentiment that you were talking about. Hey, we want to try and get pressure mid. We want to rotate this into establishing ourselves an objective first. Because even when you look at like how Zoe likes to play, she likes when the opponent's over there. I've got a ton of walls between me and you so I can get Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. I get more damage because you're further away from me. All well and good. Same when you look at kind of Jackie Love. If you can stop people from coming through these choke points, you get a ton of feathers down. That's where you're most valuable. So if you end up having V5 able to establish themselves in River, and you actually have Top Esports kind of playing the back foot, that's where Top Esports are going to struggle.
It always makes me feel good when you or Lyric says, it's just like you were saying earlier, as a Monkey Brain play-by-play, I don't get that often. Wayward having to ult under the tower here as we've got a duel between the junglers as well. Karsa does not win this matchup. Tien absolutely bodying him, but Karsa's got reinforcements, but they're too late. Tien 1v1 me, bro.
I don't know why Karsa took the 1v1. It's a terrible idea. This is why Trundle's so strong against the Volley Bear, because not only can you match the early ganks, you are so strong in these skirmishes, these duels, even in the team fights, because you've got that subjugate. Steal away all these tanky stats. You've got this Volley Bear that's just left with nothing, and you can see there that even though he thought V5 would be able to come and kind of make this a bit of an uneven fight, Tien just kills him off too quickly.
Yeah, Tien, I mean, look, Trundle versus Volibear, as you say, it's not a fair fight. It's not even a winnable fight for Volibear most of the time, unless you're massively ahead. Tien with that advantage now can move towards the bottom side. Mark with the quickness straight away, but denied with a handshake. PP God still going to be knocked up. Jackie Love will easily finish this kill off the bailout use. Photic actually having to flash away from the pillar as well. So even more gain from Top Esports right as Dragon comes onto the map.
Yeah, people might be looking at that going, I mean, why didn't PP God flash? But he already knew there was a ward there to spot out Tien. Even if he flashed, he was still going to end up going down. So instead, just hoping to keep that for a later date. Still, though, V5 will use this Rift Herald topside. Again, trying to look to see how they can cross map. And actually, you've got Volley Bear and Rookie moving across here. Wayward needs to be careful.
Certainly does need to try and clear this wave as fast as possible. Rich is about to turn into Mega Knot as well, but Rich might go down before that even happens. Has to hop away from the play. Wayward trying to deny this wave. There's the Gnar ulti. Rookie in onto the play. The stun is there. And that's a beautiful little combo from V5. This is what we talk about. Top Esports makes a play on the bottom side. V5 have an answer up top.
And this is where you always kind of go, hey, you know, look at the death recap. It's like CC'd for 15 seconds, dead in 3. You just don't get to move there as Wayward, but Top Esports want to make a play of their own on the bottom side. V5 rightly respected.
Very nicely done here by V5, and that gold lead that we talked about before, it's all but gone at this stage. So now Top Esports relying on those Drakes.
I think it's where the GOAT is situated, though, becomes a really interesting conversation. Because you're looking at Jackie Love, who's basically gotten an entire turret for himself. He's got a 10 CS lead on the spot side, which will be extended now to a certain extent too because of this wave being lost. Whereas when you look at V5, some of it is on Rookie, but a lot of it is now on Rich in this top lane because he's the one who got his own tower with that Rift Herald and also has just picked up the Stride Breaker as his first item. So you're definitely going to be looking to see how V5 can continue to play around Rich, play around this strong Gnar. Whereas for Jackie Love, that's where you want to see Top Esports working with him to continue stacking these dragons that they already have.
And it's kind of exciting to see Rich playing a team fighter like Gnar as well, because when you think back to this guy's history, you know, I think a lot of people in the LPL don't realize this guy used to be one of the best Heroes of the Storm pros of all time, back-to-back world champions in Heroes of the Storm, and then the game ceased to exist. And this guy was known for team fighting. He was known as a Genji main. He was a team fighter. He was a carry, and it's exciting to see him playing a team fighter in the LPL and showing that kind of performance once more.
Yeah, I mean, he was the faker of Hots, right? That was kind of the name that was gifted to him as he came over, and a lot of people had high hopes when he came to the LCK, joined Nongshim Red Force, but we just never really got to see him have those pop-off moments because laning doesn't really matter in that other game. So when he came to League of Legends, had a bit of a learning curve, but really does feel like now he's settled in. And I mean, when you see Rich get gold, a lot of other top laners you look at go, well, they can't really carry the game, right? They're a top laner, but Rich has found those really crucial moments to step up for V5. We've seen against BLG, against teams like IG, where this guy just pops off.
And it's like we said in game number 1, right? It's not just about like finding a solo kill, it's about the way he controls the lane as well. It's really beautiful to witness. And so far in this series, we were talking about Wayward versus Rich being a pretty exciting top lane matchup. Well, so far, it's all about Rich. Wayward has not had much of an opportunity to prove himself in this series so far. Handshake out from PP God as Mark looks for a little bit more, but the quickness won't connect. That's just going to be an ulti coming out from Top Esports support. They might be able to grab a tier 1 in the mid lane for that though, but a Moonlight Vigil there on tonight. Featherstorm from Jackie Love. Lotic walks away.
Just able to get out of there. You can see Top Esports trying to see if they could get onto the mid lane, maybe take that turret, but it will give them the pressure they need for Rift Terrible V5 TPing in. They want to scrap.
I've got a feeling we've got a 5v5 on our hands here, Dagda. 5 from Top Esports move to the mid lane now as V5 have started that Herald off. You can see Rich trying to do that in the corner of the screen as Top Esports go for the tower in the mid lane. Karsa dodging the bubble. Top Esports back away. Looks like they're not willing to contest the Herald itself.
I mean, that tower was pretty much already gone, so V5 kind of going, hey, we're all right with you taking this. We're not going to be able to defend it off of the next couple of waves, so let's actually trade for this Rift Herald. And now, well, you got the opportunity to try and push in top, group mid, look to take that tower yourself, and it looks like that's going to be exactly what they go for.
Yeah, beautifully done here. And so we're actually in a very even game, and that's exciting, Dagda, because game number 1, we saw V5 get straight off of the bat, get a bunch of kills in the early game, get a bunch of advantages in the early game, and it felt pretty over pretty quickly. This one, not so much. Top Esports with the Dragon advantage, and that Drake's up again in a minute.
Yeah, and this is where it gets interesting, right? Because look at the 2 items that have been picked up by Jackie Love. He's incredibly strong. You've got the ability for him to play through mid lane, get that push, and especially with that mid lane terror down, and now you can have Top Esports establish themselves in River like we talked about. So I want to see Tien and Mark start to get that vision control down now. You can see at least a little bit of shallow vision placed already by Mark in that bot side jungle of V5, but it really does feel like you need to get that long range, those deep wards in there, so you can enable Knight to look for these cheeky trouble bubbles and see if you can snipe off V5.
See if he can find it. And that's what we know Knight for, right? We said that Knight wouldn't be able to win this lane, and then he finds a solo kill onto Rookie. We know that Knight has the capability to make these plays happen, but we need to see it here. 35 seconds until that Drake comes up. We're keeping our eyes on Knight for the trouble bubble, but honestly, keep my eyes on Rookie as well, because he finds a good scout of the week. The fight ends.
But that's why Top Esports are trying to fight before V5 get into River. Again, control these chokes, but this Rift Tower makes things so difficult because maybe V5 just look to try and trade for 2 towers mid.
Oh, Knight over the wall, bit of damage onto PP God. Rich has been found out as well, forced to hop away. The Herald will not get a charge in. Nicely done by Top Esports. Great contest in the mid lane. Bit more damage out from Knight as well as Karsa ignited there from a stolen spell. And Top Esports full control of river. This is what we wanted. We wanted them to have deep vision control and control of the river, and they've managed to find it for themselves.
Rich is having a rough game, though. Like, the mistake where he hops in and topside has to burn his flash, then he gets caught here as well. Like, V5 were hoping to try and contest off that Rift Tower, but because Rich was taken so low, now they've got to back away, and Top Esports, they get this Dragon, but crucially, V5 can't try and make a cross-map play.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because it feels similar to game number 1. Karsa might be in trouble here. Mark with the quickness, finds a knock-up, but Scatter the Weak saves the jungler Karsa, trying to escape. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble forces the ultimate out of the Volibear. Looks like Karsa will survive. Now Rich over the wall, he's looking for Wayward. He's looking for redemption. He's looking to prove us wrong, Dagda, as Rich finds a solo kill.
I'm so sorry, Wayward. I didn't mean to do that to you. I didn't know the power I had, but, I mean, nice job from Rich. I mean, gets the kill back, and he was hiding out in the brush there for quite a while, but you can see there the blue ward down doesn't actually spot that Rich is in the area, and now he puts damage onto the tier 2. You get to have a bit of a reset moment here for V5, and just a man down now in Top Esports.
And that's gotta feel so good for Rich. When you're against Wayward, no less, when he's been spamming emotes all through the laning phase, it's gotta feel good getting that kill.
He's dead at spamming emotes as well. This man doesn't care. The emote game is always on point, but you can see here, just waiting over the wall, gets in on top of him, and this is one of the big things when you go with the lethality build. It can do really well for just very quickly clearing out wards, like being able to make picks, high damage, but also leaves you very exposed, very vulnerable if Rich can get on top of you, because you don't have that safety of the shield from the Immortal Shield Bow or even the lifesteal to realistically to try and bring you back into these.
It's been a tough one in the top side here for Top Esports. That was a difficult sentence to say. But Wayward, you know, MVP, or rookie of the split for that top lane, but ultimately still a rookie, and I feel like we're seeing that in this series. But luckily for Top Esports, Mark can carry. He's got 2 kills already. Let's see the carry Rakan.
This is the thing, though, that we talked about for V5, right? Like, when you think they're down and out, they just find these one picks, one play, one thing to bring them back into this game. Now, Rich getting a solo kill adds him up to quite a few. He's got the second most solo kills, I will say, coming in from the regular split. So, no, not really unusual to see this man have those moments, but if V5 can try and continue through this, can continue to find those moments to shine, well, then that's where they can try and come back into this game. For Top Esports, like, look at the gold. It's not actually a huge gold lead. You still have to try and find these dragon fights, find these objective fights.
So that's my big question, because what we saw last time the dragon came up was Top Esports muscle in, managed to contest mid, managed to control the river, and then just grab themselves the Drake for free. V5 can't let that happen again. That'll be sold if Top Esports get the next Drake. So how do V5 make their way in? They don't is the answer. Rookie! Scatter the Weak's Mark away. Bubble will hit a minion. That would have hit Rookie as well. That was a good shot from Knight, but the minion wave saves the day. I'll go back to my question. How do V5 actually make it in against this horrendous pick power that comes out from Top Esports?
So, I'm actually watching for the next 40 seconds what V5 do when we hit the minute 30. Because one of the things that V5 do a lot when they fall behind like this...
Wait, we're just ulted for Gron. This top lane matchup is personal.
I gotta say, so coming back to this though, minute 30 is when we'll actually probably see V5 reset. What they do a lot when they're behind like this is they'll come in, they'll actually get to the objective super early and then look to just sit in the bush. They'll go like, okay, we're gonna stick at like the back of Top Esports red buff and just make sure that we're able to find these picks before we get to play. Or I mean, sneak a Baron, apparently.
Yeah, why not? We said that they're willing to be creative. They've been spotted out this time, though. Top Esports, they've done this plenty of times themselves. They're not going to get caught out by a 20-minute Baron. Tien will clear the vision away from this one.
Yeah, so Tien going to be able to clear out the vision, but again, like, Top Esports now are pushing mid, right? So this is where V5 are on the quicker resets, and this is what I mean. Like, look, Baron, whatever, but now I want to see if they can try and clear out this vision, get themselves established in this river before Top Esports are able to come back in. And as we said, like, Jackie Love doesn't really like when he's kind of not able to play around these choke points. If Knight doesn't have the walls, or either V5 are able to get on top of him very quickly, that's where it can be an issue. But V5 aren't even looking at this dragon. It kind of feels like they're going, hey, maybe we just look to go for a cheeky Baron or try and bait Top Esports to come out of that bot side river and instead fight us in the dark at Baron. But now we're just in the mid.
That's a moonlight vigil onto Jackie Love. I'm not convinced by that one, I'll be honest, Votic, because V5 will find their way into river. Wayward very far pushed on that bottom side of the map right here, pushing that wave incredibly deep. Scatter the Weak comes on through. Knight Slightly wide on the trouble bubble as TN gets a double pillar. Is this a chance? PP God forced flash. Mark with a quickness finds a knock up. This is the moment for top esports. One pick, what more can they find? A bubble onto Carcer as Rich into the back line, trying to finish everyone off, but he just doesn't have the damage. Jackie Love survives, and top esports running away with things. It's going to be a pillar to slow everyone down. Knight forwards, Rookie dodges the bubble though, keeps himself safe, and top esports in a 5v3. Dragon Soul on the line. Photic goes for it. In goes the rest of the squad. How do they do it? V5 are unbelievable. 2 kills and they make it a 3v3. Now Knight has to reset, needs to find a way back into this fight. Rookie 200 HP. Tian trying to make his way in. Wayward needs to redeem himself in this fight. Photic is the man to watch. Rookie resetting, has TP available and can rejoin the fight once more. Both junglers here. One smite available. Carcer does not have smite available right now. Photic trying to start it. Carcer in the pit. TP coming on through. PP God arriving on the scene as well. Knight has a smite in his pocket as well. This is going to be a coin flip. This is going to be a 50-50. This is going to be Drake resetting in the pit as Wayward goes down. And top esports are forced away.
We said it! The unkillables for V5. It is so hard to put this team in the ground. 3v5, and I'm looking at Carcer. I am looking at Rookie and going, the veterans, this is your time to step up. But it's Photic against the man who replaced him on top esports, who takes down top.
And he did such a Jackie Love play to do it as well, right? Going forwards on the Aphelios with the huge Moonlight Vigil. Carcer there to follow up as well. I mean, just a gorgeous play from Photic. And if V5 wins, I feel like Photic's making an argument for MVP.
What a chat. Like, realistically, like, that was such a sick play. Because you see here, PP God completely whiffs. And this is what we said again, PP God overstepping on these enchanters. Doesn't even get off the ultimate. Rich now TPing in, only managed to scoop up one because Jackie Love gets this great Feather Storm, and all the wheels have come off the card at this stage. And I feel like top esports were the same as me. I'm looking at Rookie, I'm looking at Carcer. The two veterans to step up to make the play, but you can never forget about Photic. He's stepping onto the front line. Gale forces in, manages to get that huge Infernum damage off, and sets up perfectly. Photic, that was beautiful.
That was just so gorgeous to witness, and keeping the game alive. And you know, wait a second. Wayward has died again. He's 0-5 in this game, Dagda. This is a tragic performance from our Rookie of the split. And, you know, we keep talking about Rich so far in this series. He's got a 70 CS lead, and he's got an opponent that's 0-5. It's a brutal matchup right now.
Rookie just catching him off guard. Like, Rookie moving down to this bot side, linking up with Rich. This is something we see them do a lot, but unfortunately, Wayward just wasn't prepared. And now V5, they've got presence on bot side, so Tien needs to join, which gives a numbers advantage in mid, and Rookie is on the flank. Can he get onto Jackie Love and Mark?
That'll be the question, but it's going to be a tough order. Rich pushing pretty aggressively in this bottom side. Tien is there to try and flank. He'll start this fight off, but Wayward is a while away from joining the play, and I think Rich will escape his life. Let's take a replay, as it was his Knight. Rookie, hiding in the brush, and not even collateral damage can save you there.
And this is what we're talking about, these creative plays to get back into it. Photic with the one in the team fight. Rookie sneaking into a brush to make a pick onto Wayward, buying more space. This is how V5 crawl back the tempo advantage, get the game going in their favor. And now they have the gold lead. They've gotten one dragon, but they still need to make sure that top esports don't get that Ocean Soul, that they can't set up on Baron, because for top esports, if you don't get control over Dragon, that's cool. You've only given a second Ocean Dragon over to V5. You can just turn and burst out this Baron, which is why we already see Tien going to try and do it anyway.
Yeah, Wayward moving in as well. Knight getting over. I mean, Zoe not the greatest at taking the Baron, but Trundle real fast. So we'll see if top esports can get away with it. I feel like Carcer and PP God know something's up here. They're going to try and get some vision, going to try and spot it. They will be able to do so. 6k on that. Are top esports just going to burn this? Are they actually going to 50-50 the Baron? This ain't the play! Carcer can't get the smite though. Maybe it was the play after all. Carcer with the Zonyas keeps himself alive for the time being. The rest of V5 trying to get in. Baron taken. It's daylight. Robbery. Infernum's not enough as Carcer falls. The blast cone to get out safety. Photic trying to do it again. The Gravitum to pull them back in. Tien the target. It's Rich trying to get the damage down. Rookie on the backside, but Knight flashes away. Tien low, but keeps himself alive. Mark saving his team. Knight now with a bubble, looking for a bit of damage back. but it's a Baron and that's all they need.
Top Esports, they flip the Baron and it comes up heads. They managed to just about steal it. Rich still contending with Knight, but able to back away. And V5 now, there is no other objective on the map. Top Esports just get to force priority, and if you try and hold off the push in mid, Top Esports just fall back for the Dragon. This was a crucial play from Top Esports.
Yeah, crucial but not clean. This feels like desperation play from Top Esports, but it pays off. And that's the crucial thing. Top Esports now, as you say, with tempo, with an advantage, and with control of the Dragon area. 45 seconds until it comes up. They'll have full vision control to set up with this Zoe. It's what we've been talking about all game.
Yeah, Top Esports will have to try and push in. Knight's Vow picked up for Tien. I think I would have preferred the Anathemas here to put onto Rookie and just make sure that he's not getting burst out before these fights start up. But we'll have to see if he's going to be able to be caught out now by the burst damage on V5. Though Top Esports have a lot of their own and they're just sieging up under this mid lane turret. Rookie trying to hide on the wings, see if he can get that crucial scat of the week.
See if he can find it for the time being. Top Esports though now going to retreat towards the Drake. It's up in 12 seconds time and they can use this Baron to keep priority in the lanes. Rich behind enemy lines, but he's about to be exhausted and that's a trouble bubble. No follow-up, no kill coming through just yet. As Carcer trying to get a bit of vision, trying to fight for control of the jungle. Mark clears that control ward. Top Esports will retreat once more. That was damn close to being a bubble onto Photic. That would have been disaster. But now Drake is going to be started off, just going to be finished off. That's Ocean Soul. Top Esports with just great controlled gameplay here. Now a bubble barely goes wide here. Feathers galore as well. Tien needs to be a little cautious not to go too far forward on this one, but perhaps Photic could be a target instead. They're toying with the idea of a fight, Dagda, but it will not happen, and Top Esports get yet another objective.
Rich is just trying to stack up the Narbar, see if he can get in. He's so close, but Top Esports know he's off to the side, so they pull back off this mid push. As long as Rich is threatening on the side, though, they can't really go back to sieging up this mid lane, even though, like, one auto attack will basically take this down.
There we go. One more auto comes on in. The team moves forward. Knight even had an Aegis if they needed an extra bit of shield there. And Top Esports, it feels like the last 2 or 3 minutes, they pull off a dicey at best play at Baron, but they get away with it. And then it's been immaculate ever since.
Right as we were picking up V5 as well, right as we're saying they're starting to crawl back, they're starting to get control of the map. And that's why Top Esports were like, look, we can start to see the writing is on the wall here. We know the V5 are going to start to put presence in towards this bot side to get the vision on Dragon. And they basically play off that. They're like, look, we're going to call your bluff. There's no way that you have established vision in this top side. And this is something that we kind of highlight already for V5. They tend to just have vision pockets in one area of the map. And Top Esports basically read that and said, hey, if you are going to be focused on bot side, you have no idea what's happening at the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Top Esports having a lot of mojo. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. They're willing to pull off these cheeky plays. But if there's any team that can contest it, it's V5. This team's got plenty of mojo of their own. Photic proved it earlier on in this game, and he's now on 3 kills, 3 items. This Aphelios is massive in this game. If he has the right weapons and he finds the right angle, this can still go the way of V5.
Oh, I'm so glad this is game number 2.
I know.
Like, after game 1, I was like,
I was real
no.
worried.
I was so worried, but Top Esports bringing that back. And for Top Esports, this is their moment to kind of not only bring back this game, this series, but it feels like this is the comeback year for Top Esports as well, after 2020 being our finalists in both spring and summer. Then you get into 2021, it's like, well, Top Esports are looking so hot.
Diving the bottom side, Wayward's in trouble. Has an Ocean Soul, though, so he's pretty hard to kill at this point. Collateral damage. Rich is chasing him under the Nexus Towers, turns Mega, and bounces away. Rookie's taking the tower in the meantime. Rich slams Tien against the wall. There's the scat of the week, but in comes Knight to try and turn the play. Oh, a bubble onto Rookie. It's huge. Photic over the wall. Can he save his mid laner? Rookie flashes out. Photic, low on HP. Tien battering him away with the club as Knight finds... No, not another bubble. It was a Q. In fact, Photic survives. And now they move into the base. Knight versus the world. The rest of his team pushing in the top side of the map, trying to end the game. Knight has to defend against 2. It's going to be the ultimate coming out from Renata on the top side. I think Top Esports are pushed away. V5, perhaps an opportunity here. Looking for the towers. Photic getting damaged. Cleanses the bubble. Keeps himself safe. Looking to finish the game. Knight can't do it. He doesn't have the tools. 2v1. V5. How have they pulled this off?
Every time! How did V5 do it all the time? We said at the start, this team is so hard to kill. And once more, off of what trade for towers. They pull it back. They win the game.
This team is the most mind-blowing team I've ever... I'm going to say it. They've out-mojoed Top Esports. I didn't think it was possible. V5 have taken the mojo from them. They've stolen it right out of the hands of Top Esports. Left wondering what on earth went wrong.
But that was the thing. Top Esports were making the correct play. It was like, look, we've got Baron. We're going to group. We can push through towers. But Wayward getting picked off, not realizing the rookie was going to be there, not realizing the damage that this Nar could do, and it meant that you had an uneven spread on the map. So you could see Jackie Love wasn't comfortable to try and stick around. Karsa and everyone else is just like, we're throwing bodies at this problem. This problem in the top side needs to just stay in the top side. And as long as that's the case, V5 get the back door. But how often can you do this and get away with this?
The fact that Rookie survived that play, the amount Knight threw at Rookie and he survives, and Photic jumping forward to block damage from Rookie. I thought that Knight had landed another bubble onto Rookie. It was just the paddle start, and then the bubble went wide. But then, you know, Zoe can't deal with that situation when there's so many minions. You can't do anything. And then Knight still finds a bubble despite the minions, but there's a cleanse in play. It's like, oh, everything that could have gone right for V5 went right for V5. Beautiful play. And man, it feels good to see Photic, right? Feels good to see Photic having this glorious moment.
But this is the thing. You kind of look and go, well, V5 are done, right? Like, everything Top Esports have, like, flipped the Baron, it's come out on top. They've gotten the Ocean Soul, they've come out on top. And every time, and it's not just against Top Esports, V5 find the way. It's why we highlighted at the start of the day that they are so difficult to take down. They have these creative plays that you really don't expect to catch you with your pants down. And as you say, like, we had it with Photic joining them in the bot side. We had a Photic at that fourth dragon. Like, Photic and Rookie and working with this top laner. Rich has just been so incredible for this team.
It's beautiful. I mean, Rich literally diving the Nexus Towers to find a kill there as well. I mean, Wayward had a really rough game. It has to be said. Wayward got absolutely destroyed in this one. But, man, give Photic MVP. I'm begging you guys. Please give Photic MVP because that was unbelievable. We're going to jump into a break. We'll see if V5 are going to clean sweep Top Esports and knock them into the lower bracket, or if there's still a little bit of mojo in that machine. We'll find out in a few minutes' time.
But now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of when the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the fact that now...
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening. The Shy finds his mark, and that's 2 more kills over the Wayville. They are taking control. Subjugate. Leyen has no health bar and he is taken down. There's the hostile takeover. More of a CC than anything else. Free gets exhausted as he goes in with slicing mouth from the Moonlight Vigil over the wall. Is good, but Cube trying to keep himself alive. Oh! Massive move from Strive. He doesn't get the
Doggo!
But Doggo is even bigger. Strive almost had the hero play, but Doggo shall not be denied. Important to note, Scout has double stopwatch. He's got a Zonya's and a stopwatch in hand, so he's going to be able to use both in potentially this fight. SOFM takes a little bit of a chunk. If the Shy and Angel go forward, they're trying to find Flandre, and they will be able to get him out. There's the Undying Rage coming out as Angel gets knocked up by the Dreadline. They've killed off Angel, as you can see there. Scout has been the focus, but they can't take him out. They will take 2 kills as Viper goes in. Scout trying to make this one work. He goes golden. Remember, he'll have another one to go if he should need it, but he doesn't right now because he's just doing the damage. He's just putting in the hurt, and Scout is keeping EDG in this. Hello, Tuan Fong. I'm JJ, and that's going to be sold.
I need to see it because the fight's going down. Elder's still standing. Mako's dead. Clint's now dead as well. EDG jungler going golden, and JJ is going to get a world of surprise. He comes out with Scout with the Emperor's Divide Glide in the back line. Sends him to Viper. That's express delivery. And Scout flushing away was so clutch. Elder on FPX's side though. Jello who's coming back in. No ulti. Care in front of the Elder. Scout does it. Everybody's dead except for Flandre.
EDG want to try and get some of these low health wild card, but they're being corralled, herded away into the danger, into the darkness of Weibo Gaming's jungle. And Weibo, they know they can't let this one go. These two birds, he's trying to get one scout, but no, not quite able to find one bong. The flash is good. Angel is here, and he tried to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world of Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. SOFM,
He's got ult again.
He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off in this fight, and EDG won't go down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. We are blasting through round 4, or at least V5 are, as it is 2-0 in this series so far. And Top Esports, you know, I want to say the V5 destroyed them in that game. They didn't. Top Esports, by all accounts, should have won that game, but V5 managed to pull it out of the bag somehow against all odds. And I mean, I said it before the break, I'll say it again. V5 showing us some mojo, showing us that creative play that we are so excited about, and showing that it doesn't feel like they can lose.
I mean, this is why V5 have been so dominant in the regular split, right? Like, we talk about this team, you're like, hey, they basically can win through any lane. And we saw, like, Rookie stepped up before, Photic stepped up massive in this game, Rich getting solo kills on the top side of the map, like they were just taking over. And then again, these creative plays that catch people out all the time coming through once more in playoffs.
And our MVP will not be Photic, it will be Rich. But to be fair to Rich, he did find the pick that started the ball rolling again for V5. It felt like V5 were pretty much out of the game, and then Rich found that solo kill in the top side that turned the momentum in V5's favor and kept them in the game.
And like the early game, not so hot, but when we got to the mid game, as you say, picks coming through, he did get caught out before one of these fights, but a lot of the times you can kind of see him like threatening a lot on the side of these engages, just making sure that, hey, Top Esports can't get as much as they want out of that Baron Cup because they're not actually able to set up in the mid lane for fear of Rich coming in with that Mega Nar behind them. And as well, as you say, like, working with Rookie consistently to find these picks on side lanes, to set them up to claw back the tempo that they needed to, find the tier 2 and bot side that's set up for the craziest ending of our playoffs so far.
Yeah, absolutely insane game. Honestly, I'm kind of still reeling from what happened here in game number 2. And I'm just praying now that isn't like the mental blow against Top Esports, because there's a lot of teams that after a loss like that will never get up again. I feel like Top Esports have the depth of character to come back and look for a win here in game number 3 and still put up a strong performance.
It just feels like, what do you do, right? Because we kind of said, hey, I wanted to see an early game jungler that could fight against Karsa. We got that for Tien. Tien got a kill against Karsa, like by himself. It was all looking great and dandy. And, you know, we got Knight on Comfort on this Zoe. We have a bot lane popping off with Jackie Love getting a ton of kills and, well, not kills, sorry, turret plates and gold off onto this Zaya. And I was like, all right, you know, balls rolling for Top Esports. They're going to be in good spot. And still, V5 come out on top. That's where I'm just like, well, how? What do you do?
Well, that's usually my question to you. You're not meant to ask me that. I don't know.
Come on.
I'm the play-by-play.
Where's Crunchables? Bring out the Crunchables.
Mojo. That's all I've got. Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know what. I'm just hoping they can dig deep and find something, because they need it. I'll tell you what it is. It's Jackie Love Draven is what it is. Jackie Love Draven, bit more Night Zoe, maybe a bit Night Syndra.
Bring out the Draven as the counter.
Exactly.
I mean, it could be the case. I mean, you got to dig deep, right? Like, it feels to me as we talk about like Top Esports, you've got like Nice, you've got Jackie Love, you've got these guys that have been veterans on Top Esports for so long, like Jackie Love winning a world championship, and by bringing out these strange picks, bringing out things that aren't expected, it feels like Top Esports have to have something there that they have been saving for a moment like this.
Yeah, I hope they have something that they have been saving, and I'm hoping they've got more to reach for. But V5, on the other hand, they don't need to reach. They're chilling. They can just literally put their feet up, and they can lose a couple if they fancy it, because with the way they've been playing today so far, even if Top Esports wins 2 games back-to-back now, I'd still be favouring V5 going into game number 5, because they just look insane. And the thing is, we've had this huge gap between now and the last time they played, and I was a little bit tentative about the kind of form we'd be seeing V5. You know, they've not played in a while. Quite often you can find teams a little rusty coming fresh off of a break, but apparently not. They're just still amazing.
But they were rusty in this game, right? Like, we saw the mistakes from Rich in the early stage where he hopped in, had to instantly flash away. PP God, I wasn't a fan of the Renata. I think, again, like, these issues that we saw where he tries to play enchanters but wants to play too far forward were coming out. And, like, you could see him getting caught out a lot. Even at that hero play that we had from Photic, the huge reason that we saw that at that 4th Dragon was because PP got to just step too far forward and got caught out by Top Esports. So it's not like this was a clean game from V5, which is why I'm kind of going, well, if you actually fix that for V5, now you've only got more issues as Top Esports, right? And especially if you end up going back towards the Nautiluses, the Leonas, a Tam Kench for PP God, you don't have these same problems that we start to see creep up when he's on Enchanters.
Yeah, we'll see if V5 do fix those issues up. Also, I don't actually know which sides the 2 teams will be on. True. It's likely that Top Esports will go for the blue side once again, but we'll wait and see once we get into the draft. It is Top Esports on blue, I've just been told by production. So it's likely that we get somewhat of a similar draft again, but that, again, I'm curious about whether or not we see different bans come out, because maybe as top esports, you feel like you need to ban something like the Gnar, for example, because you didn't feel like Wayward was having a good time with his Graves.
Yeah, I mean, but then you got to drop like things like the Orianna or the LeBlanc, or even we saw like the Ari is a big one as well. Like, it feels like so much pressure has to be put through mid lane on both sides, and with this Eri ban still coming through for V5, I just don't really know exactly what you're going to try and change up here as top esports. Syndra taken off the board here away from Rookie, and it says a lot about how Knight is feeling in this mid lane.
It really does. They desperately want to get Knight a comfortable matchup where he can find an advantage, but it just doesn't seem possible against Rookie.
That's the thing, isn't that insane? Knight, one of the best mid laners that we have in the LPL, and Rookie's just been howled.
The crazy thing is, Knight actually won that lane. Like, he was down in CS, but he got a solo kill in that lane. He managed to find that kill onto Rookie. But, well, actually, I don't think it was a solo kill. But,
still.
But regardless, finding that insane play, but it just doesn't matter the impact Rookie can have on the rest of the map. At least the Orianna is gone this time, but that's a hell of a combo for the side of V5.
I just don't agree with giving Carson's over. Now, maybe TN brings out the Lee Sin. Maybe that's what the play is here. They're like, hey, look, you know, this Lee Sin ban hasn't come through. We're going to try and go for this, like, early level 1, early level 3s, play through mid and set it up. But we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan. The Lee Sin hovered. And I think you just take a strong champion here for Knight. Like, try and get something where he's comfortable. Like, the Rise has been a big pick for Knight. We've seen, like, the Vex be really big, although we tend to see it as a counter pick. So I'd love to see a strong mid laner here for Knight.
What do you think about something like a Twisted Fate? It's been a pretty debated pick across the world. Some teams seem to favor it, some don't. Like, do you think that's maybe a style top esports could lean to?
Yeah, I definitely think you could. I think, so the thing that I like the best for Knight, as the Nautilus is locked in, is when Knight is able to look for these picks, or I worked with TN when he's on this favorable side of a jungle matchup, and I think something like a Twisted Fate can do that a lot. You've got a Xayah as well, so like trying to play through this mid game 100% could be a big presence for you. She's got great wave clear, so you can play for sides if you want, but we'll have to see what the plan is, because if on V5, I just start to again ban away mid lane champions, but we have seen them tend to go towards top side, so maybe that's the plan.
Silas banned away from Knight here, and this entire series, there has been so many mid lane bans.
Yeah.
There's already 5 bans towards the mid lane. There is that Gnar ban that we briefly mentioned earlier on, taking it away from Rich, but it feels like there are so many solo laners still available that you're not really going to be able to take everything away from Rich.
And there's the Rise that we talked about. So for me, at least if you're looking at roaming plays, like the Twisted Fate is probably your big bet. And Silas even taken off the board, but we know Rookie in the past has been perfectly comfortable playing things like the Galio, which can always answer for that. I don't know if you really want a Hecarim Galio combo on the other side, just as a general ward of warding for everyone. But I think V5, this is why red side again is so powerful, right? Like, you can either go for like something like the Xayah here, but you've got like Hecarim that's picked up a really strong support in the Rakan. Jace is open, but yeah, Trinidad, I think you're just kind of baiting for like an Aurelia pick for Wayward, which is why Rookie actually just going to go for the Victor. So not a huge amount of like mid-jungle presence for V5. So maybe this is where we end up seeing Knight getting that counter pick here and trying to pop off.
I want to see it. I want to see it so badly. The Aria is gone, which is kind of that standard pairing with the Lee Sin, but we'll see where Knight's going to go. Is his Graves being hovered? It did not look good in game number 2 for Wayward. I have to say, I'm not a huge fan of it.
I actually think you could go for Jace Corki here. I think if you go Jace Corki and play for like long range, that could actually be really good. But we're actually going to get the Graves, so maybe we don't get the Corki, but Victor is a champion that opens up a huge amount of opportunities for counter picks, because he just doesn't do, like, he does okay against things like Corki in the early stages, but not exactly the most dominant of laners, so you can have the opportunity for some creative picks, and Knight, I'd love to see it.
There it is. Knight's Akali comes out when it matters the most. They're still in the double elim. If they lose this game, they're not out of the tournament, but they desperately would love to go through the upper bracket. On the other side, is Rookie going to go? Oh, wait, no, that would be
Victor
Rich.
Flex? Victor Flex?
Yeah, it could be Vic's top, could be Cassiopeia top. Oh, this is getting spicy, Dagda.
I actually don't know which way this is going to go, so I mean, yeah, this looks like Rich coming in, at least if they don't swap, with a prepared counter for the Graves. This is something that can do pretty well.
Did TN and Wayward just swap? Are they going to stay in that position? Lee Sin top
30 seconds. Give us 10
jungle?
seconds. Hang on us. What is going on?
Oh, I'm excited for this game, Dagda. I have no idea what's happening. We got a Cassiopeia in the top lane. Maybe Victor, maybe last second swap.
Okay, no, there we go. Last second swap.
TN is taking the Lee Sin again.
Yeah. Okay, but still, like, Rich bringing out something that's really cool, and this is going to work pretty well against something like the Lee Sin in team fights, just being able to throw down that miasma, make it really difficult for him to operate. Same with the Graves. Like, Graves is someone that wants to try and dash in and get on top of you. You throw down the miasma, he's slowed, you can get a ton of damage back on him as well. You've got the chase down potential with the phase rush. Like, this is actually, like, a really cool adaptation, and I'm kind of worried now because for V5, or like, oh yeah, you guys are fine. You don't need to show your hand at all. But Top Esports needed to bring out something kooky. But we're actually getting V5 with the creative picks. And now they're kind of looking to see if Knight on this Akali can take apart what V5 have brought to the
We
table.
need to just see mechanical prowess from Top Esports at this point. But for V5, it's like, again, we keep on saying how creative this team is, how they just have this depth of strategy. Feels like they're ready for anything. And now this crazy draft comes out from Top Esports, and V5 are like, okay, we'll take your crazy, and we'll raise you Cassiopeia top lane. Like, where do you go from here? Like, V5 just have an answer for anything.
I was not expecting Cassiopeia top lane. Out of like everything that we could have had today, Cassiopeia top was like the furthest down my priority list. But we're have to see how it goes. I mean, at least for V5, it does give you priority in top side. Now you've got crazy priority in the mid lane as well. So it actually makes it a little bit tough to try and like punish these picks. I mean, I really think for Top Esports, you need to try and get some sort of like level 2, level 3 play going here, because otherwise I feel like V5 just end up having so much presence across the map.
Well, we'll have to see. We're on to Summoner's Rift. It's game number 3 in our best of 5, and it could be the final game if V5 can keep playing like they have across the course of today. Top Esports showing up in game number 2, but not able to finish things off, and now they're in their last stand. They're in their last chance at making it through the upper bracket. If they lose this game, they fall into the lower bracket, into that potential elimination. Mark stepping up to check this one. I don't think this is a 2v4 that you guys want. Top Esports just trying to deny the vision, but they won't get the job done.
No, but still V5 get that vision that they need. So they'll know where Tien's starting, although Tien looks like he might take a bit of a different route. Going to start on Chicken, so I'm actually curious if he starts E first here, or if he's still going to go for like the safeguard. But either way, this is where we got to see what V5 are capable of, what Top Esports have, and once more, my eyes are going towards this mid lane, right? Rookie, the chance to kind of rectify what was a weak 2021 from him, push himself forward into our playoffs, just that one step closer to taking the title for himself. But you look at Knight, right? And I'm looking at this Akali, and I'm looking at a bunch of squishy members on V5. If Knight can get the ball rolling, he can terrorize V5.
And we know that Knight has the mechanics. We've seen Knight's Akali before, and it is something to behold. But Rookie's Victor ain't no slouch either. When he's got the level advantage and control of the lane, it's tough for Knight in the early game. That's the key thing, right? In this matchup, Rookie is going to have the advantage in the short term. It's once Knight has access to all of his abilities, once he can find potential opportunities for solo kills, that's when Knight can take over.
Still, though, it gives a lot of priority here for Karsa, which is wonderful for the aggro. You can even see Rookie getting a ward down onto the Raptors, so they know that Tien started on this Raptors and is now moving topside, and Rookie can try and help out.
I'm close to tears. Knight is missing every single minion, and it's not really his fault. It's like the way that it's going, but Rookie is just bullying him so far. Tien is here. The cyberbullying police are on their way, but Rookie, he's invincible. He's using a VPN. Nobody can hack him.
But that's the thing. He's got that ward down. He's already locked into where Tien is on the map, so that's why he's leaning to this bot side, and Tien can't get in. Knight is getting pressured, and this, though, is the way this matchup is going to go, right? You don't lock in Akali and go, I'm going to smoke lane. Let's go. Like, that's not what Akali's for, right? Akali is a champion that you look to smoke fall off the kills.
Oh, another chance in the bottom side. PP God dashes out, though, and will survive. I thought that was going to be a kill there, but the Ignite was already on cooldown. Wayward and Rich also going toe-to-toe, both of them using their flash. I'm not entirely sure what happened for the whole exchange. The junglers are moving up. We got a game on our hands, Dagda, as Carster's looking for Wayward. Wayward no flash, Tien moves in as well, looking for the Q, finds it onto Rich. His mind is telling him no, and his body is going to listen for now, as Wayward will crash the wave.
How long is it going to listen, though? Rich will get... won't get the TP off. So Rich is trying to get the mana and the reset off so they can't look for a dive and also be able to pick up this wave, but will now stick around, so he'll have to share.
Oh, all in on the bottom side. PP God once again low on HP. One more auto from Jackie Love for first blood. And the feathers underneath Photic, and they won't tickle. Mark getting low, but he has his hook available if Photic steps too far forward. The 2v2 kill and first blood for top esports.
And that's so crucial for top. Just having one lane that can give you that respite is going to be crucial. One lane where TN can try and play through, because right now, like, Rich is still having a decent time against Wayward. You can see Rookie, although he hasn't reset, is domineering in this lane against Knight. So having that bot lane where you can play around, having something where you can look for dragons, look for vision control, spot out where Karsa is going to be so important for top esports.
I'll keep my eyes on that mid lane just in case Rookie goes for some kind of flash play, but I think Knight will survive TN. Hovering, waiting in the wings, and I feel like this has been the story of TN the entire series, right? Just shadowing these lanes, and maybe he'll find a chance at Rookie, but I guess not.
I mean, we'll have to see, because we could go back very quickly, but the replay here, I mean, PP God just going way over aggressive. Great flash from Mark there to stop the knockup, but either way, PP God had given his life. We are back to life, though. TN will just retreat towards the chickens.
Look at the long swords.
Yeah.
There's 5 long swords.
It's kind of satisfying.
Top on the top left of us, or the bottom left of a screen.
Right, if you could just pick up one just for the nice little diagonal.
Little triangle.
Yeah. But no, either way, I think we got to look at like top and go, right, like, where is your game plan going to be here? Because honestly, I think once you hit 6 here for Knight, I think you start to try and look for skirmishes and dragons, like seeing if you can play off the fact that Jackie Love has this big advantage in the bot side, because otherwise, I think you just start to slowly but surely lose out to the strength of the top lane, the strength of the mid lane, and when you dissuade Rich from being in these fights as well, the short range that top esports have won't be bypassed by this Cassio.
Wayward's in trouble here, doesn't have his quick draw available by the looks of things. He's going to be grounded. Rich has the damage, and Carter finishing off a kill, and that one, I mean, there's an angry kitty from Wayward. I think there's going to be an angry kitty from a lot of top esports fans as well after the performance this series.
Yeah, I mean, 0-2 down now. We're starting to get Karsa establishing control of this top side, and you know that this is where Karsa is going to play around, because he's got Rookie who has the priority mid, just trying to establish that control for Rich in this top side. You're losing a big wave here as Wayward in the top end as well. Top esports, you know that it's going to be a slow one for them to get into it when you've got like the Akali mid, but they really need to make sure that they're finding moments and finding ways to give Knight those resources.
Go get some honey fruit, and I do just want to quickly touch on this mid lane matchup again. We started the conversation with Rookie versus Knight, how exciting this matchup is, but I feel like both of these mid laners, surprisingly unsuccessful feels like a mean word, but like when you look at the trophy cabinet for both of these mid laners, they've both been individually exceptional players for a very long time, but neither of them really with a big trophy cabinet to work with. Knight has won the LPL, but Rookie has actually also only won the LPL one time. Everyone thinks that he's been dominating for years, but realistically, he's only won it just the once. Obviously, he won the World Championship.
Just a small,
yeah, there's a little World Championship there as well, but yeah, he's looking for it, and he's the favorite this time around. Blue buff the contest, though, is TN trying to move in alongside Mark, trying to get a smite down. But Carster's here. Should be able to smite that away from himself. And now a fight on the cards. PP got low on HP. Knight into the backline and finds one, but it's a 1-for-1 already as Knight dashes out the backside of the fight. Shuriken out as Carster trying to finish the kills. Knight can't turn it around. Jagular flashes to even things up. Rookie trying to finish Knight off. Low on HP, and Knight doesn't have the energy. Rookie finds one at the end.
Rookie just managing to clean up the back. Gonna see if he can find Jackie Love, but needs to be careful. Jackie Love can actually turn out a good chunk of damage here, so he will back away. But you can see everyone trying to use the fact they'd hit those level 6, had those ultimates available, but V5 will still turn around and come out on top.
Certainly will. Rich will be able to crash this wave as well, move around the map, and this will be control now for V5, and that's the terrifying place to be if you're top esports.
And I thought this was going to be good. I mean, Knight flashing over the wall, gets the pick onto PP God. I was like, okay, maybe we can make something happen, but with TN falling, Mark taking a ton of damage here as well, and the fact that Karsa has that level 6 hit as well means that he's so strong in these tight corridors with that onslaught of shadows. So V5 just having those health advantages coming out of that early tussle, and they're able to continue pushing top esports back.
And I feel like this is kind of exciting to me, Dagda, because it feels like a lot of the weight now for top esports is on Jackie Love. We've been in this situation before. We've seen it work. We've seen it fail. Jackie Love is one of the most unpredictable players on the entire planet. And now top esports have a lot of their hopes resting on his shoulders.
TN still wants to put them on tonight, though. And I think this is right. When you've got such a squishy team on V5, if Knight can get the ball rolling, it's going to be great. But Rookie, like, he has been exceptional all split long. at just absorbing damage, being positioned correctly in lane. You can even see there, right? Well, he knows Karsa's top side. He knows that's where the strength of his team is. So he's just like, all right, I'm going to stand over this way. I'm going to make sure I'm totally fine, no issues whatsoever. And it means that Tien and Mark, even though they're sitting around mid, Rookie's completely fine. And Karsa uses that time to try and start up the Rift Herald, but backs away as Tien starts to move on.
I love the armory up in the top side of the map has been extended with a pickaxe now. There's a pair of boots and then a serrated dirk. So plenty of swords, a little bit of pickaxe action. I was going to say actually earlier, you know, a couple of years ago, Knight actually could have gone for a longsword too because he could have built Gunblade.
Yeah.
But they've removed it from the game. How could they do this to us? But yeah, it's going to be an exciting mid-game, I've got a feeling, because it's 3 and 4 on the scoreboard already. It's a bit of a gold lead for V5, but not insurmountable as Wayward manages to dodge the stun from Rich. Good effort from Rich, but won't come up trumps this time.
Yeah, I will say, though, it's kind of a slower series than I expected, right? Like, you look even at V5, who average nearly a kill a minute, but might get killed.
Oh, great hook coming out from Mark. Jagulov is here. Won't find the route just yet as... Oh my god, PP got halfway across the map. That's the power of Rakan. But the feathers are plucked away from the turkey breast. They're having a roast tonight.
And one more kill going into the hands of this Akali Knight. They are trying to play off of his advantages. You can see it there. Look, he's going to have that quick push in mid. He dips over towards Mark and Jackie-Love, and you are going to lose objectives. You're going to lose on the early point with this Rift Herald, but if Knight can get going, he can carry alongside Jackie-Love, as you've already pointed out.
Yeah, Jackie-Love getting a whole bunch of extra gold off the back of this play, right? And once again, we see so much of the early game is about the jungle and mid hovering for this bottom side to get a bunch of plates, to deny a bunch of CS. And once again, it's Jackie-Love and Mark that are finding the advantage in the 2v2 that can be transition phase.
And I gotta say, like, the laning phase for top has gone relatively alright. I mean, this bot side, Mark and Jackie-Love, all series, honestly, have had a really commanding spot against Photic and PP God, and I think a lot of that is PP God having a bit of a rough series, overextending in a lot of situations. But when you look at Knight in the mid lane, like, look, this wave is just about to be pushed in, and he will catch it, but he's only sitting about, like, 5 CS behind, 6 CS behind, which isn't a terrible spot to be in for the Akali in this matchup, but he's gotten 2 kills already as well. So at least the laning phase from your bottom side of the map is going well for top esports. It's more so looking at how Wayward's going to do, and when we actually see Rich entering these fights, how does that turn the equation? Because when I look at, like, short-range Graves, Akali, Lee Sin, even Xayah, this Cassiopeia ult value is going to be sky high. Like, start investing in your stonks now.
Yeah, put your money down onto this Cassiopeia because it can pop off in the fights. But same can be said for Jackie-Love and Knight. And you said you wanted to see gold on Jackie-Love and gold on Knight. Well, they've both got 2 kills. They've both got bounties. There's a CS advantage for Jackie-Love as well as the 2 plates we saw earlier. And now with Drake up onto the map, it feels like top esports want to muscle into this river. Photic moving on over. There's a knock up onto Karsa. There's a bounty available if Jackie-Love can pull the feathers. But he can't finish the kills, and it's actually Tien to go down. Mark falls as well. And Karsa's just too damn tanky. Everyone was hitting the horsey, but no one did anything.
But the horse is the worst person to hit. Like, Karsa has the tank stats. He's going to be fine. And you can see V5 are like, oh, you're on the tank line. Okay, cool. PP God just dashes in, sets up beautifully, and Jackie.
No, Jackie-Love flashes over the wall. Does not have his ultimate available. Another laser would do the trick. The root dodged, and Rookie flashes forward to finish the job. Jackie-Love down 7-4. And, you know, top esports, they were trying to beat the dead horse over from the Shadow Isles. But this horse is still alive.
Man, I'm kind of sick of 3-0s.
Yeah.
I mean, I flew to Berlin. I had 2 3-0s in a row. I came back to the LPL. I was like, look, this is V5 versus top esports. This is going to be shenanigans. This is going to be mojo. This is going to be a 5-game series, and I don't want this to happen.
It ain't over yet, Doctor. It ain't over yet. It's 4-7, and yes, there is a 3,000 gold lead for V5, and yes, they have looked dominant across this series, and yes, game number 1, they absolutely bodied top esports. But there's still a glimmer of hope as Tien tries to make the play, but the quickness denies everything. And Tien is just rinsed.
God says no!
It's just disaster for Tien, and it feels like Tien is struggling in this series.
It's just been messy, and unfortunately for Tien, like, this was the guy that we kind of put a lot of our hopes on. We said this jungle matchup, this mid lane matchup, this is the crucial part of this series, and Karsa's come up trumps every single time. TN just hasn't been able to find a footing in game 1. Game 2, we saw a little bit more, but not a huge amount. And I thought when we got the Lee Sin, maybe, just maybe, we get some plays. But Rookie has been doing really well at avoiding TN every step of the way. And now, not expecting PP God to be here. Doesn't even manage to get the ward hop out in time. And, I mean, only kicks Rich to safety in the end.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to get the kick onto Rich, right? But with the quickness there from PP God, very nicely done. Denies the play and completely shuts it out. And now we're looking at a position where V5 once again have the lead. And we keep on talking about in this series how good V5 are when they're ahead. And they seem to always be ahead. They seem to just have Top Esports' number. And it goes down to the playbook that we talked about earlier. And I want to mention something that I feel like a lot of people don't realize is the head coach for V5 is Nofei. He's the same guy that was the head coach for that KOO Tigers roster, the Rox Tigers roster that made it to second place at Worlds, made it to third, fourth at Worlds the year after in 2016. Both times being stuffed out by SKT, both times just being denied by their LCK counterpart. But he had a rough few years, now back on V5, and it feels like he has the talent to work with to make it happen.
And I mean, for V5, they pulled out all the stops this year, and especially as you talk about how like up and down it has been for this V5 organization. We saw them like the worst loss history in the in the history of the LPL, going 0-17 in 2020. Then coming back, getting into playoffs in 2021, we think, oh, maybe, or sorry, at the end of 2020 summer, we think maybe they can make this work.
And then boom!
Then boom!
0-16 again!
But now V5, for the first time in the organization's history, finish the split in first place. Have the talent, it feels like, to take it all the way, not only on the Rift, but as you say, in the coaching staff as well. This is a V5 that is looking to continue their domination from the regular split in playoffs, and especially if they manage this trio.
And you know, we were talking about Rookie's trophy cabinet, how it's been a long time since he won the LPL. Well, it's kind of true for Karsa as well. Karsa's won a lot more than Rookie has, but it's been a couple of years for Karsa. It's 2020 when he last won in summer. Smart going to get chained up a little bit here. The quickness is there. The damage coming out from Votic. That's a gorgeous little combo. And V5 getting a bit of revenge for the laning phase.
I don't know. It's looking like Top Esports aren't really coming together here. Mark taking a step too far forward, TN overextending, and after like game 2, we said, how do Top Esports bounce back? Well, was it a bit of a dead cat bounce? Because they got a little bit in the early stages, but they seem to be falling down now.
Yeah, Mojo. It's a bit of a disaster here from Top Esports, and the Herald will be started by V5 now. Jagular trying to get a bit of harass onto PP God, but realistically, I'm not sure this is one that's contestable. See Knight in the wings, maybe some kind of miracle can happen, but you can see Mark nowhere near the play just yet, still moving over from mid lane.
They have no idea where Knight is. This is such a good position for Knight. Can Top Esports do it?
Herald taken, now the engage comes out from Karsa. Knight into the backline, keep your eyes on the Akali, trying to make it happen. The feathers go across the team, Knight takes them apart, and Top Esports somehow coming out on top. Rich the next target as Knight falls, but he's done what he needed to do. Jackie Love survives, and Top Esports comes back into the game.
That's what they needed for Knight at the crucial point of a game. Knight is able to find the hole in the vision. V5 didn't have their flanks warded, and Knight sneaks into the backline.
Unbelievable. Just when we've counted them out, just when we run out of belief, Knight and Jackie Love, the damage from the feathers with the Akali on top of it was absurd. And suddenly, this game doesn't feel done anymore.
And that would have been such a good spot for V5 to fight if Knight wasn't in the backline, because I'm sure we're going to get a replay in a second, but V5 were trying to gather themselves into this choke point, retreat into their own jungle. This is perfect, like really smart setup, because you get that value from Miasma, the Cassiopeia ult. But when V5 go that bit too far forward, Mark sets up beautifully for Knight to get into the backline. You can even see the Miasma hits onto Knight, but he's already in his shroud, can then find his ability here to go forward. And V5, they just can't kill off this Akali before the damage is done.
Yeah, the Blade Caller from Jackie Love with a collateral damage out from Wayward at the same time. And then Knight finishing it off with his perfect execution. Really, I mean, perfect execution is the perfect description for the play. Knight could be in trouble though, as Karsa's trying to make a play on this bottom side towards the Akali. It's not going to happen. Didn't have his ult available, so Knight's just going to walk away. Didn't even have to use his Shroud on this one. Karsa did manage to somehow get that Herald. I'm not sure how he managed to pull that off during all of the chaos, but can potentially drop that somewhere. And also, V5 did grab the Drake.
Yeah, Dragon, Herald, everything going to go in their direction. Now, Top Esports trying to match this Herald play on bot side.
Oh, that's going to be a depth charge onto Rookie. Can anything else follow up? Not with the TP coming on through here. Karsa will have to back away. Top Esports just trying to finish the Herald off.
Wayward's TP'd in behind them.
Yeah, he's just top side of the play. There is a blast cone there. Photic going to try and 1v1 the Graves, and it looks like he might win. Red and white, time to fight. There's the quickness out from PP God, and Photic cuts Wayward down where he stands. Top Esports late to the play, and Wayward caught out once more.
They wanted it. They had the play. They had the call. They're like, look, we're all going to collapse. Rookie is overextended with Karsa, but they don't get there fast enough. V5 responds, and once more, it is V5 coming out on top. JackeyLove now trying to see if he can get some damage onto this mid-tier 1, but you're going to lose your tier 2 in the bot side.
And it feels like a lot of this series has been Top Esports finding potential windows, but then V5 punishing Wayward, finding an opportunity to shut Wayward down. And now a tower in that bottom side of tier 2 in favor of V5. Once again, that gold lead starting to build. It's about 1,500 gold, but maybe JackeyLove can even that up somewhat with the tower in the mid lane. TN is here. Can he find Photic? Oh, he kind of whiffs it, though. Kind of whiffs the combo. There's a fear onto TN. He's taking tower shots galore. And I'm not going to lie, that one's a little bit tragic, Dagda.
Yeah, I'm just going to move on from that one,
Yeah.
to be honest. Look, you don't kind of
is
like, you don't beat a man when he's
0-5.
down. You know, that's, we're going to just shift course here as V5 already starting to get in towards this Baron area. You've red and white on Photic. Rookie's got good damage. You got a bloody Cassiopeia.
And the enemy jungler's dead.
Yeah.
Like, why not? Why not at this point? 20-minute Baron started off by V5. Top Esports, if you've got mojo, now is the time to show it. It's a 4v5. Knight is on the flank. Wayward engaged upon here. JackeyLove already using the Feather Storm, getting a lot of feathers down, but not much damage off it. Knight has to go golden in the backline. PP God goes down. Knight jumps to the rest of his team. He's inside the Shroud. Can he finish him off? Yes, he can! Knight is insane! What a play on the Akali. Rookie finishes him off, but Top Esports, they stop the Baron.
The highest damage on the team is Knight. The highest kill participation on Top Esports is Knight, because when the cards are down, when they need him to stand up, he makes these plays happen. Now Top Esports with their jungler back are on the Baron. Rookie on the wings, no ultimate available, but the poke is strong with this one.
Certainly is. Can he find a miracle still? I think it's just going to back away. It is going to be Baron somehow for Top Esports. That's twice now in this game that we have counted Top Esports out, and then immediately Knight turns it all around. Knight is having the performance of a lifetime right here on the Akali. He will not lose this series.
The mojo-ometer is off the charts for Knight. It's all over the place. It is beeping and blinking, and V5 are blinded by the light that is Knight. And you can see here, they think it's going forward time, right? You get the play, but it's, again, Knight moving around the vision, finding these flanks, and he's buying so much time. And even here, look how low he is, but can get off so much damage so quickly.
Third kill.
And there's just nothing they can do, and now it's Rookie versus the world, and unfortunately, Knight's just winning out in this mid lane matchup. 5 kills for Rookie. Any other time we'd be like, well done, Rookie, we salute you, carry the game. But this Akali, we talked about it, so many crucial picks you can find on squishy members.
I cannot believe Top Esports are staying in this game and now have a gold lead again. It's actually unbelievable. This, like, the gold graph for this game is going to be one of the most LPL gold graphs you have ever seen. It's already swung like 4 times across this one. Towers going down across the map here. It's cross-map plays from both sides. 3 towers apiece now. As JackeyLove with a Baron buff starts to get some damage down in the mid lane. PP God looking for a potential bit of play, but it's going to be Top Esports on the bottom side, using this Baron effectively. Rookie trying to trade, but on the Victor won't be able to be too effective.
Yeah, I mean, it means you still lose your 2 towers, and I mean, if Rookie and Karsa are still here, you just go for the base. I mean, but actually we get Top Esports recalling, so we won't actually be able to get more, but I mean, trading in that scenario isn't too bad. Yes, Top Esports going back for the Dragon, so they will get like a little bit of extra icing on the cake, but essentially, Top are already going to be able to take those towers and Dragon anyway, so I mean, at least V5 gets something.
Yeah, V5 with a good answer here, getting a couple of towers for themselves. managing to get a relatively even trade. But so far since the Baron, 1,600 gold in favor of Top Esports. They've still got 45 seconds on that Baron, which I don't think will really be enough to get too much more sieging off, unless it's that tier 2 in the mid lane. But even then, I feel like that might be a bit of an overextension.
I really need to see Top moving as a unit here, though. Like, you've got to make sure that you're not giving moments for V5 to find these picks. You have options here as Top Esports. Like, you can either have like that 3-man unit move as your group on Stick Knight in the side lane. You know he's incredibly strong, and ability to try and find flanks. But this is what I mean, Mark. You need to be so careful moving in here.
You know, Mark's emote game ain't too bad himself. Like, both opposite sides of the map for Top Esports. Love a cheeky little thumbs up. But it will be Knight clearing some vision on the top side, trying to move up to this tier 2 in the top side. Good map play, good control of the map from Top Esports, and they should be rewarded with the tower. The Baron has timed out, so the minion wave is very easy to clear for Rookie. That's one of the big advantages of having the Victor on your team, right? You can just one-shot the waves later on.
And in theory, a lot of that extras that Victor brings is that zone control, right? Like, when you're able to get the gravity field set up, when you're able to have a miasma alongside it, you should be able to control these fights as V5, but we're just not getting that. Every single time they're not warding their flanks, they're giving moments for Top Esports to come in, and now that they've kind of lost control of the map, it only becomes easier for Knight to try and play around this vision, make sure that Top Esports can try and bring this one home. So as long as Top Esports are not giving moments here for V5 to like find picks, get control back, Top Esports can win this game, can push us towards game number 4.
I just think, Dagda, I'm looking at the scoreboard with how close game number 3 has been, but how close game number 2 was. If this series ends in a 3-0 now, it will be the least representative 3-0 I think I've ever seen, with how close these last 2 games have been. Well, V5 certainly not out of the running. I feel like we need to take a second here and talk about what we want these two teams to do. How do we move forward for the two teams? So for Top Esports, they're the ones with the onus on them, right? They're 2-0 down. What do they do to finish a game off here?
So I want to see like Wayward and Knight take sides like we're seeing kind of at the moment. And maybe even you just stick Wayward with the rest of the team so you still got like a 4-man clump. But as long as Knight is like free to go side, he can solo kill anyone underneath the tower. Like, that's what we talked about already. Super squishy members on V5. No one can really contest Knight. So as long as Top Esports aren't overextending trying to get vision, they should be fine to just play it slow, play for objectives, allow Knight to carry them into that game 4. But if you end up giving picks here to V5, they'll be able to like very quickly kill TN, kill Wayward again, who's got this lethality build, and that's why you can see multiple members of V5 here just hovering slightly out of where they know the vision is set up for Top Esports, trying to see if they take that step too far.
V5 trying to contest the vision as they attempt to move in. And crucially, it's worth mentioning as well that, you know, with a Victor, with an Aphelios, with a Cassiopeia, the scaling on the side of V5 is beautiful. It is terrifying in that late game 5v5 scenario. But as you're saying, it's not really the way that we're likely to see these fights pan out because of the way the Akali interacts with everything. As you can see as well, Dagta's just pointed out to me, there's an Anathema's chains on Rich in the top side. We're going pseudo-tank Cassiopeia.
I think it's sick. I think it's so smart. Like, the only real magic damage and the only real threat that you have on Top Esports is Knight. So you Anathema him, well, you get the extra CC, you get less damage taken.
This is where Rookie builds one, Photic builds one as well, and just everyone on V5 builds an Anathema, and Knight doesn't get to play the game. Ooh, neither does Wayward. That's a lot of damage coming out from Rookie, but won't be able to finish the kill off.
They're trying to repeat game 2. They're like, hey, look, if we can catch Wayward just before the Baron spawns, maybe we can make it work. But Wayward manages to get away, and now you're hoping for a Karsa steal, but Knight is in the area.
If Top Esports 50-50 this again after game number 2, my goodness, that would be something to behold. Karsa's here, and I think they're going to go for it. Tian believes in his smite finger. Who's going to press D better? It's Tian this time. Karsa in the middle of everyone. Low on HP, but Wayward flashing over somehow gets out to safety. 1-0. Top Esports, they get the Baron. They need to try and get out of here, though. V5 want to pick them off, but it's not going to happen. Top Esports pull it off 2 games in a row, Dagda.
Still, though, Dragon in 15 seconds. V5 are going to move over towards that. Knight is going to reset and can TP, but there's no vision set up for Top Esports there, so trying to take a front-to-back fight will be difficult, even though they have Karsa down. Just the zone controls you have in V5 is going to be enough.
Oh, Tien low on HP there. Close one. but Smite available for him. Carcer still not onto the map. And this would be the third Drake for Top Esports if they're able to get it. But V5, we've seen them with a man disadvantage before pull these fights off in this series. Tian, low on HP in the back of the pit. He's going to have to early smite. Or in fact, he's not even going to have to smite. Just cues it to finish the kill off. And now Rich on the front line. Votic goes forward once more, but he can't finish the kills. Rich forced away. Knight trying to chase him down. To get onto the back line here. Carson, no onslaught of shadows. And once again, Top Esports managed to hold V5 at bay and grab an objective.
Knight does such a good job of bluffing in that fight. He actually didn't have the perfect execution up, but positioned like he did. So V5 weren't able to walk up for fear of unleashing their Akali into the back line. So you get the play, you get the dragon, you get some more kills, and 3,000 gold for Top Esports.
It's
now.
easy to have a great poker face when you're wearing a mask like a Carly
That is
does,
true.
so it's easy to pull it off. But yeah, Knight is an unbelievable player. The presence of mind to, as you say, threaten that you have an ability when you don't. Really smart stuff. And now 4 minutes until an Infernal Soul for Top Esports. But Dagda, they had Soul in Game 2. I feel like no matter what Top Esports get, I can't believe it until I see it.
It just is, if you ever end up in these like front to back fights, I favor V5. Like if you have to try and like brute force your way as Knight into the back line between like Miasma, the Everfrost, the Gravity Fields, it becomes so hard to actually like make that play work as Knight. And in the front to back, you've got an Aphelios with 3 items, like late game Cassiopeia coming online. Like it becomes really hard to take that fight as top. But as long as Knight continues to find these flanks, you're going to be good. And honestly, Knight's been phenomenal at doing it. Every single fight, without fail, he has found access to the back line.
Honestly, if Top Esports somehow were able to come back and win this series, I think Knight deserves some kind of medal. Because the performance he's had in this game alone is just unbelievable. Obviously, getting that kill onto Rookie in game number 2 on the Zoe as well. Beautiful stuff. Feels like Knight, even if they lose this series today, he has played an absolute blinder individually. Jackie Love as well, actually having a really good series for himself, consistently winning out during the laning phase. Doesn't feel like he's had any particularly Jackie Love plays during the team fights either. But now it's going to be this top tier 2 taken down. The Baron has timed out, so that'll be all for Top Esports on this siege.
Oh, God, I am nervous for top. I really want to see this go to a game 5. I don't want this to be over basically as soon as it starts, but
I mean, at this point for us, we're like we've paid our entrance fee for the theme park. if we have to go home after 3 games, we were promised Top Esports V5. This is meant to be an absolute banger. And to be fair, in terms of game quality, it has been an absolute banger. Game 2 and 3 have been awesome games, but I want more. 3 is never enough.
And again, like almost every Top Esports series, it comes down to Knight. Like this guy, even when you look at Top Esports, highest kill participation on the team by a pretty significant margin. Like the highest damage on the team with 29.3% of the team's damage. Like everything from Top Esports comes down to Knight. And we've seen in the regular split before, when the backs are against the wall for Top Esports, it's Knight who stands up on the Victor, on the Silas, and now on the Akali. And with 1.5 minutes until Dragon, with vision not established for V5 and Knight starting to swing up towards the top side, can we see it once more?
And when you think back to 2020 when Top Esports did win the LPL, you think of that 2v5 play. It was Knight and Jackie Love versus the whole of JDG, managing to make the play at Baron, managing to turn the game around. And it feels like those are the 2 players that have the gold, that have the resources to be able to pull it off today.
And that's why he was the finals MVP, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many times I've watched that Syndra play where he just gets that pick from Dragon and it's just like, oh, come on.
Hiding the ball in the wall to then get the scat of the week on the enemy.
It's just beautiful. But this is the thing, right? This is why we talk about Mojo with Top Esports. Why we look at like what Knight is capable of, what Jackie Love is part of, I've noticed. Alongside Pint. But also we look at V5.
Can't tell if that's an insult or not.
Look, I'm right there with you. Let's be realistic. But for V5, you've still got strong performers. You've still got this carry potential. We've seen every single member of V5 stand up and be accounted for. And it feels like every member needs to be firing all cylinders if they want to try and bring this game back. A 6,000 gold lead, cresting for Top Esports. Dragon in 30 seconds, and Top Esports own the area. Knight is on the top side of the map, though.
He certainly is, but he has that teleport available. So Dagda, what do V5 do? How do they contest Infernal Soul here?
They need to keep this vision control in their favor. They need to make sure that they're not giving those flank angles for Knight, especially because he has to TP in, and they've already brought Rich. I think Top Esports just pull away. Let Knight take the inhibitor on top side.
Perhaps, but they're going to stick around at least for the time being. They're looking for a bit of vision. Tian in close proximity here. TP from Knight. Top Esports will not back away. They will not give up this Drake. They've 50-50'd so many times this series. What's one more? Knight behind enemy line, sweeping, trying to find his way into the play. Tien has Smite available. Knight jumps over the wall. It's going to be Photic in trouble. Knocked up by Mark, but Knight can't follow it up. Has to go into the Zonyas. But the Drake is taken. No, Carcer finds the Smite. And now V5 find the fight on top of it. It's unbelievable. They do it again. But Jackilov, no way. He turns it around. That's two for Jackilov. Turns it on to Photic. Oh my days, it was so close, but Photic finds it.
That could have been it. That could have been V5 dead in the water, river washing away their hopes of taking this game. But Top Esports, with Jackilov just managing to hold on, but crucially, Dragon goes to Karsa, Control goes to V5, and because you've only got Knight left standing, there's no way for either of these teams to try and take that Baron. But again, you can see when Knight can't get access to this backline, when the vision is there for V5, they can deal with this Akali. Karsa even just about managing to clip the Banshee's Veil off of Knight means that PP God gets Knight out of the equation, and then this front-to-back fight is where V5 are so strong. The late-game scaling can take over, and you're not able to assassinate this squishy backline of V5.
Well, I've had a drink of water, Dagda. my voice is back again.
I think I need something stronger, to be honest.
Yeah, that was unbelievably close. Photic literally sub 10 HP, I'm pretty sure, on that play. But turns it around, shuts Jackilov down. But this is what we're talking about. Knight and Jackilov trying to carry these fights. But V5, Karsa finds the Smite. Karsa keeps his team in this game. Infernal Soul in Jackilov's pocket, it's a totally different fight. It's a win for Top Esports at that point.
And now, this gold lead, I don't really care about. Because all that V5 really needed was to get the game back in their favor, to have the control that they need on the map. And with the pushes that they've been able to get in side lanes, you can see they're starting to step up. They're starting to get control over the areas they want and warding flanks, getting the, or at least avoiding these opportunities for Knight to come in onto their backline once more at this next Baron is going to be crucial.
Oh, Tien gets real low on this one. Karsa, I think, wants to follow up onto it. He's charging forwards. Tien gets away. Slot Shadows held for now. That'll be the Scuttle Crab taken. 2.5 minutes till Infernal Soul, and it will go either way. And honestly, Dagda, with how these two teams have been playing so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a 50-50 for Infernal Soul. And that is a scary prospect.
The burger flip to end all burger flips as V5 start up. They're in vision though. And look, you've already got TP coming in from Wayward. Jackilov cancels the reset, but Knight is spotted.
I don't think vision matters right now because the Baron is just going down so damn quickly. Tien trying to get into the pit, but he's going to be too late.
What?
It's actually, what? Wayward? How on earth? Karsa doesn't get the smite? I can't believe it.
The angry kitty. Wayward, how do you manage to steal that?
We said Wayward needed to redeem himself in this series. If that ain't redemption, I don't know what is. I can't believe he just stole that. This game has, this whole series has just been insane.
That was just a smoke screen. That was all that was. He didn't even get into the pit. I'm trying to see here on the bottom right, because like he wasn't actually able to get. Oh, he did get into the pit, but the smoke screen. No, just an auto actually. Yeah. Holy one auto attack. He crit the 675 crit, and he manages to steal it.
Knights in the 2v1 up on the top side. It's Rich and Karsa, but they don't have a whole lot of damage. That's all of their CC used. I think it's enough, though, for them to escape on this one. Knight trying to get a bit more damage, but Shuriken flips back to safety. Okay, we reset once more. Dagda, minute and a half, and it'll be an Infernal Soul fight to decide potentially the series if V5 are able to win it. Remember, this is a best of 5, and V5 are 2-0 up right now. If they can win this next fight, they will probably move on through the upper bracket to our upper bracket final.
Wayward has made this so much easier, though. way easier for top esports. The fact you've got that Baron push now means that you can actually push in these waves as you're seeing, start to establish that vision that Knight wants to play around, even having that teleport once more to see if he can get in. And as long as top esports are playing like a little bit into the jungle of V5, preventing them from getting control over this area, they will be able to stop V5 from having full information. That's so crucial. With 40 seconds left, Knight TP's down to this bot lane.
Knight joining the rest of his team around the Drake. 32 seconds on the clock. Karsa needs to find the smite here. He needs to keep his team alive. But his ultimate is currently on cooldown. No onslaught of shadows. And I don't think 20 seconds is long enough for that to come back up just yet. V5 trying to find their way into River through the mid lane here. JackeyLove trying to deny entry.
The onslaught of shadow is going to be up momentarily.
Look at this,
but if
though.
they can pick
Look at the solo laners.
Yeah.
Knight and Wayward, they're just going into the base. All top esports need to do is deny recalls. And the soul is theirs. Karsa moving in, but JackeyLove with a lot of damage already. Photic shooting onto the backline. Mark trying to buy time, trying to buy space. But the retreat from top esports, they're not going for the base race. Karsa, 1 HP right here. He can't contest the Drake on that kind of health. And it means top esports, not only do they get themselves an inhib, but with a Xayah and a Lee Sin, they guarantee Infernal Soul. Top esports, they lose the support, but they gain everything.
Wayward and Knight, though, we're still playing keep away. We're not into the woods yet, Munch.
Looking for a bit more of a fight. 5v4. Top esports need to hold on. If no! JackeyLove betrays TN. I can't believe we just witnessed that. TN now in his GA. Bit of damage coming out from the rest of the team. In goes Knight. There's 1 kill. There's 2. And top esports find their way back into the fight. Photic is still alive though, but Knight trying to make short work of him. TN next to Knight. Can they finish the AD carry? Q goes wide, but Knight finishes him off. JackeyLove on the other side of the fight. Solo kills Rich, and that should be game.
The unkillables have been slain. They have been denied the 3-0 here. And top esports, it was hard fought. It was well earned. And they will find themselves with the potential for the reverse sweep still alive.
Top esports hold on, and Knight and JackeyLove. What a performance from the pair. Honestly, I think Knight gets the MVP, but realistically, both of them just insane performance. And I mean, that is one of the craziest games I think I've ever watched.
That was insane. Like, every step of the way, you could see how hard fought it was. V5 trying to keep their flanks in check so they could spot at Knight. And top esports just going, cool, we're going to pull what V5 did in game number 2. Just go for the base, see if we can run at it. And it just causes chaos on the Rift. But again, Knight popping off. JackeyLove doing well. Inton TN for the game is worth it if it comes out clutch in the end.
Yeah, I love how Mark just understands what's going on. He's like, I'm going in, boys. Remember me. Just like goes to disrupt the enemy team while the solo laners go for the inhib.
Yeah.
Really smart play, though.
Yeah.
And this is what we've needed from top esports. This has been the big difference between top esports and V5, right? Is V5 have been smarter about the way that they're playing the game. But with a game like that, I'm starting to believe in the mojo, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think especially when you get things like the Victor coming in as blinds, it just opens up Knight so much to bring out things like the Akali. We said at the very start of the game that this Akali pick was going to be such a big pick. The ability to try and shut down so many of these backline carries that are going to be coming through, even with the Cassiopeia on that top side. And again, just how strong a performance Knight has been able to bring to the table for top esports, not only in this series, but all split long. You give him the tools, and he always provides.
Well, we're going to see how long this series goes, Dagda. We're going to jump into a break in a couple of minutes, and then we're going to jump into game number 4 between these two teams, and we'll see if we're going to get 5 today or whether V5 can finish things out. I can't wait to find out. Do not go anywhere.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干巴。
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我赶什么？我是最不赶的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心，平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。大家准备好了吗？太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路是不是？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的。 你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我单着。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像哎，看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪，雷克赛，保一下他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这里没闪现。
OK， 很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，回过头
没闪，可以逼个闪，OK， 再看，啊，这样就死了。雷中了，
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯，
我帮你，我顶，没事。
雷克赛，慢点，
我死了，可以打，输出，
来一点，
你没闪了，
慢点。
好行，我灯了，捡灯，可以打，我到了，慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听回来。
稳点，赵姐，太着急看你操作，回了。
我开吧。
对，盲僧别冲，别乱冲。
没事。
有点失望，赵姐。
看一下这不
？OK，
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。
慢点，
慢点。
没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，雷克赛不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。哎，回个头。谁这么多钱？
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇塞，直接拿下了哇！
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了，没有，那波踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵立杰？
我大刀把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，
鲨鱼没闪，跳走了，鲨鱼，nice，
黑这边我接过去了，
可以追，自己看，
冲，兄弟们，死了，可以打，没闪，
你看 AD 没闪，
追，能杀吗？别急，慢慢操作，
打断了，
这个，我来了，
他没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧，
不行就打先锋吧，
把他杀了，
或者我们推上，
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他，nice，
兄弟们这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是纯有，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置靠，你们拉掉，推打，
推打，
就赢，
推打，
杀人，
来手，过个好年。
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以，
来呗。
我中间也快进了，
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，空档，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
打机会，挖掘机，来，哎，你没闪，冲吧，别急，我在打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，
来杀！
过年
了，
大哥大嫂，过年好。
I can take it, my heart is breaking.
chateau in the mountains. Life change, yeah, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the nightlife. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the nightlife. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face so you can hack that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh.
At the games of honestly that like it was just so mind blowing for so long. It was unbelievable.
But this was the two people that we were looking at, right? This is who we needed to step up. We highlighted Akali at the start of the game and said, look, this is the person that's going to be the mainstay carry. You have one lane that is winning for top esports in the early game, and it's Jackie Love in this bot side. Jackie Love gets the duo lane kill for himself, gets the goal that he needs to be the big carry in the Zaya, and Knight has a phenomenal performance in so many of these team fights. And now you kind of look and go, well, top esports, we've seen the flicker of the flame. How big can this fire roar?
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I will say, I can't remember who. They told me who MVP was. It's already gone. Everything's a rush at this point. If it's Jagged Love, I'll be surprised because he did completely betray TN at the end of that
it's gotta
game.
Be Knight.
It is going to be Knight as the MVP. Unfortunately, we don't have a graphic for that one because I'm pretty sure we're ready to just jump into this next game. Knight had the game of his life there on the Akali. I'm so excited for what happened to game number 4 because again, we've seen so many mid lane bans across this series. Like every single game, we've got all of the meta mid laners basically getting removed.
Syndra, Ari, Ori, Silas. The list goes on.
Rise,
the Rise as well. It's just like
it's insane. So and LeBlanc as well keeps on being taken off the board. So it feels like all of the standard mid lane picks are getting taken off, and we keep on seeing Knight bringing different picks out. And every different pick, he gets incrementally stronger. He looked pretty good on the Zoe, but not good enough. Then brings out the Akali and suddenly goes Super Saiyan. What's next? Because I'm scared. I'm scared for Rookie on this next one.
And V5 are going to blue side, right? So now you get the potential 5th counter pick there for Knight. Or we could even see it go up towards that top side of the map as well, because it's been a bit of a moat game, a lot of going back and forth going on that top side. But I think one of the big things is when you see as many bans going to the mid lane as physically possible, he starts to open up things like the Zaya. The Zeri has been banned away, but Zaya has been kind of like one step below Zeri when you look across kind of globally at all the regions, and we're starting to see why, right? Like Zaya, the amount of feathers you can get down with this lethality build, her ability to just be so strong, so fast in the game, really has led her to being kind of the creme de la creme. And when you kind of give up things like the Hecarim to get this Zaya, and you have that pop-off performance for Jackie Love, it does change the mindset of V5 coming into this game 4.
And it feels like that Zaya as well is such a valuable pick for Jackie Love because what does Rookie want to do in this game? It shut down Jackie Love, deny that AD carry, but on Zaya, you still have that late game presence, you still have that massive damage for the team fights, but you can also self-peel somewhat, which is what Jinx and Aphelios lack. That's the biggest issue with those two picks, and realistically, we're not seeing the Tahm Kenches and the Threshers anymore alongside the Aphelios and the Jinx, so it feels like the Zaya kind of It's almost got, it's the band-aid for the fix, right? It's like, well, this can kind of do both by itself, or we could still have the harder games.
But that's the thing. It's kind of like the counter picks upon counter picks, because you go for the Tam Kench or the Thresh, but now you got Rakan, right? Especially against someone like a Tam Kench. Well, if you eat someone up, it's just like, well, I just charm both of you. I just knock up both of you. Your AD carry's still in there somewhere, so I'm still able to get them. And that's why we're seeing like things like the Xayah rise up, because as you say, like, you've got the great self-peel, you've got the ability to control lane after that level 3, and once you get access to your full kit, you deal immense damage AoE in team fights, which I think is something that, like, Aphelios can be very good at single target kind of front-to-back fights, but when Xayah is able to do a lot in both the offensive and retrieve state, it helps a lot, and that's a Tryndamere ban.
It is a Tryndamere ban, you're not wrong, and that says to me that I think Rich wants to play Graves. That's been his go-to anyway. It is going to be Orianna banned off the table.
So
Does mean Hecarim's available though. Instantly locked in for Karsa.
So do we just go back to the Lee Sin? I mean, Tien had a fair, well, I'm not going to say an alright performance. It went a bit sideways, let's be realistic for Tien, but it does give kind of the early control that you want, and I mean, yeah, just going to lock it back in alongside the Aphelios here, so nothing too, like, untoward or a little bit unexpected coming through here, and it feels like for V5, you just go over towards Jinx, something that can kind of, like, outrange the Aphelios. Could be on the cards, and which I know you're a little bit of a fan of the Ashe, but I don't think we're going to get it.
No, I don't think we're going to see the Ashe coming on through on this one. Could be. I mean, Ashe is actually pretty good on the patch.
Yeah.
It's not really been seen in the LPL at very least. One thing I'm just pondering, was Karsa playing the Hecarim in the last game?
Yeah.
I think he was, which means his 100% win rate on
it's
Hecarim
ruined.
is
Only
now
90%.
gone. Only 90% win rate.
He
Just
sucks.
a meager 90% win rate on the Hecarim now for Karsa. It is going to be the Graves that we saw. You know, the Tryndamere ban kind of signals that the Graves get.
Yeah, so I mean, I imagine that you're going to have like something like a Gnar come through here for Wayward, and then we're probably going to get to see a lot more of those mid lane bans coming out on this next rotation. The LeBlanc has been left open, so maybe Knight wants to try and grab the LeBlanc before we go into that next ban phase, just so we can make sure that he has that pick for himself. But it's actually not going to be the LeBlanc hovering the Rise at the moment.
But that's the early proactivity that we want from top esports. They need to contest this early game and not let V5 get too far ahead. Knight with a mid laner that can push and move, and now they can ban more mid lanes, make sure that Knight has a good setup, or in fact, could he, I mean, they already have counter pick for top lane, so if you ban out the mid laners as well, top esports in a really good spot.
Yeah, and I think that's basically, I'm kind of like scratching my brain here going like, what the hell do we actually do? Like, you've got Syndra going to be banned away. Maybe you get the Galio ban. Yeah, there it is. And I'm just like, well, what do you actually have left? I think Vex may be kind of one of the answers that we've seen come through for the Rise in a certain amount of games. Maybe, actually, I think Rookie could just go back towards the Azir. Rookie in 2020 was probably the best Azir we had in the league. 2021, he was one of the worst Azirs we had in the league. So we'll see what 2022 looks like. But the Gnar hovered here for Wayward. Still trying to make sure that Mark can have that counter pick. So I think from top esports, they've kind of gone, hey, look, we know where our two big lanes lie, right? It's on these carries. Get Knight in a comfortable position and make sure that we can get the counter pick and support to ensure Jackie Love is happy as well.
Yeah, and Jackie Love and Mark have been doing so well in the 2v2, and that's the scariest thing, I think, for V5 on this map, right, is that they do keep on losing out in the 2v2. And, you know, game number 1, they quote-unquote won the bottom lane, but that was because the rest of the team influenced that lane. Since that point, it has been going the way of top esports. The Tahm Kench, it feels like V5 are committing to playing weak side on that bottom side.
Yeah, they're kind of going, look, we just need some sort of safety here. And I think that opens up pretty nicely for the Rakan pick if you want to for Mark. And I think it has worked reasonably well, both sides of the equation when we've seen it. And just such a strong pick. But we'll have to see what Rookie's going to go for. Hovering the Victor, I'm not the biggest fan. I just don't think Victor can contest the push that Rise has. I would actually rather see the Azir, and you just play for these like big late game fights. But it is going to be the Victor, and there is the Rakan.
So the Rakan comes on through in the end alongside Jackie Love's Aphelios. And so we see, once again, top esports, this jungle support having a lot of impetus, right? Having a lot of ways to be aggressive and make things happen. And it's, you know, not really the same for V5, where you've got this Tahm Kench. The ES you can do engage, it's not really your primary function. The Hecarim, though, will be that primary engage tool once again. And we've seen Karsa more than happy to make a fight happen with the Hecarim.
Yeah, my biggest problem with the Hecarim, though, is like just looking at these early stages, you're kind of looking at a Lee Sin and a Rise on the opposite side. Even Victor doesn't really offer a huge
Not just
amount
kind
in
of
those
looking
early
at
fights.
it, you are looking at it.
I mean, that is true. But it does mean that when you go for these like 2v2s, it becomes really difficult for you actually to try and take it. Or we could even see these like level 3 plays from TN in towards the mid with a flash root coming in from the Rise, setting up for the Lee Sin, like we've seen it countless times. And if that Victor's flash is burnt, it becomes even more difficult for him to contest the wave. And now we've got Knight out with access to the map, and I think that's the best way that we're going to see top esports play this. The other side of the coin though is if you don't get TN having those successful plays in mid and you're running this Ghost Hecarim, Rise trying to push that wave by default ends up overextended, and maybe Carson manages to sneak in and turn that lane around.
Well, Dagda, we're getting ready to jump onto the Rift for game number 4 here. And I'm looking at the bottom lane. I know it's not that exciting of a lane matchup, but Photic and Jakilov have both had an insane series so far. Jakilov has not been making those classic Jakilov mistakes, right? He's not been overstepping too much. You know, it's the odd misstep, but generally speaking, he's been firing away. Photic as well, though, the guy that was replaced by Jakilov, doing Jakilov things in these team fights. It feels like both are firing on all cylinders in the team fights, and it's a pleasure to watch.
And that's the thing, game 2 was Photic with the hero play.
Yeah.
Game 3 is Jakilov not making classic Jakilov mistakes, but making classic Jakilov outplays.
Yeah.
And now, again, we're going to have to see it. Jackie.
Oh no! What have I done? The caster curse! Jakilov has to flash cast and try to chase him down, but Jakilov surviving for now, but not for long enough. Caster cuts him down. I'm sorry, top esports fans. What have I done? Oh, that is I mean, why is Jakilov just solo walking into the jungle anyway? That is Jakilov.
Just good crack, isn't it? Just good banter.
It was good banter, to be fair. You gotta give him that. Well, that's one way to start the game. So V5 with a 500 gold lead at the 1 minute mark. Not a bad start.
Yeah, definitely. I don't need a replay. Come on, observers. Don't do them like that.
Oh, it's because they'd seen Tom Kench on the top side. So Jakilov must have assumed the rest of the team was there. This is actually super smart from V5, to be fair to them.
Yeah, so they thought that maybe some sort of invade was coming in on the top side, and Jackie was just like, all right, well, my due diligence, I'm going to go put a ward, but B5, now at the level 1.
And crucially, Jakilov used both summoners. So now that 2v2 advantage that we've been talking about, the fact that Jakilov and Mark consistently winning that 2v2, well, that's going to be tough without combat summons.
Also, the kill went to Karsa. So Karsa went to go back, get those boots, and now you can actually look for plays on the bottom side. But if PP God is going to kind of mess up like this, maybe you can go for plays in the 2v2.
I take it back.
You know?
Right, okay.
We just can't talk about anyone.
It turns out, whatever we say, the exact opposite will immediately happen. Top esports don't stand a chance in game number 4.
Well, yeah, I don't know, man. Look,
we have different goals in life. I just want to see top esports win. You're like, this is my chance at millions. Wayward is about to get solo killed. Rich, in the meantime, up in the top lane, just dunks Wayward after Wayward gets the counter pick.
How does that happen? You're not supposed to be able to just, like, sit in on top of this.
Jakilov, he has no sums and he's taken down. It's a straight lane diff on both sides of the map.
Wait a second.
No way. Rookie caught in the mid lane. It's the other side, though.
Okay.
It's the other side.
Okay.
We need to calm down, Doctor. We're only 2 minutes into the game. We got to calm down.
It's 2 minutes into the game. We have 4 kills. This has just been insane. But, again, messy side lanes coming through for top esports. Jakilov getting exposed when his summoner spells. Wayward, I don't know what happened on this top side, that he was like allowing himself to be hit by Rich and not kind of using the minions as that barrier, but that gone awry. But the saving grace for top esports, we talked about these level 3 ganks for TN. Rookie still has flash though, but Knight has his own.
Dagda, I think we have to be the luckiest casters in the world right now. This series has been insane. After how one-sided so many playoff series have been as well across the world, so excited to see such a bang between the two teams. Rookie trying to get pressure on tonight once more. Knight will be able to get the cannon regardless, but you can see pretty big CS lead in favor of Rookie so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Rookie did manage to get the kind of wave crash before he ended up going down, so at least is in a decent spot. But here we go, we're going to get the replay. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Like, Wayward, you kind of just use these minions as a barrier, but, he just takes that step too far forward. Level 2, he doesn't respect it. So, Rich just punishing the fact that he had that wave push, and Wayward, that was just sloppy.
Yeah, that one's not fun. And then Jakilov just getting caught by the knockup. And the Flame Chompers immediately followed up. Very nicely done here. Good little combo from Photic and PP God. And that's the power of that level 1 play that we talked about. The summoners were on cooldown. And then here's the play in the mid lane as well.
And again, it's kind of just like oversteps in all 3 lanes, right? You look at top and bot, just taking that step too far. They can punish Rookie as well, even that spot, just going that little bit too aggressive. But Carson is in the bush.
Yeah, could cancel his recall, but I don't think he's gonna Giga Chad recall from Carson. He's like, no, I'm out of here, guys. Don't you dare go for the fight. And you know, we're talking about these missteps from the players, but I know it's only game number 4. The series still has plenty to come. Hopefully, as Mark will be able to get out with his life. We're talking about how tired our voices are from this game. Think how tired the players are already. With how intense these games have been, you can expect the players are going to start making uncharacteristic mistakes.
It seems like Knight still has his head screwed on right though. You see just leaning down to this bot side, trying to put pressure here, and you can see it's forced Karsa onto this bot side where he has no camps, but Knight actually doesn't have mana, so it's a complete bluff, and now TN spots Karsa.
Yeah, that's going to be the slow coming out from TN. Follows up with a ward dash, but Karsa gets onto the chickens to pull himself out to safety. Got a lot of healing off of the chickens as well, thanks to his W. In comes Mark with the follow-up. Knight is there, but doesn't quite get an assist. There's now knock-up from Tom Ketch, but TN has Mark alongside him. The smite to keep himself healthy. Flashes over the wall. Photic is here as well, but rooted. Damage out from Knight. Jackulov arriving on the scene. Has the Infernum, has the Graviton, but needs to be cautious not to go too far on his own.
Top Esports won't go down without a fight. Get the pick onto Karsa, and Tien is looking so much better on this Lee Sin. Just the confidence of getting that early kill gives him the confidence to invade Karsa, get in his face, and this is where Top Esports have been playing all split long. In this pocket of using Knight's pressure to set up Tien for invades, play aggressive against the opposition jungler when Tien has things like this Lee Sin, and you're seeing the results, right? Perfectly happy to find this fight once he has his bot lane in tow.
If you think all the way back to get... Oh, wait, there's a play going on in the top side in the meantime. Sonic Wave went wide. Oh, no way. Does he just 2v1 that? Rich literally just comfortably 2v1ing Wayward and Tien. That is bad news bears for Top Esports. That's not a situation that you want to find yourself in. Tien goes a little wide on the queue. And Rich just lazily lifts to the left.
Yeah, Rich knows exactly what's up. Manages to step away from Tien, even as Karsa just up in this top side. But, I mean, fair dues to Rich, right? Like, gets that kill advantage, a nice little CS lead for himself. And if you're going to go for this build, which is the lethality build again for Rich, you have a ton of damage and a ton of presence in this early stage. We can push for the tower, shove in waves against Wayward. And if you're just going to continue losing gold to this tower as Wayward, you're going to struggle. So I want to see if Knight now, with this level 6 hit, can push in this wave mid and start to rectify this top side of the map in favor of Top Esports. Because with both side lanes losing, you need to find success somewhere.
And it's tough to see Wayward have this kind of a series as well. After the split that he has had, after some of the games that we've got to witness where Wayward has been the carry, that's what we said coming into today. We were looking at all 3 lanes, how insane the matchups were in every single lane. And I feel like the other 2 matchups have delivered, but Wayward, it's been really one-sided. Realm Warp into the bottom lane here. Flame Chompers will deny Knight for a time. Tien trying to move in as well. Jumps forward, but the kick dodged by Photic. PP God knocked up. This will be one guaranteed here for Top Esports. One more auto does the job for Jackie Love. It's just going to be the one, but a nice pick for Top Esports.
Gives them the Dragon as well. So again, Top Esports playing really well through Knight's presence in the mid lane. It's what we highlighted in this draft was Victor doesn't have the pressure that you need to shut down the Rise moving around in these early stages.
And crucially, we're seeing Victory 5 try and match Top Esports on the bottom side there, instead of playing the opposite side of the map, which is what we're so used to seeing V5 do.
Yeah, and I think the biggest issue for them is just that, hey, you know, well, Victor's already in the area, Karsa had already gone down towards this bottom side, so they're just not really in the position to look for the cross map. And honestly, for V5, they kind of want to isolate Rich into this matchup, especially with how well it's been going so far. But as I say that, Rookie's seeing if maybe he can actually find the answer to the Dragon being taken by Top Esports, but he's just been pushed off the mid wave.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rookie right now, you're feeling the pressure, right? You're feeling like you need to get out into one of these side lanes, have some influence, because that's what Knight is doing, and it's Jackie Love that's getting ahead. It's Tien that's getting ahead. Tien with a lead on Lee Sin. We've seen terrifying things in that position before. Wayward wants a bit of revenge for earlier. Heavy trade up on the top side. Turns into Mega Gnar, and it means Rich has to back away. Mark moving into the bottom side, flanking his own lane, but Caster's already here. Jackie Love in trouble, has flash, has heal, but they're not going to be enough. Oh, there's the healing coming out from the Severum. Gets under the tower, but goes down anyway. Caster behind enemy lines, chased down by TN. Can the Sonic Wave land? Caster needs to find the dodge, but the Q lands. Knight behind the scene as well. It's Votic as the target. One more hit finishes the job, and now PP got the target as TN finishes off Caster as well. And Top Esports, they go 0-2 down, but they will not go down in the series without a fight.
And just every reaction from Top Esports has been perfect. Knight consistently following the plays from V5 to the bot side. Jackie Love will lose out losing that big wave to the turret, but mid.
Oh, Rookie, you've made an error here. You've stayed way too long, and you've dug too greedily. They've awakened the Balrog in TN. The Phoenix is back. He's just on a different team.
And this is why there were a couple of key picks that I was looking at for Knight. We talked about in the last series that like the first series that I got to cast for Top Esports. It was things like the Vex, the Ari, but crucially this Ryze as well. Ryze has been such a big pick for Knight because it allows him to play this kind of style. Set up for strong mid jungle, look for invades with TN, play towards his side lanes, get the entire map set up for Top Esports. And look, even though Jackie Love does fall, it is for the greater good.
And Jackie Love almost surviving on this one. Gets the Guardian, gets the Moonlight Vigil with the Severum there as well, but it's not quite enough through the Ignite. Getting denied there. As then it's the follow-up, right? Knight managing to get these kills on the bottom side of the play while TN chases the Hecarim through the jungle, and Caster eventually falls. Beautiful stuff across the board here. 1v1 in the top side as well. Wayward, low on HP, has the flash though. He will walk away.
Ooh, Jackie Love taking a brunt of damage here, but Karsa is waiting in the wings with PP God, so they're kind of keeping their eyes on where Knight's been able to roam to. You can see him just hovering over the wall here with Mark trying to buy space for Jackie Love, so he's safe to get this wave. And I think trying as Top Esports to keep V5 in check is always going to be your best bet, but we got to start talking about like where this gold is situated. Because it's 18k to 18k, about to crest 19k for Top Esports. It's not a huge gold. And 4 of those kills are on TN. In the long run, that's not who you want the gold on. Like, TN will have some impact in the early stages, but will definitely fall off as the game goes on later. So when you're looking at a Victor, a Jinx, these are the things that are going to end up carrying late game. So for Top Esports, TN needs to make sure he's continuing to snowball this game with Knight, getting kills back onto Jackie Love.
Yeah.
Because this Aphelios is way behind this Jinx right now.
That said, if you're going to pick any jungler to have a big lead on, Lee Sin is definitely one of the junglers that can use it, that can find kills. Caster's just going to contest the Herald while there's a play going on top side. Rich out of mana, but gets underneath the tower, uses ult and his flash to survive on this one. I have no idea who got the Herald on this one, as Mark and Tien trying to survive on this one. Backing away, PP God, low on HP. Or actually, no, he's not low on HP. He's Tom Kench. He's completely invincible. Walks away. Caster trying to chase out Jackie Love, who's been caught in the river. Jackie Love is not having a very fun game, but he does have Severum, and Caster realizes that that's a whole lot of Jackrims. Can't stay in the fight. Jackie Love now will get slowly but surely chased out of the play. Has Inferno, maybe. Moonlight Vigil's already been used, though. No summoners. Slowly but surely, they chase down the Aphelios.
Hey, it's worth. I mean, you're just wasting the time that Top Esports invested into that Rift Herald, and they never got to pick up the Rift Herald. So Top now will get mid lane push. Rookie can easily clear out this wave, though. So all said and done, all you're really losing is your top lane. Or sorry, your top side of the jungle, but Rich is actually taking it out from under Tien's nose.
Oh, Rich, that was beautiful. Steals it. Oh, he stole a Baron early. Oh, actually, no, that was Wayward. I just saw the Graves. But the Gromp now, the contested point on the map as it will reset. Tien gets nothing. As he said, he's just denying everything. Rich trying to do what he can, but will be taken in the end by Tien. But Tien staying on this top side, fighting for a Gromp. Drake is up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and you've already got the resets coming through here for V5. So, I mean, realistically, you get to push in mid, you can start to roam over. The only issue that you're seeing is that Rookie did end up staying in that mid lane, so definitely behind on a reset for himself, which may give the control for Knight to just move over. And Tien, because he's so accelerated, he already has his mythic, so the fact he hasn't reset yet won't mean too much in the grand scheme of things.
Here we go. Knight. Mark trying to set up a play in the mid lane. The quickness comes out, and there's a knock up onto Rookie. The follow-up is there from Knight, and a kick from TN. Another kill into TN's pocket. He does take 3 turret shots for his trouble, but Cast has been caught. Wayward is there. TN, you got to give this one over to someone. No, he doesn't. 6-0-1. TN wants this game all for himself.
We said TN needed to step up. He had the kills. He needed to be the carry, and he's doing just that. Wayward now runs into Rich, but they will just back away. Carson, that play didn't quite have the onslaught of shadows, which means now TN gets this dragon that we were so worried about.
And I feel like the difference between Rich and Wayward in this series has been Rich having much more of an influence in that 1v1, winning out the lanes. Like Wayward clearly has been struggling in the 1v1. But it's when Wayward can link up with the rest of his team, he's been able to influence the game. He's been able to have a great performance and show us why he's been so successful on the team all year long. Great engage here, Mike.
Yeah, no onslaught of shadows, as we said, so Carson not able to have that counter engage, like buy space, and TN position himself perfectly here alongside the roam from Wayward to make things happen. And Wayward, you can even see like dropping a significant wave top to make it happen, but he knows that if you can get the kills here, you're going to get good damage on that mid turret, get some of those plates, get the dragon, and it's all for the benefit of the greater good for Top Esports. And that's kind of been what we've seen a lot here on Top Esports is, look, we'll lose a CS, we'll lose a bit of gold here and there, but as long as we're actually getting the team as a whole ahead, that's what matters.
I will say, 2 of the players that have been super consistent and super dominant in this series are now having a really rough game for themselves. You know, Rookie being targeted very regularly by TN and Mark. A lot of pressure going into him on the mid lane, and he's ended up 0-3. Similar story down on the bottom side from Jaculov, getting caught out. PP got trying to get that going once again, but 1-4 so far in this game. It feels like the 2 carries that have been consistent struggling a little bit in game 4.
Yeah, the problem for Top though is that they don't really have enough of a score lead for Wayward to try and play through like sideways, right? Like you still have Rich who's winning and now maybe winning a bit more.
Speaking of Rich, he just walks straight into the Rakan. There's an insane CC chain. TN just takes another one. 7-0-1. That wasn't even his kill. He just KS'd that one straight up. TN does not give a single monkeys as he wants to just take this game all for his own. He wants a bit of revenge and he wants to prove to everyone at home that he's still got what it takes. And I can't believe it, but Top Esports with a 1k gold lead with 2 Drakes back to back. It feels like with control of the whole map as well. They're looking good, Dagda, to push us to game 5. But everything we've said like that has immediately gone wrong. So I'm a little bit nervous now that I've said it out loud.
And I think the person that's making you that little bit nervous is Photic. We haven't seen him a lot in team fights. We haven't seen him a lot on the screen. But look at what he's picked up. Kraken Slayer already. He hasn't reset off of taking that bot turret. He's going to catch this mid wave. Photic has a significant amount of gold, and a Jinx with a lead like that is going to be terrifying. So you got to see if TN can try and take Photic out of the equation before these fights start.
What do you think about the build from Photic here, though? Because Kraken Slayer against this team, I'm not super convinced, just on the fact that I feel like you need the Gale Force. You're going to have to be dodging Nart. Like, TN is an absolute monster in this game. He wants to kick you. You've got Knight who's going to try and root you as well. It feels dangerous.
I think the big reason is just tankage. I think that's the main reason is like, look, yes, they can try and jump in on top of you, but if TN goes for this big kick, it's like, just devour, you're out of the equation, it's all well and good. So I think that's kind of what basically Photic is trying to play off of. And I honestly think that if you're not going to get that value out of the Gale Force, Kraken Slayer is just better by all accounts. Like, more damage, way better when you look at like gold efficiency as well. So if you can get the Kraken Slayer 100%, and even going to be going for that rapid fire cannon as well, so it can take pop shots from range, I think you're going to be pretty damn good here as Photic, and we'll have to see how these fights are going to play out, because again, if you're not going to be able to help out Photic as PP got in these fights, then I 100% agree. TN going to be terrifying. Knight kind of going this tank build, it looks like again, means that he's actually going to be very strong in just stepping up as a frontliner. 4v5.
He's been a little aggressive on this one. 1.5 minutes till Drake, but Herald is live on the map right now. It'll only be there for another 1.5 minutes or so. Baron will be coming onto the map shortly, so if Top Esports want to go for that Herald, they need to make it happen pretty soon.
We already see TN starting that one up. They spot Rookie in the bot side, and I don't think this matters too much for Top Esports. So like, look, we just want to get gold. We just want to try and farm up and get ourselves back into some sort of nice spot. Because as you can see, got gold bounties on the map here, objective bounties on the map for V5. That's just kind of how far they've started to slip behind. The 3,000 gold lead slowly starting to stretch for top esports, but V5 just looking to see if they can get any sort of win back in their favor.
Yeah, top esports, but 3,000 gold lead at 18 minutes is not something to sniff at. They are in a really strong spot. But I want to go back to a statistic that we talked about early on in the day, because we've got Drake coming up in half of a minute. I want to quickly mention that V5, even when behind at 15, they still win 60% of their games across the course of this split. That is an absurdly high percentage. That's the highest in the league. Any team in this situation you'd usually count out, but V5, not so much. Top esports in position to start the Drake on spawn here, with Knight having priority in that bottom lane.
They have one deep board just at the back of the pit there, you can see, and top esports will have to see if they can try and use that to get Wayward in. He's going to go and attach himself to this top side, but Knight has Rift Herald and bot. V5 have used the Hextech gate to get in, but they may actually be able to slip in here and try and separate top esports, but I'm not sure if that's kind of just setting up for TN or if it's actually a play that V5 can work with.
So TP forced out here. It is going to be Rich having to answer the Herald on the bottom side. So good use of Herald here to force the Summoner out from the side of V5. Top esports now grouping up in the river. They are the ones with control right now. It's V5 that have to answer. It does feel kind of difficult for this V5 squad to just brute force the situation unless Karsa can get a big ulti.
Rapid Fire Cannon Kraken Slayer now completed for Photic, though. He's so strong.
Wayward's about to turn into Mega Gnar. That's going to be Moonlight Vigil. This Dragon's just taken. That's 3 Drakes. Top esports don't even need to fight. They're quite happy with that one. They got themselves another Drake. They got themselves the objective. They might even get a red buff on top of it as well. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, this might be too much, though.
Wayward stayed a little bit too long. He actually used his Gnar ult on the red buff as well. It's a bit of a tragedy from Wayward on this one. TN, Sonic Wave in. They're going for the play. Look at the turnaround from Top Esports. It's just too beautiful. Everyone on the same page. Rookie taken down. 2 more for TN. Why not have 9 kills? And Photic, he's under the tower, and he's awfully lonely in the world. Knight is going to move on forward, finds the root, but it's immediately cleansed. Everfrost won't land, and it will be the end of the play. But regardless, 12-6. It's a 5k goal lead. It's 3 Drakes and a bunch of towers on top. Dagda, I think Top Esports might just push us to 5.
Look, if you flip a coin enough times, it's going to come up what you want, at least 50%. And TN has had 2 pretty miserable games. A third one that was very rocky, but on this Lee Sin, on what has been his signature pick, he's doing it.
And another pick onto Rich at the bottom side. Knight grabbing himself a kill, 3-0 and 8 on the rise. TN has found PP God. Jaculov might finally get himself a bit of gold in this game as well, as surely they can donate the top Kent over. And it's just, you know, when it rains, it absolutely pours apparently.
And apparently that rain might be a little bit purple as well, because you're looking at that Baron that is sitting on the Rift. The resets are coming through for Top Esports, and V5 are trying to get themselves onto this top side of the map. But you got to be careful there, Karsa. Top Esports are on the way.
You start talking about Purple Rain. I thought you were going to give us a bit of a rendition there for a second on the cast. I was excited. I feel like you got the chocolatey voice that's necessary. It's going to be Baron on the cards here, as Karsa moves in to get vision control, but there's not really much he can do by himself, and I feel like this lead is starting to get a little bit ridiculous, but you can never count out V5. That's the first thing. And the second thing is the scaling ain't too shabby either with that Victor, with the Jinx. The problem is, like, look at Rookie's Victor. This is an uncharacteristic position that he's in, where he is massively behind in that mid lane. Only 1.5 items. He cannot carry a fight yet.
Karsa try to see what he can do, but Tien again.
He especially can't carry a fight when Tien is doing that to him, and he gets the healing from the Gore Drinker. The Chaos Storm cannot finish him off. Tien 10-0. This is a monster performance from the Top Esports jungler after, let's be honest, a terrible year last year, a rocky split this split, but he comes into playoffs. He's looked so much better across the course of the last 2 series, and now looking amazing in game number 4 of this series. Can they secure this Drake? Karsa is around, the rocket comes in, it is going to be secured. Top Esports with yet another objective.
And there's nothing V5 can do. I mean, Photic is the only part of the map that actually ended up winning, and unfortunately, Photic isn't being given the front line that he needs to get into these fights. You can see that you're just getting burst out so quickly by Knight, by this Lee Sin. We're going to get a replay here, though, of what has been Wayward, despite the initial kill going across the ridge, having a lovely time in the 1v1 now that he has that randomness completed. It just makes it so hard to actually try and take down this.
Look at Wayward's build as well with the Triforce Randuins. It's like, I'm going to 1v1 you, bro.
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, beautiful to see Wayward having a little bit of redemption in that top side now that him and his team are just so far ahead. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds until that next Drake as well, Dagda. And, do you know, I
can feel it.
I'm so excited. Oh, don't you say anything. Don't you say anything. I want to talk about TN. No. None of that, okay? Let's talk about TN for a second, because this guy, like I said, had a tough year last year. And I think a lot of people were saying that, a lot of people I've seen publicly saying that he needs to be replaced on this squad, that they don't believe in this jungler anymore. And it feels like this game, you know, even across this series, he's actually not had that great of a series, generally speaking. But this game, it feels like he's finally able to breathe out with all of the issues he had last year, with stress, with his wrists. Like, it feels like he's had to fight up against so much, and it feels so good to have him, watch him have a little victory lap, you know?
I think he is a jungler, though, that relies heavily on a strong mid jungle, right? Because you can see in the games that we've had so far this series, like last game, for example, right? He gets the Lee Sin, but it's with Akali. It's like, what do you do in that scenario, right? You don't actually get to control. You don't get to play the style TN wants to, which is play around mid lane, then use that advantage you just got to look for invades, look for kills, and like start to open up the map in that way. But the second he gets that strong mid jungle, TN looks like a different beast. And this is why I think the draft is so important.
Tarsus going to try and go for the steal. I take it back. He was ramping up. He was going real quick in the jungle. It's not going to happen, though. That's going to be solved. Top Esports. And, well, with a 10,000 gold lead, a soul in their pocket, 16-6 on kills, 6-1 on towers. I mean, Top Esports, they have everything. They have everything they could possibly need. If Top Esports lose this game now, they do not deserve to move forward to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way, right? You've got, like, all the pressure that you need, the Hex tech soul for yourself. You're pushing in mid. Baron is still with you for another few seconds, so at least you may be able to get this tower if you push in quick enough, and they will, with V5 having Rookie on the top side. Now that the base is open, it just becomes so much easier to collapse down towards Wayward in the spot side as well. What have you got, V5? This is all or nothing right now.
Yeah, we need a last-ditch fight from V5, see if they can hold themselves in this game. Second in-him tower goes down on this one. The lightning starting to chain between the V5 players. That will build up over time, but that's 2 inhibs taken. And Top Esports can just move over to the top side with a realm warp for the minion wave. They don't even have to play through the top minion wave. They just move it. It's beautiful play as Top Esports look for a 3rd inhibitor. Big damage out from V5, though. Maybe they can do something to hold on to this objective, but it's not looking good. They just can't close the gap. TN trying to get into the backline here. The ward dash doesn't quite make it happen, but Wayward finds a target. Carcer into the backline. As it's going to be a GA coming on through. Photic chased down by Knight in the backside of the play. And Knight's completely invincible. Carcer and Rookie can't hurt him. A double for Knight. As he just 1v4s on the fountain. This is unbelievable from Knight. As I don't think he'll get the Penta. Carcer robbing his old teammate. But it doesn't matter, because Top Esports, they're going to finish this game off. Oh, maybe it happens? No, Carcer, he walks away again. I think he actually bought...
They're going! They're
going! Buy QSS? He's got to stop watching his pocket. He's just playing with them. But Top Esports, they'll force us to 5 games.
Start the silver scrapes. Top Esports have done it. They won't get the penta kill, but we will be going to that game number 5. And I know that those voice comms are going to be one of the funniest things that I listen to next week coming. But I got to say, amazing performance from Top Esports. Amazing performance from TN as well, specifically. We said, look, what you need to do is this Lee Sin is get active level 3. Make sure that you're getting these ganks in the mid lane. Work with Knight on this rise. And instantly you see 2 quick ganks into the mid lane. Rookie shut down and out of the equation. And from that, you can play around Knight on this rise to just smooth out the issues you've had on the map and take the game.
Dagda, I don't want to say it too soon, but...
Don't say it. I know. If I'm not allowed to say it, you're not allowed to say it.
That prediction's looking real good right now. I have to say, TN, do we need a Lee Sin ban at this point? Is that the situation we're in for V5? Because they had side selection for this game. They could have banned the Lee Sin. They chose not to. And, I mean, we can see what happens.
You need one of two things here from V5. It's the Lee Sin ban, but I don't think you need the Lee Sin ban. I think you need the Rise ban, or you need to have higher priority on when you're picking your mid laner. Because as you can see, like, this has been a pick that, like, from the start of playoffs we've highlighted for Knight. Like, I think he's got, like, I can't remember. I think it's like an 86% win rate on the Rise or something like that. Like, it's absolutely insane, and it's because of things like this where they can set up for that strong mid jungle, where they can start to look for roams, and a lot of the issues that we can see in top esports in their early game kind of get smoothed out, and they get this very simple to execute game plan. You take that off the equation, well, then we get game 1, then we get game 2, and I think that's why we kind of got to see if that's going to be the plan of just more mid lane bans, because it's worked so far for V5.
Well, Dagda, we'll have to find out. We're going to do so after the break. Get ready for some silver scrapes. We're going to game 5. It's V5 versus top esports. Do not touch that browser, because you know the 5th is going to be a banger.
Gale Force, but now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank. Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the fact that now. Oh, the ult! There it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening.
Gang kinda full of hoodies out, circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong, shoulders, I'm a monster.
Going down here, Escape still has the flash, still has the ult. Target comes to wild, goes to himself. Jankos looking for it! Jankos gets it!
Jankos will always find a way, and he steals the Baron.
They do not know that Selfmade's there. Control ward now going down as the dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Jankos looking for the steal. No! F***ing way does Cap steal that from over the wall. He gets the Hextech Soul for G2.
First it's Jankos, and then it's the mid lane man, Caps.
To the top of that mountain, I was everything that they wanted. Been loyal, a rider, Viking, a fighter, but I've been further with my own.
These two birds, he's trying to get one down, but no, not quite able to find one bomb. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off, and then fine, and EDG won't go down.
Os reinos chegando, não veio com ninguém, ficou pra trás agora o Jojo, a pela lateral, o Gui vai saindo também, o Barão foi abandonado por enquanto, Matos gastou, que belo ultimate! O combo! Inflamatilha foi a caça!
And Blabber just gets cold from the Freljord, and he's still frozen solid. We're going to find a bit more now as Fudge walks away. Just barely staying alive and in the win some. It's going to be closer. Diving in for more. Kill number 2. Kill number 3. 100 Thieves just walking over Cloud9.
Chovy takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The stab gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, that they will clean up the fight just like that.
You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me.
Welcome back, everybody, for the fifth and final time today. We're back with round 4 of our playoffs. It's our first match in our double elimination, and it started as we mean to go on here in the LPL. V5 and Top Esports going the distance. Neither me nor Dag to calling either team IG once during the series either, so no shots so far. But what, oh my god, what a series this has been. Top Esports looking at a reverse sweep right now.
That is absolutely insane. Like, after game 1 and game 2, it felt like Top Esports would have been broken. But the fact that they're able to come into game number 3, we have a pop-off performance from Knight, a pop-off performance from Jackie Love. We get to game 4, and Tien goes Super Saiyan from the jungle. Like, it's been so damn good to watch. But it is game 5. This is all or nothing now for both these teams.
But let's take a moment to sit in that moment from Tien, right? He's the MVP, and a much-deserved MVP. 10-0-6 on Lucid. Insane game coming out from him, and just consistently making those plays across the board.
But this is where we said was like the comfort zone for a team, right? Strong mid-jungle that they can look to play around. You can use the pressure from Knight, having Knight in your back pocket to look for invades. He gets that quick kill
It's
up
like
to
a little
Carson.
Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Except Tien's the Bulbasaur. But you start to look at where Tien can go on the map. He can start to play down towards that bot side as well. It was just starting to like write everyone across the map, or write all the issues that were on the map for Top Esports, and Tien came out on top.
You made me snort with laughter on the ball. I wasn't ready for that one.
Yeah, sorry, for anyone who doesn't know, Tien's nickname on the Chinese side is Bulbasaur. exactly. So,
Which,
yeah.
You know, whether or not that's positive, is,
Yeah,
we'll let you guys decide that one. I think it's cute, but he might not. I don't know. Never asked him. We'll see how game number 5 is going to go, though, because, again, like, we saw both Jackie Love and Rookie targeted in this one on opposite sides of the map, right? And I feel like Rookie has been the linchpin for V5. If Rookie can be targeted like this again in game number 5, I genuinely think Top Esports might have found the way to push through in this series.
I just don't want Victor anymore. I'm just not a fan of Victor in the current meta.
But it's in their name, Victory 5. I thought that was the whole point.
Yeah, but it's spelled wrong. That's why it's going wrong. All right?
Look, English isn't their first language, okay? Give them a break.
But look, I think coming into Game 5, you really need to see that this is going to be a slightly different tune, because we saw that the Victor came out, you open up for the Akali, it goes really well for Knight. You play Victor in Game 4, then you get the Rise. It goes really well for Knight. They win the game off that. I really don't think Victor is just capable of really coming in at the moment as a blind pick, because it just opens up for so many different styles. So you can play Rise, you can play the Akali, you can even go back to Corki as Knight, and we've seen Knight pop off on that. Like, even if you look across like LCS, LEC, we've seen that Corki coming in multiple times, and with Jace still being relatively high priority, suddenly you got poke compositions that can be major issues. Like, you have so many problems that Victor can actually cause for your team. I just don't really like it as a blind pick anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't think Rookie will go to the Victor, right? I feel like when you've had 2 games in a row that have gone this way, I don't think you go to the same picks. I feel like V5 are going to have to shake things up. But what they do to shake things up will be a big question, because I want to go back to a point that we mentioned earlier on. When you look at Rookie, Karsa, and Photic, each of them having the widest champion pool of anyone in the split in their individual roles. So it feels like the flexibility is there for V5. We keep on talking about how wide their playbook is, how deep their preparation is, how great the strategy is. Well, Game 5 is where that gets tested. Let's see how deep those champion pools go.
And it's not only how deep the champion pools go, but how deep the mental fortitude for both these teams go, right? Because we've seen Top Esports tested, pushed to the match point for Victory 5, but Top Esports came out on top. Knight having phenomenal performances. Tien having the Lee Sin ban come through in this game to make sure that he won't have a similar performance to Game 4. But now we've got to ask ourselves, can Victory 5 do the same? 2 games in a row going down. On the line here against Top Esports. Can Carson Rookie step up and be accounted for? Will Photic, after going up against the person who replaced him on Top Esports, be able to find that moment to shine once more?
Oriana taken off the board, which means Hecarim is available for Karsa. He has suffered his first losses on the champion in this series for the whole split. And we'll see where Tien goes with the jungle matchup. Things like the Viego are available. That's been a favorite for him across the course of the year. But yeah, Trundle's available, Volibear's available. Still plenty of options there. That would be very early to lock in a Draven. I don't think they're going to lock in Blind Draven. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. But I've been wrong before. It is Jackie Love. Okay, it's the Aphelios. We got baited.
But look, I think the Trundle would be the best pick here. I think you're able to get a ton of early pressure off. You do really well against the Hecarim, just stealing all those stats. Volibear, another pick that I think can do pretty well into the Hecarim as well in that regard. So either or for Tien, I think would be absolutely wonderful. And then I think for V5, again, you kind of get left with the question of, right, are we just going to see Knight lock in the Rise once more like he did in the last game? It popped off really well. You get to ban away things like the Galio again, like get rid of some of these picks like the Singed that can be an annoyance for the Rise in the mid lane, because you already have a ton of those mid lane bans leverage there that make it hard for you not to go, hey, Rise is just a good pick here.
Well, the Volibear comes on through. We'll see if that Rise will be locked in potentially by Knight. Could be taken by Rookie though as well. Like, Rookie's no stranger to the Rise himself. Jinx locked in. Do you go for a support here? Do you go for a blind pick in a solo lane?
Oh, going to be the blind Renata, actually. So we saw PP God in Game 2 not have the best of times on this Renata. We'll have to see if he can step up again. I'm kind of surprised, though, that we haven't seen Photic bring out the Misfortune. I thought this was something that we'd probably see in the Game 5 against the Aphelios. He has brought in the regular split, has looked really good on it, but not feeling comfortable here. And when you know you're up against the Enchanter support of PP God on this Renata alongside the Jinx, well, we're looking at the karma, but it's just that Rise again. So Galio, Syndra ban here for Top Esports, and it looks like it's rinse and repeat for Top Esports from the last game.
Yeah, I mean, they're loving it, right? They've got pretty much everything they could have wanted. The difference is they don't have Tien on that Lee Sin, which, you know, has that insane early proactivity, but Volibear can still set your lanes up. Like,
I was gonna say,
it's not like he's weak in the early game. I'm just saying it's not, you know, Tien's Lee Sin that he has a world skin on. You know,
Yeah,
it's kind
it
of
makes
different
a bit
category.
of a difference, yeah. But still, this Volibear is going to be insanely strong, especially against the Hecarim in the early game. So I got to see what the plan is here for Rookie, because you know the Syndra is more than likely going to be gone here. So I'm kind of looking at the potential for the Vex. The LeBlanc has been kind of left open, but it doesn't do so hot against the Ryze because you've still got a lot of lockdown, and it's kind of hard to match the roams. So I don't know. It's going to be on Rookie here to actually find the success, although the Syndra is left open, so maybe it's just a Syndra pick here for Rookie.
Could well be that Syndra. We've seen it across the course of this series. Earlier on in this series, it seems to have fallen out of fashion within this series at very least. Speed 5 potentially could ban something like the Leona, the Rakan, these hard engaged supports that we keep on seeing Mark lock in, and it will be that Rakan taken off the board. So now over to top esports. Blind pick. Will they go for the counter up in the top side or in the support role?
Yeah, I think you just take a Karma here. The bot side gives you a nice little bit of push advantage coming through for the Aphelios, plus the opportunity to play with Aphelios with the shields. There's the Syndra, and we got to see now what Rich wants to go for in the top lane. Nara's kind of being your standout pick up in that top side, but potentially to mix things up with the Kennen Hubbard, which I think could work really well as kind of a follow-up engage and works well against the pretty short range that composition the top esports have gone for.
Now for game number 5, top esports giving Wayward the counter pick, and he goes for a Malphite. He wants to ruin Photic's day.
And so many of these immobile carries in general on V5, like Kennen, Syndra as well. If you manage to catch these, it's going to be great. But one of the things that is great for Malphite is when there's a ton of AD damage in that top side of the map. You're looking at double AP solo laners, Photic as well, probably going to be able to pick up the Gale Force, make things a little bit easier for himself. So at least in the early stages, Wayward will struggle. But if top esports can find these big fights at objectives, that's where we're going to see Wayward shine.
And it is a little scary to see Wayward on a pick that can struggle in the early game, because let's be honest, the early game is when Wayward has been struggling. It's in those 1v1s in the lane. And I like that they're kind of opting out of the 1v1, right? It's saying, look, we're just going to pick them out fight. We're not playing to fight in the early laning phase. But I'm just a little nervous how far behind he might fall up there.
Yeah, I think that, and the problem is as well is that because you've got the Syndra in the mid lane against the Ryze, it makes things a little bit easier for Rookie to actually have control over that mid lane. He can push in, and as long as Karst is trying to hover there and make sure he's safe, he should be relatively okay to try and push in. But I will say the 2v2 heavily in favor of top esports, and when I've seen how strong Ryze and Volibear are together, it can be really detrimental for Rookie even if he takes that one step too far.
Yeah, it certainly can. I mean, Volibear, I think, is a surprising amount of damage out of the jungle. Especially if you face check him, he will just one-shot you. But alongside
he can
Ryze,
even 2v1. It's just
the CC chain as well between the Volibear and the Ryze. If you do get caught, you don't really get away from that one. So we'll see how the mid jungle goes. That's really been the story of this series, then transitioning that power into the bottom lane. But we're jumping into game number 5 of our first double elimination match. Top esports on the cusp of a reverse sweep if they can win this game. And this wouldn't be the first time that top esports have found a reverse sweep in a playoffs match, back when they beat Fnatic at the World Championship in 2020 in the quarterfinals. Karsa in game number 5 locked in Lee Sin, locked in Tien's skin, and prayed to Tien for Lee Sin mechanics. The mutual respect between these two veteran junglers is just beautiful to see, and now they're going toe-to-toe in game number 5, and this jungle matchup really has been the story of the series.
It really has been. Mid-jungle, we highlighted at the start how important this was going to be, and game 1, game 2, it was the Karsa Rookie story. Game 3 was looking a little bit shaky, but Tien and Knight able to come out on top. Game 4, Tien pops the hell off, and now we've got to see what story will be written in game number 5. You're even looking at Jackie Love and Mark, who've been able to, for a large portion of this series, control that bot side. But last game, Photic and PP God come out on top, and suddenly it's actually V5 losing, despite the fact Photic, I thought, had a great game 4.
Mark does spot them, and actually will get a double Q off. That's a lot of damage, and a lot of gold for Mark, getting all 3 of his procs off straight away. Jackalove able to follow up a little bit. And the nice thing about Aphelios in the early laning phase, you do have that Severum, so can sustain up and as well has the fleet footwork, right? So able to take these early trades. Dagda, I want to talk about these two junglers. You can see both of them starting in the top side. Quite often that can mean early scuffles down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, but TN is just going to have such a faster clear. You can already see he's finished his 2 camps and making his way bot, but Karsa, because again he's kind of gone for this like person clear of the 2 camps, it's so slow as Hecarim. He's even completely out of mana, he's starting to run low on health, and oh actually sorry, he did start on Wolves, so will still take a bit of time to kind of catch up to Tien, so it's going to be a slow pace early game for Karsa, whereas Tien, I think he'll be able to get out on the map, may even look to like punish the fact that Rookie has like started to shove in this mid wave, but Rookie gonna crash that second wave instead, so she'll be able to back away before Tien gets into the mid lane.
Okay, so we're looking to see if that bear can make it to the mid lane. PP God is not having a fun time in this bottom side, consistently taking damage from Mark. Jackulov now moving forwards. Big damage onto Photic as well. Procs his Calibrum. PP God steps forward once more, and Mark is trying to threaten. He's trying to get in a position to get more damage down. This 2v2 feels so tense already. It's only just begun.
It's so hard for Photic and PP God to be able to match. The Q on Karma is on such a low cooldown, only costs 45 mana, whereas you look at how expensive the spells are from PP God, and even just the damage output just isn't there. So already Photic and PP God feeling it.
Karsa trying to contest Tien in the river here. Priority in the bottom side for top esports, and that's enough for Karsa to back away. I wasn't sure if Rookie would move over, but conceding this first crab to Tien. Karsa moving up back towards the top side, or in fact back towards his Krugs. This Tien maybe can get both crabs.
Tien I'm not surprised that Tien's going to get both crabs. The power that this Volibear has, the clear speed that it has, just makes it really hard. But the way you try and battle this as Karsa is using the fact you have quicker resets, right? Because Tien is going to march up to the top side, then he goes for his Krugs, which means he hasn't reset at the same time. So maybe Karsa can find a play top, but Tien may not actually go towards his Krugs, may just be looking for the play onto Rich.
Yeah, at minimum he can clear some vision here as Rich will drop another ward. Tien knows that's there, so won't be able to do all or too much here, but at least he gets 10 gold for his trouble. So it's better than nothing. And he can go back up to his Krugs that he didn't actually do on his first clear. So needs to get them done, needs to make sure that they're level 2 for the next time he comes around.
Yeah, this is the thing though, like, as we say, like, playing off of how fast you can clear his volley is great, because you do get, as you can see, 32 to 24 CS, but you got Knight now, who's moving up towards this top side. He's going to spot out Karsa as he comes back out onto the map, and wants to make sure that Karsa isn't using the quicker reset to make a play towards the top side.
Knight just sprinting into the lane. He knew that there was a ward here, but he still wants to make the play. Finds the Rune Prism here. Doesn't really have the damage to actually follow up on this one. So bit of a botched one. I'm a little bit surprised there wasn't more follow-up there.
It's not about getting the kill there for Knight, it's about stopping Karsa playing top. Because Wayward had to go for the reset, so if you end up getting a good trade onto Wayward with where the wave was positioned, or even dive Wayward, that lane is just over. So Knight was willing to kind of sacrifice his own wave state here to make sure that Karsa couldn't interact on top side. Because realistically, if Rich gets kills, starts to get turret plates, you get like 2 quick items onto this cannon. Like top esports, whatever Wayward engages like, you just have more damage that this cannon does in a similar fashion. So you really need to make sure you're kind of babysitting Wayward in the early stages and making sure that Rich doesn't become this huge carry in the team fights for V5.
Photic taking a bit of poke on the bottom side as Karsa moves down. Drake is onto the map, and so far in this series really has been top esports focusing on the Drakes, but Karsa wants to make that happen for his team this time. Has priority in the bottom side, has priority in the mid lane. You feel he should be able to just start this Drake off on contest.
Need to be a little careful though, because you see Jackulov and Mark still have a good amount of control on the spot side. Even if Tien just kind of spots him on the dragon, you can just solo him out. And you're not going to hold on for mid-prio too long against Knight. But looks like now
I feel like we're on tenterhooks here.
Yeah.
We're not especially sure as Tien forces a flash out from PP God. That'd be Flame Chompers used as well. So I was wrong. I was totally wrong. Karsa now has to try and back away or get stunned potentially by Tien. Mark and Jackal over here, but Rookie has moved over as well. Tien, damn tanky, stunned by Rookie. Flashes to the rest of his team. Karsa jumping into the backline. Jackalov low on HP, but it's Karsa to go down. First blood for Jackalov. PP got no flash available, and he'll fall too. Knight with a kill, and now chasing onto Photic. Flash available, but that's the wrong side of the map. Knight with 2 kills, Jackalov with 1, and Tien wants a little bit for himself. Grabs a kill, and it's 5-0 against V5.
V0 and 5 for victory is not going to be the name of Victory 5 as they come into this, because Top Esports have absolutely decimated them in River. PP God missed the handshake and Top Esports pounced. They get the kills, they get the dragon, and you know Top Esports are looking at the other side of the bracket. They are looking at JDG and going, 2020 was our year. Are you going to be joining us in the upper bracket final, brothers? Because watch here, Karsa looks at Tien and goes, okay, we can take this. Rookie has first move mid, but keep your eyes on PP God. Watch the handshake. It misses Jackie Love here, so he doesn't get to knock Jackie Love into Mark. You don't get the reset from Votic. He can't actually get on towards Tien, and from that point forward, Top Esports have the damage, have the follow-up that they need, and V5 are completely routed.
And then Rookie just chased out. I love that Tien just grabs his kill himself. Mega Volibear there. There's apparently something happened up in the top side. It was Wayward all-inning onto Rich. Did he get a solo kill? No way, on the muff. Oh, Rich fluffed the flash up in the top side. Wayward finally getting the best of the matchup. And on Malphite, no less. I think if they'd known this was all it took, they would have locked it in the first game.
This is going disastrously for Victory 5. Carson now trying to get this Rift out, but like, look at where Top Esports are. They can just move into this area.
Literally every player on V5 is 0-1-0 right now. That is not something I ever expected coming out from this squad. After finishing first in the regular split, Top Esports now getting aggressive on Tien. Trying to walk away with his life. This will be Herald taken by V5. Good control of the top side. But look at Jackie Love down in that bottom lane, finding himself plates. That's 3 plates already.
It's absolutely insane. Like, look at the gold lead. 3,000 gold. No. And we're not even 9 minutes into the game. Wayward, though, about to get the attention of V5. But he's still got ult. He's totally all right here.
Yeah, PP God can't find the handshake. Wayward happily dodges that one. And he'll head off to safety. So I was a little worried for Wayward there. But he just wanders out of the situation. And with a crescendum available, Jackie Love will just completely shred this tower. He's already got more value than the Rift Herald will bring to the side of V5. Feels like everything Top Esports could want in this game is going beautifully for them.
And Munch, your prediction is looking good. I mean, Top Esports sitting in prime position here, and when you look at who needs to step up, it's the veterans, and they're about to find more.
Oh, Rich has ult available. They need to be cautious not to overdive, but no, they don't. They don't even need to dive him, just killing him from range. Mark grabs himself that kill, and more will be denied. But actually, first tower might go the way of Votic here, as he will be able to finish that tower off before Jackie Love can do the same on the bottom side.
He won't be able to continue forward here as Votic, because Kars actually ended up tanking the turret for quite a bit of time there, so Wayward will know that he's fairly alright to just sit by himself. Knight actually roaming up. Are they looking for the engage? No. They're going to just back away instead, so Jackie Love will get a turret to himself, but it's a small solace, like nothing to write home about as V5, because Top Esports 2 kills onto this rise, the ability to now start moving Jackie Love around the map, and with the presence that Knight has in this mid lane, you can all in on this top side when Jackie Love gets there and look for even more turret plates on this top side.
I cannot believe what we're witnessing here. 6-0 for Top Esports, and look at that gold lead as well, 3,000 in their favor. But let's talk V5 and what they can do, because they're certainly not out of the game just yet, right? They have fallen behind in the early game, but again, this is the team that's best at comebacks in the LPL. This is the team that you can never count out. Paint a picture for me, Dagda. How does it happen for V5? How do they get themselves back into this game?
It's going to be so hard. I mean, the biggest problem that we were looking at is like, hey, if you're on Top Esports, you get Wayward into fights.
He's just going for it. He's got himself a Barbie Cinder, and he reckons that he could just go for an extra kill. Gives the thumbs up to Rich as well. One more seismic shard will do the trick. Wayward! He's found his way back into the series, and he is loving life.
And this is what we said. Knight babysitting Wayward for that little bit in the early game pays dividends. And now you've got control of side lanes because Wayward's so far ahead. You have the ability to play team fights exceptionally well because Jackie Love's ahead, because Knight's ahead, and because you've got this presence on the map, you're getting even more turret plates for Jackie Love. We said they could all in on top side at a moment's notice, and we're seeing just how much that presence can falter V5 in defending this tower.
Unbelievable performance coming out from Wayward. And it feels so good after the series he's had. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Wayward is not a good series. But this game, turns out, just need to stick him on Malphite. And apparently, he knows Malphite's damage numbers perfectly. Because he was well committed to that all-in.
But how did we get here with Wayward? I don't understand what happened. Like, I came into playoffs like Wayward, you know, break Graves, bit of Camille, you know, really likes his carry champions.
His
I'm
Gwen
like,
was exceptional.
His best games have been Malphite and Gragas. Like, what happened to this man in that short period of time he had off?
To be fair, I do think it was AP Gragas that played, so that's somewhat of a carry performance. But yeah, I definitely agree. It's been a weird playoffs. It has been a really weird playoffs, but I feel like we say that every single time. Mark and Jackie Love hiding in Tribrush, but I don't think they'll find a play for now. Drake up onto the map here. Looks like he will just go the way of top.
Yeah, don't think you're going to contest that. Don't think you have any interest in being anywhere near top esports right now. Like, 4,500 gold. You still got another Rift Tower that's going to come onto the map. Your top tower is nearly gone.
no.
Rich is dead again,
Oh,
Budge.
God. Surely not. One more size.
Wait
shot.
for the ult. There
Wayward
it
has
is.
the ulti available. Oh, but the Guardian comes on through. Last possible second. Rich gets a bailout. And PP God lives up to his name. Flashed to get that bailout on as well.
PP God with the savior play onto Rich, just about managing to hold it together, and at least it's something, right? Yeah. At least it's something back in their favor, because you can see that it's just not going to go well. But now PP God committed to this bot side means that you're going to be able to move up to this top side as top esports. Knight already on his way. Mark speeding himself on up there. And yes, Rookie is defending. He has Karsa there with them. What else can they get? Oh, God.
Rich, mate. This is not the place you want to be. He's just going to get jumped on, pounced on by Tien. Uses the ulti. It's Thunder versus Thunder. Lightning versus Lightning. Tien does not have flash, but in fact, just destroys it.
I mean, it's a bear versus a mouse. Who do you think is going to win this? It's just
That's
not
true.
going to go well.
That's true. One of them is a god. One of them isn't. It's as simple as that.
One is a Sparky Ninja, one is a literal godlike. It's just not a fair fight, is it?
It's the God of Thunder versus the guy that throws shurikens.
Yeah, and rubbed his feet on the floor for a little bit long. But, well, I mean, realistically, when you're 1-4, that's about as much damage as you have here. It's Rich. But now, V5, you're still losing control of these sidelines, right? Wayward is already pushing in the spot side. Knight's now going to go collect the top side of the map as well. And you're still looking at like Rift Herald that's going to spawn in just under a minute. Top esports take that. They crack open mid lane turret. You try to defend yourself there. Wayward is going to be sitting at your chickens of V5 and just begging you to try and hold on to that tower.
They're going to be trying to, but whether or not they can is a different question. Herald, as you say, 3 seconds, and I mean, let's be honest, there's no way that this is contestable for the side of V5. Unless they can find some kind of miracle. We need to see Rookie, we need to see Photic, we need to see Rich stepping up. It's game number 5. They dominated game number 1 of the series. They looked amazing in game number 2. It was maybe the closest game of the entire series. Game number 3 as well, incredibly close. But it feels like the longer this series has gone on, the worse V5 have ended up looking. It feels like, in terms of mental fortitude, top esports have comfortably had the advantage.
But again, we come back to what were our win conditions for this series. And it was the mid jungle. Tien and Knight again with the stronger mid jungle and again coming out on top. And it just feels like V5, while this Hecarim pick is definitively the strongest jungler on the patch, giving Knight things like this rise where he's been so comfortable and so crucial for top esports over the entire split with this pick. You just can't keep giving this across. And now top esports once more with the rise looking good. Tien feeling comfortable on this early game jungler. They're thriving, and Wayward once more red side counter pick, and he's looking awesome.
Yeah, moisturized, unbothered, thriving, staying in their lanes. That's top esports right now. As they're trying to get these towers down, trying to open the map up. This mid lane tower. Is Ender here?
I don't know.
This mid lane tower. The final hurdle that top esports need to break down to truly unlock the map. And they will be able to do so here with one last minion wave. So now, top esports fully in control. 6,000 gold lead at 16 minutes into the game. And V5 looking for a miracle. And honestly, it's just a bit sad. Because I've been talking about Rookie, how he's only got 1 LPL trophy, and this V5 roster is the roster for them to finally pick it back up. And like Photic as well, coming in against his replacement. Karsa against his replacement. And unfortunately, it feels like they're going to fall short, but on the other side, there's the happy story, right? Because Knight, so regularly, so close, but he's never quite been the guy. He's never quite been the top man. Wayward, a similar story. He's found yet another chance as Knight moves on over, and the two solo laners will find themselves a little freebie down in the bottom side.
But I do agree with you again, Knight, like, involved in this play. And for Knight, it's been a case of, even in game 1, game 2, we're like, Rookie's got his number. How does he try and step into this series? Because Knight has been the lifeblood of top esports, but you're going up against the undisputed best mid laner in the LPL right now. The MVP of LPL Spring 2022, and Knight's been bottled him. In game 4 and 5, Knight has been absolutely trouncing Rookie on this Rise pick. And now, once more, he looks like he's ready to crest top esports into that upper bracket semi-final. It's still not out of the woods yet, but when you're seeing Knight step, when you're seeing Jackie-Love come online, Mark.
Here we go. Caster trying to find an engage onto Jackie-Love, but really find the commitment. Tien will be able to walk away from the play. There's a Moonlight Vigil. Caster low on HP, actually. As the Calibrim's there. Tien jumping into the play. Realm Warp coming through. Knight, Everfrost across the team. In goes Wayward to the back line with a bit of damage to boot as well. Jackie-Love still going strong. Rookie 1 HP flashes away, but Caster is down. Top Esports, they found all they needed, and that'll be their Drake.
That's going to be the third one for top esports. Control in their favor. And when you saw the Realm Warp, when you saw the TP, you knew it was over. But Tien has flash. Can he get onto Rookie? Will not. But Rich now finds a bear, and the mouse a little bit more angry this time.
Yeah, but the bear has a spirit magician near him? I don't know what Karma is, honestly. I have no idea. Some kind of Ionian, that's all I know. But regardless, it'll be a Drake for top esports. That's what I do know. Nice little play from Tien, blocking the rocket. I feel like no rockets have even been close to steal. Like, these teams are so aware of Jinx rockets.
Here, look, our metaphor might have fallen off the track a little bit, but top esports are firmly on us. This is them having a statement game. This is them having a statement last 3 games, to be honest. With them having Knight step up, we're looking at Jackie-Love having a great performance. Mark as well, sitting here beside Jackie-Love to keep him safe. A man that said he needed to find a home, and it feels like he's looking very cozy next to the top esports AD carry. And when they come into this fight, you can see Mark is just shielding everyone that he needs to. Tien jumping onto the tank and making sure that you're just buying space and kind of corralling everyone into Wayward's waiting arms.
And I love that Realm Walk from Knight as well. That feels like one of those, it was like a West Door TF, right? Where you TP in and immediately Zhonya's. You're just buying time, and he's the tank Rise, so we can just go in the middle of everyone, soak a bunch of damage, use the Zhonya's, keep yourself safe, and it's great to see Knight being so proactive and being so flexible. That's what we wanted out from top esports, right? Was flexibility, and that's what we're really seeing.
And I think it's it kind of speaks to the mindset of Knight as well, right? Because when we saw the nerfs to this tank Rise, we were like, everyone's going to go AP, you just don't have the damage otherwise, but you've got to get creative with how you use this tank Rise, like putting yourself in harm's way, playing on an edge, so that then you can find these cool plays, and it's working out for Knight both these games.
You're absolutely right, but look at the builds across the board for top esports. Like, this is the tankiest team possible, I'm pretty sure. Jackie-Love is the only one that's building actual damage, but then Mark as well with the Inspire plus the Shirelias has crazy movement speed, so the engage potential from top esports. If you overstep as V5, it's over for you.
Yeah, I mean, top esports have woken up in the series.
20-minute burn.
Game 5. This hasn't even been a look-in for V5. And look, we can say, you know, V5 are hard to shut down, but they haven't even looked alive in this series.
They're going to try for something. Caster goes in. It's desperation, though. Has to try and ult out. Wayward's on the back line already. Moonlight Vigil's in, and it's already over. Oh, but is it? The ult combo comes out from V5. Can they turn it around? The damage is there. Tien jumps forward. Can Rookie find it? Can Photic find it? The answer is regrettably no. Rookie will fall. The flash forward from Knight to finish his counterpart. And top esports are indomitable.
And the purple rain will continue to fall on the Rift. The Baron is there for top esports. And for Victory 5, they look on as top esports dominate Game 5. As they look to once more put themselves one step closer to crowning themselves champions again. 2020 was the year of top esports. It was the year of JDG. They are sitting on opposite sides of the bracket, but it could be a wonderful reunion for both these squads.
And Karsa playing against his old squad, being forced to try and just find a 50-50. It does not happen. And I thought that combo right there was going to be it, but not enough damage. And Wayward on the backline threatening everyone, right?
Exactly, and look, you've got no damage on this. Kennen hasn't even completed the Void Staff yet, and PP God buys a bit of time with his own bailout, but it's just not enough. I mean, top esports, they have won every single lane on the map. They have won every single fight that they've gone to. They have won every single objective on the map, and they will not be stopped once more.
They certainly will not. To quote Austin Powers once more, Mojo, baby!
Guacamole.
Yeah! It's beautiful to see top esports managing to make it happen. And, you know, not many people believed that this was possible. I predicted this team, but it was from my heart, not my head. I didn't actually think they were going to win today, but they have managed to just pull out a blind.
That's what got top esports here. The heart that they had to come back from a 2-0 down, to find the win in Game 3, to battle every step of the way against Victory 5, and now they stand just a handful of structures in the way. There's minimal pressure from V5 right now, and this Baron is going to do damage.
And make no mistake, this game can end in the blink of an eye. If Wayward finds an ultimate on a couple of carries, top esports will end the game immediately. They've still got a minute and a half on the Baron. Drake is coming up in 30 seconds. That'll be solved for top esports as well. There is literally everything in their favor.
The only way I can see V5 winning this is like instantly bursting out Jackie. That's why Carson was on the flank, but he's caught.
Karsa's found it. Jagular's trying to burst them, but it's Mark that's low. Rocket across the map. There's one for Photic. It's 1 for 1.
Oh,
but in the meantime, everyone else is falling. Photic going for the play. TN trying to escape on the top side. Flashes away. In the meantime, the solo laners from top esports looking for an inhibitor. What is the score right now? It's 3 versus 3 on the map. Potentially fightable on the Drake.
Oh,
Here's the realm walk for Knight. He's going in 1v3 here. He's so damn tanky. Tien joining the fray. They actually go one. No, the bailout. Photic survives. Look at Tien trying to finish these kills off. Wayward can't get it. Rookie flashing forwards. V5. They found themselves a Drake.
We just said the one way I see this working is if they get Jackie Love, and somehow V5 manage it. Photic finishes him off. Photic stays alive in the fight, and the Dragon is there. But Munch, there's no way. They did it in Game 2. They brought it back from the brink. But it's 9,000 gold down. There is no way V5 are going to keep doing this.
I'm telling you, Rob.
There's
if
no
V5
way.
comes back in this game, my voice is not going to survive it. It's as simple as that. 4 minutes until that next Drake, until we get the next forced shenanigans. Rookie trying to move up to contest this blue, but he ain't having it. As top esports barrel into the top side. Remember, no Baron on the map for 3 minutes. There are no neutrals. So now this is about map play on who can make things happen.
Yeah, and I mean, look, whatever about Rich dying on the spot side, I'm not going to lie, I'm totally fine with actually giving up this tower on bot side if you're V5. You already had that Baron buff. There was more of a risk of you losing several towers rather than just the one. So giving that and finding that play was so much more valuable. So top esports, though, now starting to crest up towards his top side. They kind of learned that, hey, look, you know what? Being grouped is going to be a little bit better for us at the moment. And for V5, you've got to still find these miracle picks. The good news is, though, look at Photic. 3 items now. The Infinity Edge completed for this Jinx. If you can find those moments where you pick off Jackie Love again, he gets burst out by Rich and Karsa. There is that moment where Photic can pop off once more.
But I want to revisit the conversation that we had a game or two ago where we talked about Photic building this Kraken Slayer. He had a Tahm Kench in that situation. This time, he's against a Malphite, and he does not have a Tahm Kench. He does not have that same safety this time around.
It's just the bailout.
He needs to just out-damage everyone. Kraken Slayer, definitely the build to go against this Malphite and this Volibear and this Rise. Like, you've got so much armor to get through, but might make it difficult.
In a desperate moment like this, it's all about high risk, high reward. You can lose the game slowly, you can watch it drift off into the sunset, but when you've got this bailout, Photic needs to put himself in the danger zone so he can use that bailout, look for the reset, look to carry this game. But look what he's up against. Force of Nature already completed for Knight. He's going for the Gargoyle Stoneplate as well. You've got the Infinity Edge on the way for Jackie-Love. He's no slouch in these fights either. And you've got a Malphite that is gunning for you every step of the way. You could get burst out 2 times over before you even hit the ground with what Top Esports have available to you.
Certainly can, as we'll have to see what Top Esports have up their sleeves. It's 50 seconds on Baron Vector. So I want to reiterate our win conditions here. Top Esports, I mean, I think it's pretty clear. Press R, watch everyone die. For the side of V5, how do you dream a contested? Do you just have to accept that the Baron's gone?
You Google every god in existence and you make a separate prayer to each one of them.
You build
say,
a bonfire on the beach.
Whatever there is,
around.
yeah, you send a message in a bottle out to see. You do everything in your power to see if you can find that one miracle play. With all the vision being denied from them, though, it is so hard to do. Keep your eyes on where Rich is. Keep your eyes on Karsa. If those two can find multi-man ultimates, you might just get the damage you need to find this play. Photic with no flash, though, makes it so hard to contest these objectives.
Karsa having to back away from this one. He needs to pray to the High Sparrow at this point because the night is dark and it is full of terrors. And that Baron Pit is very dark for the side of V5. No vision in the area whatsoever. Knight just going to start this one off. Knight has gone full tank this game, by the way. Literally 0 AP, and he's happy and okay with that one. He's happy to just be another bruiser. Keep your eyes on Jackie-Love. If he survives, Top Esports win. But if V5 can shut him down, that's the moment. Into the pit they go, but TN wins the smite fight once more. It's 50-50 all day long, but Top Esports are happy with that. They're looking for more, as this might just be game. Knight jumping forwards to find Rich once again, but they turn around onto Photic. They find everything they could have wanted with Baron in pocket. Dagda, I think they've done it.
With seconds left on Photic's flash, they get the AD carry. There's nobody left. Knight's in the base.
Knight pushing forwards alongside Wayward. That'll be one inhib going down in the bottom side. Rookie and PP God versus the world. It's a great scat of the week, but he's got no damage. This will be game, and Top Esports throw Victory 5 aside. The power of the mojo is too strong, and they make their way into the upper bracket finals.
A date with destiny waits for Top Esports. 2020 vision is still strong with this team, and we have to see if they can put themselves once more against JDG, or if they will be going up against RNG. But with the performance like this from Game 3 to Game 5, coming back after such a heart-wrenching Game 2, Top Esports, that was incredible.
I'm just so happy for them as well. Yeah. I'm so happy for Knight managing to make it happen and being willing to just be a support, be a utility player. Doesn't need to be the carry. He'll do whatever is necessary to win the series. Jackie-Love actually being very consistent in this series. Kind of uncharacteristically consistent, honestly. Wayward having redemption in the final game. TN having his moments pop off. It feels like the whole squad, Mark included. Great performance on this Karma as well. Like, feels like these last couple of games really have been a victory lap for Top Esports.
Yeah, and look, it came back to, again, like, making sure that you're set up across the map. Like, Wayward counter-picking that top side. Red side looking really OP for this squad. The Volley Bear, the Victory Bear, I suppose, as well, coming in this Game 5 alongside the Lee Sin was so crucial because it gave that early presence that you needed from the jungle to play through Knight in the mid lane and then start to move across to these side lanes. It just felt like, honestly, V5 weren't ready for what was coming across here from Top Esports, because we said, look, get rid of these early junglers, interrupt this duo dynamic that Knight and TN have, but we just never got to see it.
No, we did not. And I mean, game number 1, V5 come in, absolutely blow the doors open, just annihilate Top Esports. And, you know, if you're V5 coming into the series, and that's how game 1 goes, you're putting your feet up, you're chilling, you're just laughing at what's going to happen. Then game number 2 happens, and we see Top Esports actually massively ahead, but then V5 make the insane comeback. The base race goes on, and it's like, okay, well, 2-0, Top Esports, that's a mental boom, right? You're done. There's no way you're coming back from that. But with Knight, with TN, with these veterans, and Mark as well, everyone kind of forgets how veteran Mark is. He's been in the league for a good few years at this point. That veterancy and that mental stability just so crucial for Top Esports. And they've done it again. They found another reverse sweep. They always seem to do this.
And we kind of pointed out at the start that, like, there was a lot to prove for everyone on the top esports squad, right? TN trying to silence the doubters. Knight trying to show that he was more than capable of dealing with Rookie. And then you look at the bot side, right? Jackie Love over his counterpart, Photic, trying to show that, look, this was the strict upgrade. You look at Mark as well, who only stepped in at the end of the split, and him outperforming PP God honestly throughout the entire course of this series. It was step up across the board, and it was top esports silencing a lot of the demons that have plagued them coming in from the regular split.
And I think Mark and Jackie Love have been one of the most impressive parts of the map from top esports for me. Like the fact that they're consistently winning that 2v2, but also performing exceptionally well in the team fights, right? I feel like Photic and PP God have done well in the team fights, but not so much in that 2v2. They needed a lot of support from the team. And, you know, Jackie Love and Mark did get some support from their team, but they also managed to win those 2v2s, and they also found those opportunities in lane. So really, really impressive stuff. And I didn't expect to say that. When I saw Mark join this roster, he was the player that I was the most skeptical of on this roster. And that's considering TN's last year, right? That says a lot, but he has honestly performed so well in this series, but also across the split. I've been really impressed.
Yeah, and it feels like for Mark, he's kind of been like shut out to a certain extent from a lot of the teams, right? Like going into the substitute role after leaving LGD on BLG, then he comes into top esports. Like, all right, well, you know, he's replacing Joe, and like Joe has looked really good with Jackie Love. They needed this aggressive engage tool. Can Mark step up? And now, even in this game, we saw Mark not on the engage supports, but actually playing this Karma really well, enabling Jackie Love. And although Photic, I have to say, I tip my hat to him. This guy throughout the series was really strong, trying to be the big consistent carry in team fights. But unfortunately, when Rookie kind of falls behind game 4, falls behind game 5, Karsa isn't able to have this impact that he wants on the Hecarim. It doesn't matter what happens, you just don't get the front line you need to carry these fights as a Jinx.
And I can't believe you mentioned Karsa there. I do want to talk about the jungle matchup a little bit, because it felt like that was sort of the tipping balance in this series. Like the first few games of the series felt like TN was... It felt like Karsa just completely had his number, was destroying him every single game. But then we saw a couple of Lee Sin games. That second one, TN really coming into his own, getting the MVP performance, and now on the Volley Bear as well, looking fantastic. And finding kills as well. Like solo killing Rookie in that one team fight. Like, it feels good to see TN getting back on top, but it feels like he'd figured Karsa out by the end of the series.
100%. I mean, they just left open the Hecarim every time, and when you're playing this Hecarim, you don't have the real strength or power until you get to that level 6 when you're able to interact in lanes. Now, you can find some moments if you're like playing around the mid lane to try and get in behind like immobile mages like the Rises or the Syndras or an Orianna or something like that. But because you have actually got the Volley Bear on the opposite side, it becomes really difficult to make use of these like level 3, level 4 ghost plays into the mid lane. And because of that, Knight had an easier time. It was actually TN who was finding those plays in the mid game. In the mid lane, and this game just completely teetered out of control for V5. Like you can see, it didn't look like V5 ever got a look in this game.
That's the thing. If you turned off the nameplates, turned off everything, you would think that that was a V5 win in game number 5. That's the way V5 wins the game. That slow incremental destruction. And somehow it's the other way around. And like, honestly, I'm just impressed at the improvement we've seen over 5 games from Top Esports, because it feels like a different team from game 1 to game number 5.
But that's the thing. Game 1, I said in that game that I just thought that V5 were the better version of Top Esports, right? Play through strong mid jungle, look to invade, look to get picks, and then we come into the rest of the series, 4 or 5. It's like, oh well, TN is getting the stronger mid-jungle, and TN is invading, and Knight is setting up the plays. Like, this was where it was actually the reverse of Top Esports going, no, we can compete with V5 at their own game.
They certainly can. I mean, they've outcompeted them. They've destroyed them, and Knight especially grabs himself an MVP, 6-1-9. And just like the Realm Warp into the middle of the fight with a full tank build, Everfrost the whole team, and then go Golden, right? Buying so much time for his team. It's just beautiful to witness. Like, the creativity of this man, and it's so great to see him not only having carry performances like the Akali, but also being able to play different styles.
And I think it says a lot when you played 9 games in playoffs and Knight has 5 of your MVP. Sorry, you have 9 wins in playoffs and Knight has 5 of your MVP. Like, this guy is an absolutely incredible, and it's again on the Kalis, Rises, Aries. This guy has just got so many different picks, and even you can see in this game, right, like the Silas needing to be banned away, like there were so many picks that had to be put forward to try and shut down Knight, but you still can't do it. Knight having a phenomenal playoff so far, and I'm so excited to see what's going to happen when they go up against JDG and they go up against, or potentially RNG.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. With them taking down V5, are Top Esports now the favorite for playoffs? I don't know. We'll have to see how JDG and RNG perform tomorrow, but I'll get real excited all of a sudden because Top Esports looking good. And I mean, Knight versus Rookie. Knight winning it out after Rookie having such a great performance early on in this series as well. But Knight MVP of game number 5 and MVP of my heart because that was just a beautiful performance. I'm just over the moon for the whole.
You're just chuffed. You're the only one who predicted it. You're the only one who managed it.
The mojo comes out on top. That's all that matters, is that the mojo wins. Let's take a look at our bracket as we round things out for today. It has been a wild ride for Top Esports. Look at that bracket run right there. All the way from the 28th of March now to the 17th of April. They have made it through the bracket into that upper bracket final.
It's looking very reminiscent of LNG in our regionals last year. Like, basically the exact same spot. They come into the playoffs and they just run the gauntlet. And, I mean, the teams that they're going up against, I mean, look, BLG and LNG haven't been the strongest, but Victory 5, the team that was first place, that looked dominant, that, as you say, were the favorites to take the spring playoffs. And now it's Top Esports who are sitting there in the upper bracket final, still with a second chance at life, and then just so much potential here for Top Esports when you look at them in 2022.
And it's series like this that make you real happy that you got a double elim bracket, right? Because V5 aren't done just yet. They may still be the best team in the league, but they're gonna have to prove it. They're not gonna be able to just take that one without a fight. Phenomenal stuff from Top Esports, making it forwards in our bracket. Which means now, Dagda, we have to see who their opponent will be. That'll be happening tomorrow with RNG versus JDG. And you really don't want to miss that series because it's going to be close. Like, RNG, I think, on paper, the favorite from the regular split. But, again, JDG making it past Weibo, having a really great series there, having certain games that looked incredibly strong. And RNG, I think, one of these teams that it's kind of hard to have an exactly good read on because it's so long since they've played.
And that's the thing, like, especially, like, anyone I've kind of talked to about JDG coming in is like, this is my dark horse for playoffs. I honestly think JDG really picked up steam after kind of Chinese New Year, but even if we look at them towards the end of the split, right, they had absolutely exceptional performances, beating Weibo, beating RNG, beating V5. Like, this was a team that took down a lot of our top teams in the LPL, and now they got to do it again against RNG and see if they can put themselves into that upper bracket final, the 2020 reunion, or if our current MSI champions can try and shut them out.
I feel like I'm just nostalgic about 2020, but I want JDG versus Top Esports in that upper bracket final so badly. Like, Yagao versus Knight, once again, the two players from the same city, friends at school, that now come and play off in the LPL. We had it twice in 2020. Both finals go to 5 games, both between Yagao and Knight. I just want to see it again. I need that in my life so badly.
Yeah, but even on the upside, like RNG as well, like, see if they can come in to face off against Top Esports. Xiao, who's been popping off for them. You've got, like, Ming as well, seeing if he's going to be able to take over in that bot side against Mark. Like, there's just so much on this series. It's going to be class.
I will say, part of me wants to see RNG in that bottom of the bracket, so we get Xiaohu versus Rookie, the two LPL mid lane goats fighting for elimination. Who knows what's going to happen? Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow, because that is going to be it from us. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Dagda. Thank you so much from us and from all of our production crew for watching. We will see you guys in chat tomorrow, but until then, I'll see you in Champ Select.